Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 376. Hopefully, you guys had an amazing Friday. I did. I actually had more or less had a lazy Friday, but I've got a great evening in store for us tonight. You've seen this guy around chat many a nights. We have Dankavitch Kamovsky. Did I get it right for once? For once, did I actually get it right?
You got it way righter than you ever have, dude.
Or,
It's if you want to try and pronounce it, it's Chamovsky. And honestly, dude, it's a reference to Encino Man. I was like a huge fan of, I still am a huge fan of Encino Man, the movie. And it came out in like 1992. I don't know if you even remember it. But basically, yeah, they dig up this old caveman, and the mom is like, "Where did he come from?" And he's like, "This is Dankavitch Chamovsky from Estonia. Like, don't you remember? You said a foreign exchange student could stay at our house for 6 months or whatever." And yeah, basically, I just always thought if I ever had to come up with a name, I just wanted to use that name somehow. And I guess the night I picked it, I was high enough to think Dankavitch was clever. So here we are, you know. But yeah, it's a legend. It's a legendary character. So, but yeah, man, dude, thanks for having me. This is the first time I've ever done anything like this. I've been growing for over 10 years, but basically just staying away from everybody. And when I started participating in your chat, dude, it was too much fun. And yeah, man, I feel like I'm pulling my weight. All you chatters out there that haven't done their episode, man, you got to step up. Let us know who you are. Just like Johnny Caniseed's always saying. So yeah, I have a little bit of knowledge to share. I'm nothing special. I do not feel like I'm worthy to be here, but I am honored and I appreciate it, Eagle. So.
oh, you're most definitely supposed to be here, man. You have put in your time in these chats night after night, and it's my honor to have you here speaking with me tonight. You know, it's funny, before the show, we were talking about them doing some dabs there, and you were hoping somebody was in chat tonight. And they were the second one in chat tonight. So yes, Mr. Red Pill did make it. Thank you, bitch. He is, yeah. Amongst others, all the others rolling along. Heck yeah. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. So
Sorry, but I'm trying to turn up the
roll
volume just a little bit on this.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Rolling up a little Twisted TK, which has been pretty dang good. Pretty dang good the last few days. Very much enjoying it.
Nice.
The South Genetics.
Nice. So what I got over here is all right. So I have some good old Gorilla Glue and some MK Ultra. Dude, that Gorilla Glue rules up here in Michigan. I mean, it was out in California, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. It was hitting pretty hard, but I moved up here and it's prominent, dude, and like, but it's good, you know, like there's clearly, you know, the real cut or good cuts of it floating around, and it works well with a lot of the growers up here. So the fella that you know, the caregiver that I use, he basically, you know, he did well with Gorilla Glue and MK Ultra and some of the old schools this past season. And so I got a little bit of both of those in flower, and then he does a lot of BHO. I'm not the biggest BHO fan at all, but he does it pretty well, and it's the right price right now. So I top my flower bowls with that. So I'll be getting to that real soon when I relax just a little bit. So I smoked plenty today, probably a little too much, you know, getting ready for this. So but yeah, man, that's what we're smoking on right now. So I actually haven't been able to grow a THC garden in a couple of years, which sucks. But I've grown a ton of hemp, and basically Yeah, so but I have a 1 gallon GMO and a 1 gallon purple punch right now. So that it's getting back to it. So I know there's those have gotten pretty popular since I haven't been growing, and I know a lot of people have been growing them. So I'm excited to kind of give them a run and then kind of get to some pop some seeds soon. You know what I mean? But it's always fun to get started with some cuts because you can just get to business. You know what I mean? So.
You seem to be a little sticky there. Them some good
Oh,
cuts too. Them some good cuts for sure.
I'm hoping that they're, the guy that I got them from, I trust him. But I haven't had any of the flower that he's grown from those cuts. But he did say that he either him or a buddy did run them so far. So, but we'll see. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. We all know that. So, but hey, if I get too laggy, like I said, just let me know and I'll cut the video and see if that helps out with that. So.
So far, so good, my friend.
Cool.
So
Cool.
I guess we might as well start it off just like we always do.
Right.
When was that first time with cannabis? I mean, that is always the question.
Well, so I was like 15 years old, like early 15 probably, and I was with my two best friends. We grew up together, and I was at one of his parents' houses, and it was a Friday night, and one of my buddies, Jacob, he was just like, dude, I got some weed this week. And my other buddy and I were like, no shit. And I mean, I'll be real, like, I'm 32, so like I grew up watching Half Baked and a couple other movies where, before we even had access to weed, we were like, that stuff looks pretty fun. I think we'll try that if we ever can. So, but yeah, one of my the guy's house who we were staying at, he was a little nervous to try it that night, but my buddy Jacob and I made a big old bottle bowl and smoked like 2 or 3 bowls and just got high as hell. So I know some people don't get high on their first time, but I was on my back looking at the sky and that was spinning and I was laughing my tail off with my buddy, just saying pretty much, holy shit, that worked, wow. And immediately it was definitely one of those times where like it was that time where you realize like this is a piece missing, like how come everyone is not doing this, and you're like, oh shit, because I'd been drunk before a couple of times. I'd smoked plenty of cigarettes. I grew up in a tobacco town. I mean, everybody had a carton of cigarettes when they were 10. Is ridiculous. But yeah, it was it was a blast. And then I had my first munchie session, which was basically like my buddy's mom was a doctor, and she had like no candy or anything in the house except for this one bag of candy, and it was those little those caramel, like high-end caramel candies that like a really cool old lady or like a nice doctor would have in their office drawer or something. And I found the one unopened bag in the kitchen and proceeded to eat all of them basically and fall asleep on the couch downstairs. And I woke up, felt terrible about eating all her food, but I didn't feel terrible at all. Like I actually physically felt great. And I think I had soccer the next day or something, and or work, and I could function, man. And I could get that. I just remember thinking, there's no way in hell I will ever drink until I'm drunk by choice again, if I have access to this stuff. So that was, I mean, so yeah, by the time I was 16 and I got my license, dude, I was smoking weed every day. And I was very lucky to have an older cousin that was the shit, and kind of was doing some pretty amazing things at 18 and 19 years old with cannabis in our little hometown when it came to just kind of moving it around. And so when I was 16 and 17, of all my friends, like I was the dude with the bag of swag always, and worked all the time, played soccer all the time. I did good in school, but I was high as shit the entire time. You know, so yeah, it's first time.
It's nice. Yeah, you know, it's. I was one of those guys that had it all the time too, but I had, you know, I had that was able to get it easier than most folks. It was around the homestead at that point. I was able to swipe it a little easier than most were.
Oh yeah.
Uh, I'm
Yeah,
glad, like
see,
with my
like
stuff, it just seemed to feel right for you, though, eh?
oh, immediate. Yeah, it was one of those things where like, you know, we all go through shit and stuff like that. But like the older I get, the more I kind of connect the dots. And I like my brother and I were in a pretty bad car wreck when I was 14. And basically I went through like quietly went through a lot of like PTSD and stress. And I was terrified in cars for like a year until I basically started driving myself. And then it kind of chilled out a little bit. But I think that like, you know, the half a year leading up to the first time I smoked pot, I was just fucking wrecked, like emotionally, just from that car wreck, you know. And yeah, I think that like looking back on it now, I think I just got relief for the first time, and I was, you know, chilling with my you know with my boys, having a good time, and it was like, you know, just the perfect thing. And then I fell in love with smoking weed and listening to music, you know. So basically, by like the second or third time I got high, I was sitting in the backseat of one of my buddy's cars. He was a couple years older than me on the soccer team, and we were passing around a joint, and he put on a Perfect Circle, and like that's the dude from Tool, one of his other bands, and basically it blew my mind. I was just sitting in that back seat in another world, and I and then like the next two times I listened to Led Zeppelin, like any other good stoner will, and changed my life. And so basically, until I found growing weed, I was that guy that like by the time I was in college, I was getting weed and then taking any extra money I had past buying weed and going to the record shop and basically just kind of thumbing through old vinyl, coming back, smoking some weed, listening to some vinyl, going to work and school, rinse, repeat. So, but then I started growing weed, and then it all, you know, changed. So, but yeah, my parents are like really strict. I don't even think my mom or my dad, both of them, have ever smoked pot ever. So I had a couple of uncles that smoked weed, and a couple like older cousins that did, luckily. So but still, like, you know, it definitely, my cousin moved out of his house by the time he was 18, pretty much because he was, you know, already smoking a lot of pot, and the family was just like, you know better, and if you're not going to do anything differently, then take care of yourself, you know what I mean? And like he did just that, you know. He did very good. He worked a really good job, and he hustled too, and I just benefited a lot from his hustle. Like you know, I was like a junior in high school, and I'd call him at like 7 a.m. in the morning and be like, hey, I'm gonna really want some weed later, and you know, I don't want to bug you at work. And he'd be like half asleep, and I'm like, come on, bud, you know. So I really was spoiled when it came to again having weed on me in like high school and stuff like that. So Smiley talks about doing gravity bongs and stuff like that, which is awesome, because I definitely was a gravity bong guy, and I had like traveling gravity bongs. So like sometimes I'd pull up at a party, and it'd be like 10:30. Party had been going for a little while, and then there'd be like 10 or 15 people lined up at the back of my Jeep ready to hit the gravity bong that was in my backpack, you know. And you know, so that was high school, dude, you know. So it was oh man, the thought of swagging a gravity bong right now, just it that taste, man, you never forget it. But yeah, man.
So do you remember some of the flavors that were going around that time, or was it, you know, still right around
Just
the
swag, bro.
brickweed phrase?
Just brickweed,
Swag.
yeah. Like, so I grew up in like pretty much rural North Carolina. So yeah, so basically I'm sure there was homegrown around, in certain circles in the cities, and hell, probably even the cut. But yeah, dude, for the youth, man, it was just brickweed all day for like the first 3 years of my smoking career. By the time, pretty much until I went to college in Charlotte, the big city is Charlotte, North Carolina. It's a pretty big city. I had never even really had access to buy even beasters. So like I got busted with weed my senior year in high school, going to visit my college, like, or one of the colleges I'd gotten into. So you get to do this like official college visit or whatever, and you can sign out of class. And basically, signed out of class with my buddy Jacob, actually, the first dude I ever smoked pot with. And long story short, we got pulled over, and I got busted with weed. And I was on probation for a year. I still graduated high school, but like I had to pretty much stay in my hometown and go to the community college for a year, which sucked, man, because all my friends went off to the universities and stuff like that. And they came home at Thanksgiving break with beasters, you know what I'm saying? And to a dude that only had swag, beasters blew my mind. And I was on probation during that, so I couldn't even really smoke it. Like I had like all this community service and drug alcohol assessment rehab classes where you basically just learned about meth, and it was just crazy. But basically, my buddies were like, dude, whenever you can smoke again, this shit is out there, and that was awesome. So by the time I got to Charlotte, that's when flavors popped up, so the first flavor of cannabis besides beasters and headies, like it was always beasters and headies, and that was like $40 an eighth versus $60 an eighth. But there was never really a name to it. It was just beasters and headies. So that was like for pretty much the year that I was like going to community college and all my boys were at university. But when I got to Charlotte, I pretty quickly met this real cool fella, ended up being my roommate for a year. He was probably more like yourself, like his family was down on some level. So, his parents were pretty down. His mom's, like his circle was like, music festival, good people, just like, so basically I ended up becoming a botanical gardener at the university. And I met this dude. He was the only other gardener in this big ass university with me. It was like a work study program for like a student loan or something. And when I saw him, I was like, that dude smoked weed immediately. And he probably thought the same thing with me. If I had my crazy ass hair like I do right now, I'm sure he thought that. But basically, within like a day or two of us kind of looking at each other across the garden, and I was like, I can't remember who asked who, but I was a dude that had the apartment right off campus. And I said, dude, my apartment, you want to go smoke after work? And he was like, hell yeah. So we get to my apartment and he pulls out, I had some like headies or whatever, but he pulls out some stuff and he's like, this is strawberry cough. And I said, what the fuck? Wait, what? It's got a name, plus it has strawberry in it. It was like kind of one of those things where I had never even really, I don't even know if I'd even read a High Times magazine at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like I loved cannabis, but I just never, I was 19. I just, I don't know, just never come across one really. Again, in the South, they're not like in a ton of stores. You have to get it like a head shop. But basically, he explained to me, that the legend is that it should potentially taste like strawberries on the XL. And I remember just hearing that. I was like, fucking A, man, there's whole layers of this that I'm probably about to explore if I'm lucky. So make a long story short, within a couple days, I was with him going to his dude, and the dude had some Kill Bill when we walked in. And I sat down and he had a glass on glass bong that was probably like 2 feet tall. And he had this like, it looked like a heat gun. Actually, I think it was a heat gun. And it like the piece on this glass bong, it was like this vaporizer attachment thing. And he said that he could only get it in Germany or something. And I still to this day don't even really know what it is, but it was like this big glass slide that went into the bong, into the beaker bottom. And then it was like a place where you put your weed. And then it had this big, almost like conical thing attached to it that the heat gun would fit into. And the heat gun was like, I guess, like the element, and he would just heat this gun up and then just start pulling on the bong. And it was like the dopest vaporizer I've ever seen in my life. And I thought he was burning it, but no, he was like, this is how you vape. And this guy was pretty amazing. But basically, he was the first connect to like Cali weed, you know. So he just was like, I don't really sell a bunch of weed, but I do hook little dude up over here. And, you know, if y'all are buddies and, you know, he's cool, then I'll hook you up. You can just basically, whenever he's getting some, let him know you need some and I'll get you some. So pretty much for the next like year and a half, you know, that is when I was introduced to like Cinderella 99, Chernobyl, you know, Cali Orange, like just a couple of different ones where, you know, it tasted like oranges and it wasn't like peels, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't, yeah, just the genetic expression was actually, you know, you could tell. And in the different structures and, you know, the buds just, I remember just like looking at these, half the time they would come in these little black cosmetic containers, like these little circular black cosmetic containers that would have like a you know, like a peanut butter jar lid, you know, the little white lid when you open up a new jar of peanut butter and you pull that lid off, like a seal, the little white seal under yeah. So they had those. It was like they'd come in 1/2 ounce little jars, and the nugs were just so dank. And like, you know, when people talk about how weed's not how it used to be, there's fireweed now, in my opinion. There was fireweed then, but you know, I felt like there was just something about back in the day, and maybe actually it was the amount of money people were getting for it. They could put more money into producing it, you know, or they could take a little more, you know, they cared a little more, you know, like I guess when a pound was still going for 3, you know, or 35 in California, and it was outdoor, you know, or good greenhouse or light depth, you know, I don't know. I just feel like that pretty quickly the quality started to drop, you know, and only when you got really good small batch, like, you know, from a grower that really gave a shit and was growing it for medicine as well, that's when you're like, oh shit, this is the stuff I was getting in college, you know. And hey, maybe it was just, you know, dudes like us that were sending those small packs to my guy and I just didn't know it. But I was lucky enough to come across some fire ass weed. It nearly broke me financially, which helped me, you know, start growing, you know what I mean? But you know, basically quit college about a year and a half, 2 years later, and moved to another city in North Carolina near the horticulture college. Because basically even some of my professors at Charlotte were just like, dude, you should be at a different college for plants. But basically I said, okay. So I was yeah, that botanical garden that I worked at was part of the college, and it was kind of like the remnants of a past program. And it was these beautiful greenhouses and 2 botanical gardens. And one of the managers there basically really liked me, and she was awesome. And she hooked me up with like a 8-week or a 12-week, basically like an internship at a local nursery in Charlotte. And they're just a badass ornamental nursery. They'd sold a lot of bedding plants and stuff, like all year, like annuals, perennials, and maybe some trees and shrubs. I'm pretty sure just annuals and perennials and like tropicals and stuff to landscape companies and stuff like that. But she basically was like, I think this is what you would enjoy doing with your life, is you're good with plants out in the garden and yada yada. So I went and worked for these 2 brothers that own a nursery. And within the first day of him telling me kind of what his lifestyle was, and then also the sprint in the spring and the rush of revenue that can happen if you play those cards right, and then just what the potential is with plants and cultivating plants. You know, yeah, I just immediately was like, this is where I need to be at, or people like this. This is so like business school and all that. Like I kind of wish I finished business school now. But yeah, at that point in my life, I had zero passion for everything I was doing in school. But when it came to just learning how to grow plants and falling in love with good cannabis at the same time, like I immediately was just like, if there's another American growing this plant legally, um, then I want to figure out how to do that. Um, so until then, I just pretty much used any opportunity I could to figure out how to grow plants, like in containers, because I knew, I think that's how you grow weed, I think. But I'd never really, I didn't know anybody that grew weed. You know, again, like the most I knew was people smoking weed, you know, and usually not that good at weed, just only like a couple of people in my life did. So yeah, I just started slinging flats of plants and freaking 1 gallon, you know, lantanas and all types of just flowers and shit for weeks and weeks and weeks, and had a blast, and pretty much just kind of learned basic nursery work. And then that internship ran up, and the same lady that got me a job, basically her husband was this like badass old deadhead dude who like gave up weed for his wife. They dated in college, and then he like just went off planting trees around the country for like 10 years. And then, you know, reached out to her when he was like 30 and was just like, you know, what you doing? And she was like, you know, basically like, hey, we'll try it again, but I got this serious job in you know, a state where it's still illegal, and we'll try it if you'll quit smoking pot. So like, you know, this dude, you know, he's a hell of a dude. So, you know, he quit smoking pot, came back to North Carolina, and helped build this like tree planting company. It was like a wetland restoration company, basically. And she was just like, it's the hardest work I know of, but I think that you could potentially do it. And basically, I got a job doing wetland restoration work and planting basically bare root trees, like in fucking swamps and shit. And it was badass, super hard work. But by the time like I'd worked there for a couple of months, you know, I could plant a few thousand trees in an hour or in a few hours. And I mean, you use a thing called a hodad, and, you know, depending on the type of tree and the, you know, softness of the ground, I mean, you can kind of windmill your way through a field, and it's super fucking cool. But like they'll do these like stream bed restorations through wetlands, and then they have to plant the banks, you know, with like a bunch of root systems so that the erosion control, you know, for erosion control. And we do a lot of cloning and stuff in our line of work with cannabis and all that. And like there's this thing called live staking that we did, where we would literally just walk out into the site with these giant bags, and they look like a huge tool bag. And in your bag, you have trees, you know, like literally just bundles and bundles of bare root trees, kind of like Johnny's doing with his cuttings in the sand right now. Like that's the first thing I thought of, is like that's how a lot of these nurseries grow these bare root trees, are in these giant sand traps, and they pull them out and shake the sand off, and they're these just bare root trees. But basically, we would do these things called live staking, where we would, get these huge bundles of basically like willows and silky dogwoods, these like red sticks, and create like an 18 or 24 inch just like stake, like a big tent stake or nail. And we would just pound them into the stream bank like nails, you know. And fucking a month or two later, dude, those sticks will sprout freaking, you know, branches. And like, you know, you just pound them in, and then where you split the top from the hammer, you just cut it off with a pair of loppers. And then it's just, you know, cleans up that top edge, so it's not just like pounded. And yeah, dude, you could put like 200 of those up, you know, on a stream bank, and then by the time, you know, in a couple of months, there's like 200 little trees with pretty deep roots shooting into that stream bank. And anyways, basically I planted trees for like a year with them, and saved up a lot of money, and moved to Raleigh, Durham area, basically. And within a couple of months, dude, I had enough money to take a couple of months off work and set up my first garden. I kind of made the decision, that when I relocated, I was gonna kind of stop interacting and talking to anybody that I really kind of, either didn't want to fuck up their life, or I didn't think they could be, not trouble. And I had been collecting seeds since I fell in love with cannabis when I was 15 or 16. Like I'm sure a ton of growers have done. It's like, well, this is a good bag of weed. I'm gonna save a couple of these seeds. This is a good bag of weed. I'm gonna save a couple of these seeds. And yeah, I took that 10,000. I had about $10,000 after I moved to a new city and signed a new lease, and I took half of that and bought a bunch of grow gear because one night, with not really knowing shit except for the little bit that I learned kind of doing the nursery work that I was doing, and I started 70 seeds, and basically I just went through like a few hundred, like a sandwich bag, about that deep in seeds that I've been saving for about 4 or 5 years easy. And I planted like 70 or 75 of them in like a 10-20 seed germination flat that I had taken home from the nursery dumpster and cleaned and kept until the day that I did this. And I fucking put it on top of a dresser in my closet. And 2 days later, dude, they were popping the soil, and I was like an idiot. Like a lot of excited growers, I didn't even have a light yet, so but I was smart enough to know, like, these things are going to be fucked up in a day, or at least shittier in a day if I don't get something on it. So went to the hydro shop for the first time, so that led me to the hydro shop for the first time. And dude, this is the vibe I kind of get from this channel is I kind of feel like I'm at the hydro shop just kicking it, just basically shooting the shit with growers as they come in, and that shit's awesome. So, but yeah, I walked in and I bought a freaking 2-foot by 1-foot T5, little 4-bulb T5, $100, $120 light, and I'm sure that like there's so many moms just sitting under a little 2-foot T5 right now, they're still decent lights. But yeah, dude, so bought that light and put it over those seeds, and then dude, it was just like shit just took off. You know how it is, it don't slow down. So I got to work on building my first room, and I grew up kind of learning handyman work and shit. So the first thing I went to Home Depot and bought a drill and a handsaw and one of those like guides where you can put a 2x4 and you can like cut angles and stuff with a handsaw, because I wasn't about to light up a skill saw in my fucking living room in that subdivision I was living in. So but basically this was like before tents, so I put some super thick plywood up in the attic, in my attic space. So I had an attic. My first grow was an attic grow, and shit. By the time that was done, about 2 weeks later, there was 2 600 watts open Econo wing hoods, the old Sunlight Supply Econo wings. You remember those? They're like $30. So yeah, basically, yeah. So 2 600s, and I think all those seedlings had probably been put into solo cups by that point. I think it was pretty simply like a 70-30, like sunshine peat to perlite, you know what I mean, mix. And when I went in there to that hydro shop and I said, hey, I need a light, I also said, I'm also interested in just like the highest quality organics that you got. And the like one product catalog that I'd gotten a hold of before all this, maybe like a year before all this. And that was the only thing I really had ever seen or read. I didn't have the balls to get on the internet and look at anything via weed related at that age. And but I thought that like everything was bottled nutrients. Like to grow good weed, you had to use bottled nutrients, and so the dude sold me BioBiz, like the full line, and I'm glad he did. I'm glad I started with BioBiz. Excuse me. But yeah, basically it was 3-gallon pots after those solo cups, the 3-gallon pots. And I had like 50 or 52 females out of those 70 some seeds. And I would kill to have that garden again, because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing then. And I was just this like fucking dude in an attic for like 6 months, you know, and it was like, you know, the A-frame part of the attic, and the hoods were like, you know, this, and I had the 4-inch carbon filter mounted on the fucking ceiling right here, and it went out to the attic fan that vented when it got really hot. And I mean, it was a badass little setup. I mean, I'm quite proud of myself. It took me a long time to get it kind of light tight and everything like that. But yeah, the genetic diversity in that garden was insane. There every single plant was so fucking different, and they all smelled so different. A lot of them were like really sativa-ish, or you know, whatever you want to say, because I had some plants that like hit the ceiling and grew over the hood and kind of back around. And I didn't even really understand topping, I guess, at that point either. And yeah, that ended up kind of being my first grow, dude. And I grew it like 12 and 13 weeks because some of the plants were sativas, and I was like, dude, are these gonna dense up? You know, because like I was smoking like a lot of sour diesel at that point, and it was kind of one of those things where I kind of, you know, I didn't really know any better, so I kept waiting for it to, you know, finish up or densen up a little bit, and I ended up just with like 50 different strains of keef, and a lot of the bud was like, you know, I wasn't like that proud of it, but I ended up keefing it and making a really awesome amount of dry sift that held me until my next grow. So I don't even remember what you asked me to get me started on that, dude, but that's kind of the first grow. So
Gotta appreciate the headache, bro. You know, it sounds like you had a decent setup there, man. I
oh
had
yeah.
one myself. Lugging the water up there can be a task all in itself. Pulling the plants down to be harvested on the ladder. Work, work, work. But
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. No, the yeah, no, there's so many, like, just thinking back on the freaking attic grow, like by the time that house was done, man, it was like a tower, pretty much. Like the bedroom and the closet and the attic that you got to from that bedroom closet, I had all going by like a year later. But yeah, dude, I know some of my neighbors had to have known what I was doing, because you know, you can hear up in an attic, like the eaves and like the fuck. I mean, it's pretty, and you know, we were stupid young, you know, and I had a roommate at the time that did help me, you know, a decent amount when I needed it, but it was mostly me doing all that. But um, specifically, I was when you said stairs, you go into the attic, and it was one of those things where you kind of pulled the door down from the ceiling, you know, and I we were I'd been working up there for maybe 3 days, and I had some plastic finally hung, and I heard like a you know, like a tap on the plastic, and I was just like kind of up through the ceiling. I was like, what the fuck is that? And luckily I was in the room, so I just kind of took a couple steps into the closet and pulled down the door, and there was a squirrel looking right down at me, like sitting right at the top of that stairs, just like, hey fucker, this is my spot. What you doing up here, you know? And and yeah, I took off after him and proceeded to, for like the next 24 hours, just like hunt this squirrel, and it ended up being 3 of them. And I chased them out finally, and I had a 2-story house, so I had to get up on top of the second story, and I found this hole in the eave about that big, and the sun was coming up, and I was out there, you know, just baked out of my mind, you know, but getting the job done. And I look up, and I'm like hammering on the side of this house, like you know, like a dumbass. So I didn't even really think like, oh, I could wait till like 8 o'clock. I just need to get this squirrel out and not let him get back in. And I look up, and there's this like dude who clearly had just retired, you know, and these fucking college kids moving across the street, and they're clearly on drugs and smoking tons of pot. And um, I look up, and I'm like crouched on the eave of this roof, you know, just like, hey man, you know, and he's just like, you guys doing some work over there? And I was just like, oh shit, you know. And I was like, hey man, can't have these squirrels getting into all my shit I'm storing up here. And he was just like, yeah, you know. So kind of was uneasy from the start when it came to like, oh god, I need to be really careful here. But yeah, it was kind of, I definitely had that mentality then of like, if I'm gonna do this and potentially go to jail, I might as well grow more than fucking 10 plants. You know what I mean? It was, so like pretty much back in the day before I went to California, I didn't even think about numbers, to be quite honest, ever. I know that's kind of stupid, but if it was clonable, if there was a branch that needed to be chopped off, it got cloned, and I ran high numbers in a table. So like I did like, I talked about it with Smiling Chat briefly, and I loved it. But basically, I would drop clones into like 4-inch square pots with really big drain holes in the bottom, and it was basically like a short squat, like a solo cup, and you could fit like 40 of these things easily on a 4x4 table. And I would build, because I couldn't bring flood tables into my house in the South. You can't do that shit. So basically I would get plywood and 2x4s and pond liner and build a drain table or flood table. But yeah, I would drop those clones right into a 4-inch pot and veg them for like 5 to 7 days maybe. And then I would set that 4-inch pot right into a 1-gallon pot that would be like half full of soil, like fresh soil, and like probably ocean forest at the time. And I'd pack in a little soil around that pot, and then I'd put it on the table, and then just put like like that second up pot was like right as you went into flowering, and you get that stretch and it really kind of pulls newts. And if you get fresh soil there, man, it really, can haul ass into flowering. And that's kind of what I figured out was, shit, about 3-4 weeks in, shit was getting decently deficient. I was using organics. I was trying not to overfeed, stuff like that. But that second up pot with the small, well, not up pot, but stacking, I guess is kind of what people call it. Yeah, dude, I could put, 30 plus plants on a table and put a dripper in each, like one dripper in the first little square pot and one dripper in the 1-gallon pot. And basically, just haul ass. So like I ended up, my second grow, I was really lucky to end up getting some cuttings, actually 2 plants and like maybe 5 or 6 cuttings from a dude I never even met. He actually was friends with my roommate, and she kind of broke the cardinal rule and was like, I guess this guy at work that she really trusted kind of told her, hey, I'm growing, but I'm moving and I need to shut down my garden. Do you think you might want to start growing? And she was just like, well, holy shit, my roommate just did. So I'll take those. And they ended up being Afghani, man. Like for like 2 grows, I didn't even know what the fuck I had. I just knew I had something very special. Like she just showed up in the middle of the night with this shit. And I was just like, what the fuck are you doing? And I was happy, but also nervous. But the first grow I knew from bag seed, I was like, if this is a clone, I was smart enough to know it's probably been hunted. And pretty much 10 weeks later, man, I was pulling my first crop from those like few clones that he sent already rooted. And it was awesome. And I think that, like, I don't know if that was Afghani 1 or what, or if it was just Afghani. I know there's a ton of those and yada, yada. But somebody, I don't know if it was Captain 420, somebody recently did talk about like a cut of Afghani that was going around either the Midwest or maybe it was AB 420 AB normal, talking about some cut of Afghani that went around in like the 80s or 90s or something. And this dude was like, fuck, he's probably in his early 50s now. Like, cause I did ask a little bit about the fella and she was just like, he's this age, blah, blah, blah. But, I perk up anytime I hear about that Afghani because it's one of the few that got away. And fucking A, dude, it helped me fall in love with like cultivation. Like, cause it helped me be successful. It was like when people, dude, there really are genetics out there that can make bad growers look pretty good. You know what I mean? They're like, it's just, and that Afghani was definitely one of them. I could pull well over a pound under a 600 without trying hard. And that was like a 600 watt single ended that had been run probably 3 or 4 fucking goes too, yeah, that Afghani was awesome. And that was kind of my first kind of production cut. And I tried to take that thing to Cali. And like an idiot, I didn't quite understand cuttings yet. Like putting a bunch of cuttings in a cooler, unrooted, and I didn't have anybody that I could trust to mail me anything like that. So I shit you not, I tried to literally drive. Well, I did. my girlfriend and I, when we moved to California in 2011, we drove my Jeep with a 6x12 U-Haul trailer attached to it. And it was a fucking epic. It was an amazing journey. But in the back of that trailer was a U-Haul box with a fucking Afghan mom in it that was like 2 feet tall. And that thing came into the hotel with us like every single night we stopped. And I kept it alive for 9 days going across the country. Like it's me, my girl, our 2 cats, and my Afghan mom in a fucking Days Inn in Amarillo, Texas for a couple of days when we got snowed in. I mean, it was just crazy. And then we were in Flagstaff, Arizona, and it was -2 when we left that morning. And when I put that plant in that trailer, I knew it was going to be dead by the time we got to that checkpoint that we didn't even know about either. So that was the other craziest thing is we made it all the way across the country. I brought not only that plant, but like a fucking, I brought basically a unit with me of my last harvest because I didn't know who I was going to meet, and I definitely had to have my smoke with me, So I had all my gear. I had like fucking 4 lights and all my gear. I had, fucking most of my girlfriend's stuff and my stuff. That I left so much of my stuff home just to take all the new higher priorities. And we basically, I don't know if anybody that's driven this drive will know this shit, but when you're coming west on I-40 and you come from Arizona into California, you have to go through like a checkpoint, and it's like an agricultural checkpoint mainly, making sure that you're not bringing in like, a bunch of trees or produce or something that could have like all types of shit on it, like bugs or disease or something, because California is like a massive agricultural state. A lot of people may not even know that. Yeah, they grow a lot of weed there, but like, there's an enormous ag industry there, and they're trying to protect that. So basically though, we come around this bend in the highway, and it's just this fucking checkpoint. And my girlfriend is like super shy, like she's way smarter than me, dude. She's like, we actually were like moving out there for her job, so like she would never let me do this now. I'd never do this now. I don't even know how I had the nuts to do it back then. But I just look at her and I'm just like, it's gonna be okay. So we pull up there, and the cop is immediately like, pull over there and check your trailer. And I was like, okay. But yeah, basically I knew the plant was already probably dead too, because it had frozen like 5 hours before. So I was like, if we get fucking busted because of this dead ass plant in the back of this trailer, I'm gonna fucking shit. Yeah, we pretty much I get out of the Jeep and go around to the back of the trailer with a guy, and we open up the trailer, and he's just kind of looking around, and that fucking box is right in front of his face, man. And I'm just standing there, not high, because like it was probably like 7 hours after we left the hotel, and I fucking hit my one hitter in the shower probably before I left, so I was definitely not stoned. And but basically the cop was just looking around, and he was like, any plants in here? And I was like, what? And he was like, any plants in here? And I was like, nah, man. And I was like, sorry, it's so messy back here. He's like, dude, this is a very well-packed trailer. But I was like, I think there's some like succulents or something in like a little terrarium up in the Jeep with the cats, if you want to go look at that. And he was like, nah, man, I'm good. Just going to shut it up and we're good. And I was like, all right. So, so like thank God didn't smell anything, didn't see anything. And he let us go. And I got back in the Jeep and pretty much took the next exit we could when we got into California. And there's not many before you kind of get to the city, but we took the next exit. And my girlfriend looked at me and said, I'm going to kill you one day. Basically it was the funniest thing in the world. But I was so proud of her and me to just basically, get into California and not go to jail. And that was a big feat. And honestly, like, I can't believe I tried to bring an entire 2-gallon plant all the way across the country. It's the dumbest thing. I've done some pretty dumb shit, and you learn the hard way. But that one Like I've kept cuttings in the refrigerator for like months, you know, like a good 6 weeks I've kept clones in the refrigerator and rooted them just fine. But like I thought, oh man, the only way I'll get these genetics to California is if I try and take a fucking plant in a box. But hey, you know, you live and learn. And thank God we didn't go to jail. But yeah, man, that's how I lost the Afghani. So.
Be sweating bullets, man. Sweating bullets. Dead plant or not, I'd still be in there.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The weird thing is that like I've been in plenty of situations where, you know, I probably was too baked or I had the different ratio that I needed. And like, I felt like, oh man, I can't cap this anxiety as well as I want right now. And yeah, the fucking bullets did come. But that particular time, I was definitely nervous, but I don't know if it was just a different level of risk that, you know, I've been in some spots, but I don't know if it was, you know, my girl being in the car. I don't know, but I had like an extra strength and I was like, it was almost like I had that like high school confidence again, you know, where you can like, you know, you're pretty calm, you know, that I definitely remember thinking that like, if I would have showed any nerves, I think he would have looked a little harder and he might have seen the one grow box that I did not put into another box. And it was a 4-inch inline fan, like the old Sunlight Supply, black metal fucking inline fan. And for some reason, that little blue box with the yellow writing had like fallen forward in the fucking trailer and it was kind of in view, you know, and I always, you know, have thought like, fuck, if I was, you know, if my nerves were eating me alive at that point, he could have, if he sensed that, he might have dug a little harder. But yeah, that particular time, I held my shit pretty well. So, but yeah, I'll never forget the way my girl looked at me though. Like she's the coolest chick in the world. To obviously, you know, we all have some cool ones to let us do what we do and put up with the bullshit that comes with this life. But yeah, her giving me that evil eye, like I didn't know we were gonna have to go through that now. You know? So I was like, I didn't either, babe. I'm so sorry. But good times, and we basically got to the hotel, and I pulled that dead plant out, and I put it in the fucking armoire, like in the little like I pulled out the little like you know shit where you're supposed to put your clothes, and I basically I put up a fucking T5 in that bitch, tried to bring it back to life, and we told the maid, nope, can't come in here. We got 2 cats and they're kind of freaked out about everything. So, you know, we'll come get towels and stuff, but basically just like we had the do not disturb sign on our room for like 5 or 7 days. While I just, you know, I just put it in there and fucking threw some water on it, put the light up and was like, if you come back, you deserve it. You know, other than that, I got to look for a house. And basically we just looked for a house and found a house. And, yeah, by the time we were moving into that house, man, that shit was going into the fucking dumpster. But I did bring a bunch of seeds with me, and before, like an ex-girlfriend back in North Carolina, her dad was like one of the only growers that by the time I started growing that I kind of knew about. And it wasn't until like, you know, we had already broken up, but we were still kind of friends and stuff. And she just was like, hey, do you think you would ever want some cannabis seeds? Because you're a plant dude and you smoke a lot of weed, and I think you'll probably grow weed one day. And I was like, sure. And she came back with this bag of like 30 seeds. And I was like, cool. And then I just kind of labeled them, you know. Well, I remember telling him, she was like, he probably ordered them on the internet. And that was like the only access to like legitimate genetics, you know, in seed form that I came across before I moved to California. And I had 30, what ended up being 30 feminized white widow seeds. Now, I don't know, you know, if they were from greenhouse or what, but like this dude had money, you know, like they were stored at his lake house. And she basically was like, he had like 100 of them or something. So like, he's not even going to know that 30 of them went missing. And I was just like, you know, I didn't know you stole it, you know, like basically I was like, well, look at the label and tell me what the hell they are. And if it doesn't have a label, then just ask your dad, because, you know, she didn't give a shit. And yeah, she basically just said they were feminized white widows. And so when I started growing, And the first batch of seeds, I either didn't have them at that point, which I don't think I did. And maybe it was like after my first batch or first grow that I got those. I can't remember, but I ended up popping 10 of them. That's the point of it. So in my first year, I popped 10 of those White Widow seeds, and all of them were females. And it was kind of like my first kind of, like, oh, wow, this feminized seed thing, I guess it really can work. You know what I mean? Like they can say they're femmes and fucking, hey, they're all females. And I remember kind of beating the shit out of a few of them, trying to get them to be males because I actually wanted some pollen, because again, I didn't have access to genetics or seed or mini clones. And I had that Afghani clone. And I thought, shit, if I could get some White Widow male pollen, I'd hit it to that Afghani clone and then just keep those, and but basically 3 of the 10 females ended up like doing well, and one and doing well meaning that they like got to the end of term and they had smokable bud that was like, I want to grow this again, or that my buddies or me were like, hey man, this is some pretty good shit. But one of them had an extremely sweet, like a really sweet note to it. I don't know. Like at that point, I didn't even really know what different terp profiles were and shit. I just said this is a really awesome profile and it's really fucking sweet. And it did grow like the Afghani buds were more like dense. Like a bud that was the same size as the White Widow, it'd be like a third heavier by weight, the Afghani. But the White Widow had like the resin glands on it that looked almost like half the size, and it just looked like white sugar. It like the White Widow really was just covered in just beautiful white sugar, and it had like small orange hairs, a good amount of like orange hairs I remember coming through on these seeds. And again, they might not even been White Widow, maybe she was just like saying the only thing she fucking knew it was. But being that they all turned out female when she said that, and then one of them really was a very desirable smoke, I thought, hey, this could be a White Widow. So pretty much in Carolina, I ran Afghani, that White Widow cut, and then basically same thing. That same girl, she fucking broke a branch off of a blueberry or a bubblegum plant that her dad had, and then just like showed up and gave it to me. And I was just like, what the hell? And I was like, don't do that. Like literally, like, thank you, but don't do that. Like if I was your dad, I'd be mad as shit. And like, I don't want him thinking that I asked you to do that. But I did clone it, and but it ended up being, I think, just probably from seed, and it just wasn't a desirable pheno because I ran it probably 4 times and I never could get a good terp profile out of it. The smoke was decent, but it was just like it was nothing special. So the White Widow and the Afghani basically were kind of like, again, what helped me grow successfully in Carolina, but also get the fuck out of Carolina. You know what I mean? And actually, when I start to think about those strains, when I first got to California, I took like probably 4 months off and basically just kind of my girlfriend, again, super dope, and she got a really good job in California at that point in time, and we lived up in the mountains way above that job. And so she would just go down to her job in the valley, which is like 30 minutes down the mountain, and I would pretty much just hike around the forest and smoke joints and just basically figure out kind of, what the fuck I wanted to do and how to get started out there. And pretty much just got to a point where I was like, man, it's gonna be easier to just go to the local hydro shop and try and get a job. And then that'll kind of give me a direction on where to start my garden and all that kind of stuff. And I'd already started 6 of those White Widow seeds. Actually, that was the only thing I had that was like, again, kind of with a name on it. So I popped 6 more of those White Widows before I even got my medical card. So like a bonehead, I moved to California, got a rental house, and then started more seeds without even getting a card, and just fucking stuck in my prohibitionist ways, I guess. And but yeah, I went down to the valley, took my resume, went to the local hydro shop, and pretty much got a job that day. And everybody there thought I was a cop for like the first few weeks, easy, probably a month. I had a little shorter hair then, and I also just was super pumped, like just like, yo, I'm in California. Let's grow some fucking weed. Let's learn about it. Like, and a lot of these dudes, like, well, the owner was just a cool dude, and he was only a few years older than me, man. He's a pretty young owner for a hydro shop, and he'd been growing for years. And but basically, he just was like, he looked at me, he's like, "So do you grow?" And I was like, I was so stuck in my ways that I didn't really know where those lines were at in California. Like even in Cali, like, do people just talk about this shit? Because I come from a state where if you say like, yo, I grow weed in the hydro shop, you get kicked out. You know what I mean? Like, they'll be like, get the fuck out of here, just in case you're a cop or whatever. But yeah, like I remember looking at that owner and like, what am I supposed to say here, man? Like my whole resume basically says like I grow and this is kind of what I do, but it never says weed. And you just need me to tell you that I grow weed? Like, am I going to get myself in trouble? And he was just like, dude, do you grow weed? And I was just like, yeah, dude, I fucking grow weed. I moved to Cali because I was growing weed and I want to grow weed and I want to do it legally. And then he was like, come in here, man. I'm just going to ask you a few questions. And he basically just started fucking throwing grow questions at me. And very quickly realized that like I was a organic bottled nutrient grower and none of them boys were. Like they were all fucking cocoa, fucking house and garden or canna, psychonutrients, just fucking slamming it. These dudes really were real production growers. They knew how to fucking crank out that weight and pick genetics that can handle it. But they, like, the dude literally was just like, yo, you grow differently than us. That's great. I want a staff member that can kind of do that. And this dude walks in right as we're kind of finishing that conversation. And it's like this guy, and he just kind of yells at the owner and he's like, hey, man, I can't take this shit anymore, man. My fucking lungs can't take this shit anymore. And the owner's like, what you talking about, man? He's just like, man, I think it's all this GH, man. And he's a deep horticulture grower. And he just ran 3-part, GH 3-part. And he was like, man, I'm making money, but I need to grow my own smoke differently. And he's like, I've been smoking this shit for like 3 years straight. And the owner kind of looked at me and he was just like, hey man, you want to handle this one? And I wasn't even like hired yet. And he was just like, I would literally go over there and suggest to him the exact line that you were just telling me you ran last. And that was the general organics. Just the general organics line, the general hydroponics bottled organics line they came out with. They came out with that like a year or two after I started growing and kind of worked my way to that and ended up just kind of with a workable recipe from that. And I like the end quality product and all that. So I ended up just going over there to this dude and telling him about that. And the guy walked out the door with, a couple 1 gallon, general organics bottles, and was going to try it in some peat, like just a peat based soil instead of a deep horticulture. And the whole point of this was I started working in the hydro shop and the owner was like, yo, so this is so-and-so and so-and-so, and they'll be working with you. And this little motherfucker, like this 18-year-old dude, he had just got his medical card, but he had been growing weed since he was like 14 years old, right? His dad is this big ass fucking nurseryman in the valley. So like he had probably, he knew how to scale shit too. So like his balls were like as big as his head and his mouth was even bigger. And he's so fun to be around. And this motherfucker literally was like, hey, you from the East Coast? What you growing? And I was just like, man, I just got done growing White Widow and Afghani. And he looked at me and laughed so fucking hard. He was like, what is this, 1982? And I mean, like everyone in the shop kind of cut up. And I just looked at him and I was like, hey, man, I thought it was pretty fire, but that was all I could get my hands on, And I mean, you don't know what it's like to fucking grow in a state where you take what you can get, And he's like, I don't care, man. You're old as shit growing those strains. And so I got a big kick out of that he basically just laughed in my face because I was growing the older school strains. And but it gave me an appreciation for like the dude, this is a big country and it is so fucking different on the East Coast, especially in the South compared to California and even Michigan. Like Michigan still blows my mind. Like, oh yeah, by the way, people, I'm in Southwest Michigan. I'm in Michigan now. So went from Carolina to California to Michigan. So I probably could have said that earlier. But basically, yeah, dude, that guy was fucking hilarious. And, that was just a lot of fun. That dude, so this was in 2012. So Blue Dream was fucking killing it then. Like every grower that I met grew Blue Dream, at least 50 to 75% of their garden for just production. And like that particular guy, he ran 4 light rooms. He did 4,000 waters, single-ended in a bedroom, and he put 5-gallon pots in saucers right on the ground and just basically grew Christmas trees. He didn't even fucking top his plants. He would just put his clones right into those 3 gallons, and he would run house and garden, and he did Aptus fertilizer like supplements. And this dude was like 18 years old, pulling 2 pounds of light and in the motherfucking Central Valley where it's hot as shit. Like it'd be like 110 degrees outside. And he was able to like just pull his quality and yields. And it was cool to be around, fuckers like that. I could actually talk about weed. And I'd fucking A, dude. Like I worked at that hydro shop for only maybe 3 or 4 months until I kind of was at a point where, I could get back to my garden up in the mountains. But I asked like tons and tons of questions. You know what I mean? It's like every grower. Well, after they stopped thinking I was a cop, yeah, like that was the manager was cool as shit. The owner was pretty cool, but the manager was cool as shit. Him and his girlfriend, who's I'm pretty sure they got married and stuff. But I basically I was like, dude, come to dinner at mine and my girl's house up in the mountains. The mountains were kind of a clip away from him. It was like 40 minutes. So like, for him to come up was kind of an event. So like, but he came up and my girl and I cooked dinner, and we lived in a pretty sweet spot at that point in time. We had a really awesome view of the mountains and stuff. And he came in and I immediately was like, yo, let's go check out the garden. And I showed him those 6 white widow plants. And the next day, I shit you not, I had probably 3 of the biggest customers at that store that bought like pallets and pallets of soil a week. Just walk in and fucking put a handful of nugs right on the counter, like at the register, and just like, yo, what up, dude? Check out this shit. I just pulled this, blah, blah, blah. So clearly, like, he went back and was like, yeah, he's not a cop, because like literally the next day, I mean, I had like fucking half ounce of smoke in my car when I was going home from like 3-4 different growers just throwing samples on the counter. And I thought that was the coolest shit in the world. And it was all fire, dude. I mean, just all fire. And yeah, man, I mean, yeah, it was crazy. Some of the guys that would come in there, dude, that had been Cali growers like their whole lives, and they were fucking 60, and they had stories of like doing guerrilla grows up in the forest of like 2,000 and 3,000 plants. Like, this one guy was like, yeah, I had the Blue Dream, in the late 80s, and I was the dude pulling 10-pound plants up there, blah, blah, blah. And then he'd start talking about like the water pumps and the generators and all the shit they drag up there. And, the details would start dropping, and you were just, just fucking mind blowing the shit these guys did. And I guess still do, but, but yeah, and then the styles was just like, yo, well, how'd you feed and water 2,000 plants like that, So that shit was always like, super valuable, actually, just learning all these different styles and then getting a glimpse of their work, and then kind of trying to decide that's a little different than the way I do it. That's a little different than the way he does it. And then, I was like, my gardens were tiny compared to all those guys, but I was just pretty much in constant research mode. Like I always had a few lights that were to pay the bills, but for the most part, I was testing cuts and different methods, and that grow shop kind of was the catalyst to a couple of different trials that really, I stuck with some of the shit I learned then,
but. I know you probably already said this, but Kinder Grows and Chet wanted to know what part of North Carolina were you from?
So I grew up in the Piedmont, which is basically the middle of North Carolina. It's like tobacco country. Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Hot Point. So basically, I grew up just north of there, and yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like Virginia just legalized, and I grew up probably like 30 minutes south of the Virginia border. So to think about in a couple of years, all the people in my hometown, being able to just hop across the border and get some legal weed, that is awesome. I mean, that's gonna be too cool. And then my cousin sent me an article. Shit, I just think this past week that two senators, or maybe four, maybe not senators, maybe reps, but two Democrats and two Republicans in North Carolina somewhere put in medical cannabis legislation. And dude, that's fucking huge, So now I haven't read it yet, but the one detail I think I saw in an article was that it's going to be like 50 grand for a production license and like $10,000 renewal every year. So I'm hoping that has to be commercial, what my cousin said. It mentioned something about caregivers as well. So if they do initiate some sort of caregiver program like Michigan and North Carolina, that's fucking awesome. There's going to be so many people that can actually be helped with that. Because that's I know you asked this, to your guests. Usually it's like, was there ever a point where it was like you stopped just getting baked as fuck to, hey, I'm actually medicating, and yeah, dude, like I think that even as like a 16 or 17-year-old kid, I could tell that, like, it was a medicine, that it was definitely, it helped me be a better person. So it's like, that's got to be a medicine, you know what I mean? But it wasn't until, I was like in college and actually like almost growing. Like I was one of those guys that was smart enough to know what the fuck I had to lose. I've met a lot of growers. They either put up the best fronts in the world, where they are the toughest motherfuckers on the planet, or they are too stupid to know what they are risking. You know what I mean? Like, and I think that, like the stress, of like hiding and fucking just growing in a state and in a place and in houses that you don't own and all that kind of stuff. Like, I realized that like the stress kind of eats you alive if you don't use cannabis correctly. You know what I mean? And I think that everybody can probably say that. Every good cannabis user can probably say that about their own line of work or their life or the ailments they deal with. But basically, I realized that, holy shit, I could work the first, year and a half that I grew in Carolina. I did nursery work in that heat. Like, North Carolina's hot, it's humid too. So you'll be in a greenhouse for like, 4 hours and it's like 120 degrees. And then you get an hour or two off, and then you're in there for another 3 hours watering, and then you get another hour or two off. And so like that can be like a 4-month long summer in like, greenhouse nursery work, like growing flowers and vegetable stars and stuff like that. And then to go home and then work up in the attic, for like another 5-6 hours, at least, just getting shit started, pushing again. Like I had, hundreds of plants and shit. I mean, just stupid. And, I just realized that like I could smoke a bowl with a bunch of keef on it, especially that keef blend from my first grow. It's like 50 different strains, probably a lot of different, almost land race style shit in there. But like that keef blend, I just remember I could smoke a bowl with like sour diesel flower was like kind of the staple flower the last probably 2 or 3 years before I started growing my own flower. Well, maybe like 2 years. If I wasn't getting it from that buddy in Charlotte that was kind of small batch, more like the Kill Bill and the Strawberry Cough, it was from my other buddy that was at Chapel Hill, Chapel Hill. And there was like a sour diesel connection that had been passed down there for probably like 20 fucking years. And it was like, there was a bunch of frat bros, and they just basically, it was like, oh, I'm graduating, you now get the fucking dude's number, So, but basically like the sour diesel was done right. And I think it was done pretty locally, and it was consistent. So it was like, if you couldn't find any other good shit or headies around, you could go after the $400 an ounce sour diesel. And basically, it was pretty good stuff most of the time. And but the sour diesel bowls with that keef blend on it, I very quickly realized, like, you know, the stress will chill and your energy levels can go up. And you're, you know, if you're hurting from working, you know, you're not really thinking about it. If you know, if you're smoking weed correctly, you know, it don't hurt as much, you know, after a couple puffs. So, you know, I think that I realized, like, fuck, I'm working 80 to 100 hours a week, and I'm fucking like, I'm still pretty good, you know, like, and I was just like, and I'm fucking smoking all the time, like, you know, keef bowls before work, and you know, you get done, you rip a bowl, but you're not on your ass 5 minutes later on the couch. Like, I definitely went through those stages, you know, in high school and in early college, but it was usually after working or playing a shitload of soccer. I'd hit a bowl once or twice and then just, you know, just pass the fuck out on the couch. I was that friend where I was just like, oh, Sam's out, you know. Oh, excuse me. By the way, I'm Sam, you know. That's something I was gonna say later, but yeah, I'm Dankavitch, but I'm just, everybody knows me as Sam. So, but yeah, so yeah, I definitely would go through those stages where I would just, you know, go to sleep, but it's usually because I was tired, you know, and I didn't have something that I was excited to focus on, like a grow. So, you know, if I think that's kind of the mission for every good cannabis user and grower, is to try and get as many people to grow and use that medicine, because it's like a blend, you know. It's like you've said, like, the therapy of gardening is just as valuable or more than the medicine. So if, you know, I think that we are very lucky if we are able to blend our line of work with, you know, providing ourselves and our friends and family with medicine, you know, like, if therefore you just don't work, and then it's hard to attach a number like 80 hours a week, like, oh, I work 80 hours a week. You know, if I actually put a number onto the amount of hours I spend on the farm working on plants, you know, it's easily that, you know. But I don't ever feel exhausted like I'm working 80 hours a week on a job. It's like a grind, you know what I mean? The I might get tired or my back hurts or something, but it's like, it's not a mental exhaustion, you know. You can smoke some weed and think about what you're about to do. Oh, I'm gonna pot these 200 clones. I'm gonna smoke some weed and put on Eagle, or put on, you know, some music and turn that shit up. And, you know, so I think we're very lucky to experience that. You know, I've, you know, you meet a lot of people that they don't ever find that thing, and they definitely don't have good weed too. So what the fuck, you know, like, it's our mission to kind of like help people have just that life don't need to be that complicated. Just get a garden and some, you know, a pipe to smoke that garden after it's done. You know, so you know, it's yeah, so it's a beautiful thing, dude. Growing your own weed, you know, and yeah, saving money and providing good smoke for yourself and your friends and family. It's fucking it's something to keep chasing, you know what I mean?
Believe everybody should be growing, that's for sure. So were you able to utilize some of that California sunshine out there and get to some outdoor experience while you were out there?
Dude, no, not really. Now, I was around a lot of grows, like uh yeah, so like my first and only real outdoor seasons have been here in Michigan. So in Carolina, I had to be indoors because, you know, you just go to jail, you know. And I'd never had a huge plot of land or a cornfield to kind of try and do guerrilla grows. And when I got to California, we always had rental houses, and mainly the one rental house that we it was like a 4-acre property, and it took us a couple years to get to that property. And the fucking landlord showed up and went berserk. And I had my 99, and I would have been like, fuck you, man, call the cops then. But basically, I had a tray of cuts that I'm pretty sure were rooted. And it was like, you know, so I was like on the line and a little over, pushing a little bit like an idiot. But basically, I had a real asshole landlord. He was a real asshole. Show up and basically shut down the one outdoor property that I really had in California. So I basically just ran indoor for years and years and years. Just, you know, the master bedroom in our houses was usually the big flowering room, and you know, the second bedroom was like my veg and you know, propagation and trimming room, and I had my shelves where I'd always set my curtains up on my shelves for my curing jars and all that kind of stuff. But it was you know, it was kind of one thing after another in California, when it came to just trying to get outside, because getting outside was kind of the only way to grow the volume needed to finance any sort of like ownership of any entity or any site, like any type of license that wasn't your 99, you know, your fucking patients, you know, you're not supposed to be making money, you know, off of it. And the whole goal was to be able to like create a you know, a living legally out there in California. And every like when I got out there, not only did the price per pound just start fucking plummeting, it's just bad timing, but at the same time, competition was getting even more fierce because of that. And then like legal weed was like really starting to become a reality. And in 2016, when Prop 64 was voted in, that's when shit really changed. That's when basically it was like, oh wait, no, if you were going to be running, you know, your 99 garden on this property, or that's the business model you're kind of setting up around the caregiver model and all that. Nope, you know, that's kind of like now there, every shop, every month that goes by, a shop is not going to be able to be taking your backpacks. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like, you know, so we got there in 2011 at the very end of it. And 2012 is kind of when I, you know, kind of really early 2012 was just kind of setting back up and getting to know some people and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like my gardens were, you know, 4 and 6 light flowering rooms most of the time. You know, there was a couple where I got a little bigger than that. But really where I lucked out was up in the mountains. I was very fortunate to meet a couple of pretty good dudes that were from that area. And see, that's the crazy, it's super interesting, but like their parents owned land there. And so therefore, I think one of them ended up actually inheriting like his parents' ranch, like 70 acres. So and then the other dude had like another pretty sweet bit of land up in the mountains, and the back of the property bordered the forest. So like these kids grew up in a zip code where really if they got their 99 when they were 18 years old and they were pretty smart about it, they could do one backyard grow. You know, they could do one grow, put 50 to 90 fucking 9 plants in their backyard and roll the dice. And it was incredible how many 20-year-old and 22-year-old dudes there were with 100 pounds of Blue Dream flower sitting in totes in their living room. And here I am just like, fuck, I want to add another light, you know? So like, so pretty much what I ended up doing is, so I'd be like, hey, I'm going to take these 2 pounds to LA, you know? What are you going to do with all that fucking Blue Dream just sitting there? And, you know, he'd be like, well, I don't know, you know, kind of, I'm going to the river tomorrow. You know, I'm just like, I just want to go sit in the river and smoke joints, dude. I don't know what I'm doing with all this stuff. Like just a completely different mentality, man. It's you can, I think High Times or something at some point had an article headline, and I never forgot it. It said, depending on your zip code in this country, you can either be a millionaire or a felon, based off this plant. And in some respects, that's extremely true, you know. And so yeah, I would pretty much just grow, you know, a small fucking flowering crop indoors. And I was mainly testing clones. From the minute I got there, I just was like, I need to prove out some clones that I like as medicine, that I like as flavors, and I need to get good at those lines. And then by the time I do that, production can start happening. You know, I can actually, you know, either get the appropriate license for that area or for whatever and go for that. So for the first 2, 3, 4 years, I was just trying to just grow as many good clones I could get my hands on. And then any flower that came out that was good enough, I would pretty much just go to LA and shop around to the dispensaries. And half the time I would take like, you know, a fucking couple big packs of my buddies Blue Dream or, you know, something else that they had, but they usually were just rocking Blue Dream because again, they had outdoor space. They had that California sunshine. And at that point in time, Blue Dream, the good cuts going around. I mean, it was fire herb if it was done right. Like I totally can see why Jack Greenstock and a couple other people are like, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Good Blue Dream's good Blue Dream because it is. And you know, but then there's also, you know, you clip 100 pounds of it and then you smoke Blue Dream for like another year straight. And then all the hash you've made is from, you know, lower yielding Blue Dream. You kind of get annoyed with Blue Dream, but still it's still great, you know, great smoke when done correctly. But anyways, I would take flower down to LA, you know, to just kind of fill my spot. I could carry 10 pounds and I usually would only take 2 or 3 pounds of my indoor down there. So I would just kind of fill the rest up with Blue Dream. And then after that, basically, like regarding sun-grown material and stuff like that, well, I was always doing bubble hash. Like since I started in Carolina, I kind of, of course, I didn't want to waste shit. And I heard that like the trim you could make hash with. And I was like, what? You know, I remember, I'm sure we all went through that. And I remember, yeah, I got my first bubble bags at the Hydro Shop in Raleigh. Dude, they're payload bags. Have you ever heard of Payload? The brand Payload bags? Dude, they were like $250 or some shit. And it was like a 3 or 5 bag set. And the guy was like, yeah, this is like Bubble Magic. It's your only competitor or something. This is the ones we carry. It might have been like what Sunlight or BWGS or, you know, Sun Leaves or one of the suppliers decided to carry for a while over Bubble Magic or Bubble Bags or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, so I got some Payload bags was making hash for a couple of years. But so 2000, early 14, russet mites kind of hit the scene. And at least where I was at in California, like everybody started dealing with russet mites. And basically, make a long story short, I had like a full indoor of some Grandfire OG, which was one of my favorite cuts of all time. And we can talk a little more about that later. But basically, yeah, I got russet mites for the first time. And I was one of those dudes that like I maybe did a little bit of spraying. I mean, back in the day, this was like probably 2013, 14, my IPM, it was probably one spray of Azamax, maybe one spray of the Monterey Garden spinoside. And that was like rare, actually. Like, I think that the only time I would do that is if I was bringing in cuts from like outdoor gardens, you know what I mean? And it's just like, just in case, but that would always stop like well before flowering. And if, you know, I didn't see a pest until I moved to California. I'll start there. Actually, I was so isolated in North Carolina and I was such a clean freak. I'd come home from the nursery, I'd take a shower, change my clothes, all that kind of stuff. And I never had spider mites. I never had mites. I never had mold. I mean, in North Carolina, it's pretty humid, but I know my parents used to run an HVAC company. And so I was crawling around under houses, pulling ductwork, ripping out old HVAC systems when I was like 12 and 13 and 14. So I think I had good airflow. And that helped me not ever get mold. But basically, I got to California not really knowing shit all about IPM until I got spider mites for the first time. And then I think like everybody, spider mites kind of let you know, like, hey, this is another layer of the game and you better figure your shit out. So, you know, once I figured out how to, you know, beat their ass, you know, I was like, all right, I'm doing good. And then like a year later, russet mites showed up. And basically, getting back to my point, I lost pretty much an entire harvest to russet mites. You know, it was just like, this is fucking terrible. And I just wasn't going to release that flower. And I'd say maybe the top like 10% of the canopy was like buds that I personally would like smoke on a bad day, like, you know, until we get to the next crop. But one day I looked at my buddy and I was like, hey man, I got to hustle kind of hard. You know, it's got some hard times right now. And I looked at him, I was like, hey man, those big bags of trim that have been sitting there for like, you know, half a year. And I mean, it had to have been like 120, 150 pounds of Blue Dream trim that came from him and one of his buddies grows. And so I said, hey, you mind if I make some bubble with that and see what I can do with it? And he was just like, yeah, man, whatever, you know, just we'll work out a cut later and all that. So basically I ordered one of those 20-gallon bubble magic machines, you know, like the ones, you know, yeah, like the 20-gallon bubble magic machines. And it said discreet shipping and all that shit on Amazon. And a fucking week later, there's a big old blue box sitting on my front porch that says bubble magic on the side. And I'm just like, hey, son of a bitch, you know. But you know, I kind of hopped out my house and looked in, you know, and at that place, actually, my landlord lived fucking, she could see my house. She was like, it was kind of one of those pinch things like, oh fuck, you know, we got to get out of this property, like, you know, long story short. But you know, basically the house in the little mountain town we were in, there was very few options, and it was supposed to be one of those places where we only stayed for like, you know, 6 months or something, but it ended up being there for, we ended up being there for a couple of years. And so I had flowering rooms like 50 feet like from my landlord at times. Like she would be gardening outside, way closer than 50 feet. There was a couple times where she was gardening in the bed right outside the fucking bedroom wall, and I could hear her talking so clearly. I thought, there's no fucking way if she stops talking for just a minute that like she's not going to hear my fucking wall fans vibrating the wall. So I fucking go in there and click and turn all those things off and kind of just, you know, have a very quiet hum from the one, you know, the carbon filter, hopefully getting all the smell. So but basically you know, yeah, I just kind of made sure that landlord didn't see that freaking little washing machine sitting there, and I pulled it in, and fucking that night took it over to my buddy's place, and I got to work, dude. And I washed, like, I just washed and washed, man. I just fucking got pretty damn good at washing. And Blue Dream, especially outdoor trim, I mean, it doesn't really, it's not like a heavy yielder or anything, but I definitely was getting some pretty good hash. And I started at that point, like I kind of brushed up on my hash stuff to just like, you know, there's got to be some new tech in the past couple of years since I've just been growing. And sure enough, like the microplaning and the grading of hash kind of started to become like a thing. Like people were kind of teaching that a little bit. And so I started like taking these giant pucks, you know, before they'd kind of dry, and I'd break them into chunks, and I just started grading them. I didn't have a freezer where I was at to like freeze it and microplane it. And also just had too much to do that shit, you know? But yeah, I ended up like grading out like 5 or 6 pounds of fucking bubble hash, and basically just drying it. And like, this was before, I just recently have heard people talk about like the pizza box method. That's fucking genius. Like it's so simple, but like food grade cardboard pizza boxes stacked up as like a hash drying. Maybe I'm just like, I know I'm like way behind the times on that shit, you know, it's kind of, but basically, yeah, so I kind of created my own of that, and then ended up just kind of, you know, what you learn is like washing the bubble. The strain obviously has a lot to do with it, washing it too, but fucking being able to like dry and cure it properly. You know what I mean? Like if you can kind of dry it and preserve the terps better. That's the first time I graded the bubble hash. That's when at the end of it, it didn't smell like hash. It smelled more like the flower. You know what I mean? It smelled more like the trim that I ended up washing. And I was like, ooh, you know, I need to try and do more of that. And basically for a while I ended up going to LA with more hash, you know. And just when this shit was happening, BHO was getting really big. So Most people were like, man, I want fucking bubble hash, you know, like, I mean, that's nice and I'll take a little bit of it, but you know, why don't you go blast all that shit that you're washing? And I just didn't, it just kind of wasn't my bag. I'd done some blasting with actually that buddy, and um, shit, we were playing with that shit in North Carolina, you know, and I just did not like the thought of lighting myself on fire or blowing up or hurting somebody else. It just fucking freaked me out. So I just was like, I'll wash, you know, and fucking bubble hash is fire. I love putting it on bowls and in joints, man. And every now and again, you would get that batch where it would be like half melt or almost full melt, you know, and the dude, you know, one of your friends would have like an e-nail and with the screen and you could kind of test it, you know, and I'd usually try and do that before I go to LA because that would help me price the shit better, you know. But yeah, so for a while, I ended up just kind of moving a little more bubble hash than flower until I kind of got back to, you know, pulling some cleaner indoors once I got my IPM shit on point. And um, yeah, yeah, I can't forget why I kind of started talking about all that bubble hash. But yeah, there was a point where I washed a shitload of hash for like a good 6-month clip, maybe longer. And got a couple of, you know, holy shit, that's a lot of hash, man. Like when you go into a dispensary, like there was this one place called House of Dank, and I know there's a few of them around the country, but there was a House of Dank in Koreatown back in the day, and it was run by Koreans like in like 2010, 11, and 12, or maybe 13, but it sold, and I went in there and there's some new dudes, and basically yeah, he was just like, pull it out. So I didn't get to go into the back room. I just pulled out these Tupperware containers with like, you know, like 5 pounds of hash, and half of them were in these patties. And yeah, that dude kind of, you know, said that shit so loud, about 20 people in the dispensary all were looking at me at the end of it. I didn't quite like that, but you know, it was luckily he took a good chunk of that. So but yeah, yeah, man, that shit. I know I'm just going, dude. You can obviously tell me to stop. This shit's making me think of so many different things. Like, you know, and I'm sure there's so many growers in Prohibition land that are like, yo, I wonder what it's like to throw weed in a backpack and go into a club, you know, and it is fucking awesome. I'm glad, you know, that I did it a little bit, but I cannot tell you the trial and error because I didn't have anybody to be like, dude, this is how you do this and not embarrass yourself or, you know, not get put in jail doing this, you know. And that was the first day I ever went to LA. Like I hadn't even really made friends really in Cali yet. Like, you know, that were like, yo, this is where you go to sell it. My boy will buy all your shit, blah, blah, blah. Like it was just like, oh, you're growing? Well, cool. Good luck. What strain you growing, you know? But yeah, dude, first club I went to, I had a duffel bag with 2 cases of jars. I was so proud of that weed. It was some lemon OG. It was like the first cut I was given, you know, besides those White Widow seeds. And I had 2 pounds of lemon OG, perfectly clipped, an ounce in each mason jar, basically. And I was driving down the Grapevine, heading into LA. Never been to LA before. I was driving by myself, you know, I was just like, and my map said I was in LA, and I didn't know what the fuck that meant. Like, am I in LA, the city? You know, I didn't realize that LA was like, you know, fucking 3-4 hours fucking wide, and it's like like 9,000 towns that all make up this one big city, you know, called LA. But basically, I pulled off on this exit kind of near Magic Mountain. You might have heard of Magic Mountain. It's actually like this. Not shit you not, man. I've never even thought of this, but Magic Mountain, I want to say, is actually the theme park that they filmed some of the scenes from Encino Man, the movie that my name is a reference from. But basically, it's like this theme park right outside of LA that looks like a Six Flags or something. And there's a couple little towns right there. And I think I had weed maps up or something like that. Like, or I'd printed off probably weed maps, you know, because I had like flip phones. I had like burner phones at this point. You know, like I had like I threw my fucking North Carolina cell phone away the minute I left that state, and had like stupid fucking flip phones and burner phones for a few years. But basically, so yeah, I must have fucking printed that shit out on MapQuest or something. But basically, I saw that that there was like a green cross on this exit, and that was it. I just fucking found this green cross and drove into this little city off the highway and pulled up in front of this dispensary and fucking grabbed my bag and my papers, and I walked into that shit. And the dude at the front desk looked at me and kind of giggled. And he was just like, "What you got there? It's a pretty big bag." And I was just like, "I got some flour I want you to look at." And he was just like, "You new to this?" And I was just like, "Yeah, you know." And he basically just said, well, hey, dude, put in turkey bags. You know, you can fit way more in that bag you got right there if it's in turkey bags. And we don't want your fucking jars, you know. And I laughed and I was like, "Thanks, dude. You know, I gotta learn some way." But and he was like, "And we don't want your weed right now either." And I was like, "Oh fuck, okay." So I turn around and walk out, and as I'm walking out, another dude is walking in, and he has on a big old puffy jacket, and it wasn't that cold out there, you know. And he kind of stops and then turns around and doesn't even go inside. He comes in, he's like, "Hey man, you new to this?" And I was just like, "Yeah, dude, what the fuck?" He was just like, "Yeah, man, that's a pretty big bag. There's got to be cops watching you right now." And then he fucking opened up his jacket, and he had like a slab like the size of a fucking sheet of paper just kind of like tucked right in his coat. And he was like, "This is that new shit. This is how you move stuff easy." And he was just like, "Man, you can put fucking thousands of dollars right in your fucking coat and you don't even need a bag right now." And I was just like, "Motherfucker, dude, I'm not into that BHO shit, man. That's just not my game. I'll good flour." And then he was like, "Well, you know, if you're going to do that, you're going to do turkey bags." I was like, "Dude, just told me that. I appreciate that, though." So, you know, it was kind of funny. I mean, I hadn't even been to one dispensary, and I had two people kind of like, "Yo, here's some ropes, dude. You clearly need a little help." So, but it got a lot easier after that. And you end up finding clubs that, you know, like I had more clubs turn me away just because I didn't have enough flour. Because they were like, "Yo, I don't want just a pound of this or half a pound of that. I need 5 pounds now, and I'll take 5 pounds next week, and then the week after that, or I'll take 10 pounds every month." And you know, the customers are going to want this shit, or patients are going to want more of this, and they're just going to get mad at me if I can't poof it out of thin air. You know what I mean? So like I heard that quite a bit. But you know, you find the operators that, you know, they'll take your fucking variety packs and they'll know what to do with them. But again, by the time I was kind of figuring that out, and then going from rental property to rental property, just not pissing off landlords, not ruining my girlfriend's rental history and my rental history and all that shit, you know, Prop 64 passed. And yeah, the writing was on the wall to me, you know, being somebody that was legitimately trying to become legal, you know. It was just like, I can't afford California, barely now. At demo, I'm not going to be able to afford it in 2-3 years. So yeah, we seriously started considering leaving North Carolina in 2016. I mean, leaving California in 2016. And then the election happened in 2016, and that was just pretty wild times. And you know, the South was all pumped up, and you know, it's all well and good, but I didn't think they were pumped up about weed yet enough, like they are kind of getting now. So yeah, my girlfriend and I just kind of we decided to move. Well, she actually got another job offer. So the whole time I've been going on and on and on. And like our first, you know, 3/4 of our time in California, we lived in the Central Valley. And she was like a horticulture research manager. So like she's way smarter than me. And honestly, that's an edge I've had with growing cannabis is when we started dating like a year and a half after I started growing. And when I told her what I did, she was just like, you know, really, you know, okay, you know. But I just said, you know, well, if I ever like have a bug problem or like a plant problem, you know, I'm clearly not going to school for this shit. Like I can ask you, you know, and you might be able to help me. And there's been a couple of times where, you know, plenty of times actually where she's, you know, kind of pointed me in the right direction, you know, and stuff like that. And so as a team, it's pretty cool. But yeah, so she was a research manager for a big fucking nursery. And she was like the plant doctor. Like she basically, yeah, it was really fucking cool what she did. And she had been there for 5-6 years. It was time to kind of move on. And she got a good job offer at like a biotech company near the beach, actually, right like north Malibu, like near Santa Barbara. And I'm like, you know, I'm already still fucking pumped. I'm in California, and it's been like 5 years later, and I'm still still growing indoor, and not getting too mad about it. But like now, I'm like, wait, what? We get to go? We're gonna go live at the beach? What? That's near Malibu. That's cool. So let's do that. So instead of moving out of California in 2016, we actually moved from the Central Valley to Oxnard, which is actually like the town squished between Malibu and Ventura, and that's just south of Santa Barbara. Like there's some big fucking grows going on up there now, like in Carpinteria and Santa Barbara. There's some huge outdoor grows, some big licenses, and it's pretty neat. But yeah, basically we stayed there for like 2 years, and I scaled way back. I sold most of my older equipment. Like double endeds were starting to really be a big thing, and LEDs were starting to be a big thing. So I kind of just sold most of my equipment and bought like a budget LED to just like, I remember telling myself like, all right, if I can grow some dank with this fucking $300 Viper Spectra or whatever, not how much dank, just dank, can I grow good plants, and I had lost all my clones pretty much when that landlord showed up and fucking, when I tore down all those gardens that day. But I did collect some seeds over the few years before that. So from like 2013, 14, 15 was like a proving ground for cuts in my garden. And I ran a lot of different like Bay Area genetics that I was very lucky to get my hands on. And some seeds come out of there. Like I'd say probably like 50 or 60 seeds over like a 3-year period. And so yeah, basically while I was in Oxnard for a couple of years, that was the first time where like I really was able to run seeds from my garden that I didn't mean to breed, or that I didn't mean to like make or pollinate or whatever. And yeah, they probably were herm seeds, but yeah, like I popped 6 seeds. I was just like, start another garden, and let's run some of those seeds from those plants because they were fire as fuck. I miss them, and if there's been anything resembling that, fuck it, let's see if it's stable. Then hell, it could just be one of those flukes. But I popped 6, 4 of them germinated, and like a month later we moved to Oxnard. So actually, I popped those in the valley right after the election, and so when we got to Oxnard, I basically 4 of them were females. So again, that hinted that again it was a herm of some sort, and was probably a later term. But yeah, all 4 came out awesome, and they didn't herm, and I've kept them for 2 years, and it was really interesting. And I was lucked out. Like one of them was a great daytime, the other one was a great nighttime. The other one was like a super creative and but kind of sedating, and then the other one was like fucking, like you hear some people talk about strains being like psychedelic-y, or like kind of a bit too racy because it can just go, it's like this way or that way, and you're like, and I definitely, one of the phenos was that, and those seeds were out of Grandfire OG buds. So that now I'm thinking about it, that particular, those 6 seeds were like 6 of the few that in like the 50 or so seeds that I collected over the years, that when I found that bud when trimming, I did pull the seeds specifically out and wrote on a piece of paper in that baggie from Grandfire OG flower. And then I listed the other females that were run in that room. Like I think I had an Alien OG table. I had a Flav table. I had a Platinum Skywalker OG table. And that might have been that room that time. Oh no, that was I think the half a table of Candy Kush was in there. So yeah, it's like that was that, but it was really neat seeing like the parent plants in those. I guess was my whole point was, the I grew the Grandfire, and then the other strains I just listed for like 3-4 years, maybe 3 years, and I ran them a lot, and like different size pots, different feeding recipes, fucking microbes, without microbes, all that kind of shit. And you saw the different morphologies and all that kind of stuff, and basically Yeah, it was a really cool experience. I can totally see how like breeders and people that make seeds can totally get addicted to that, and just kind of seeing, what happens when you cross this and this, or if you can, continue this and all that kind of stuff. But traditionally, I am a cuttings, like I really enjoy. I think getting that Afghani cut back in the day and seeing how just different and better it was for like bag of pill and smoke and like, yeah, just making the whole grow worth it. You know what I mean? It's like everybody's bummed when they run a fucking plant for, 12 weeks or longer. And it's like, man, if I would have just filled the whole table up with that keeper cut or those two keeper cuts, it'd be kind of raining right now. So Eagle, I'm about to pee in my pants, dude. I'm gonna go do that real quick. Not in my pants, but I'll be right back, dude. All right.
Go ahead, my friend. Go ahead. What's up, Chad? Chad Bob 13, Supreme Grape, L the Beastly. How you doing? Automation is freedom. Of course, much respect. Chad Westport and Bingus. How you guys doing? Weedus 207. How you doing? Top Floor Genetics. Of course, GMO, GR420 community videos. I'm sorry I missed your Friday night hangout today. Looks like you had pretty good such. Your road, dude. I just thinking as I seen that name pass by that I told you I was gonna drop you a shirt. Sorry about that, Dirt Road, dude. Guys got to get on me. If I say I'm gonna do something, I space it off. I just get a little busy. Little reminder never hurts. I also seen some of you guys tonight refer to prizes that you did not receive. If there was a prize you didn't receive, please tell me who you won it from. Please, if I missed it, then I am completely sorry. But as far as guest giveaways, that is directly on. Sir, how cheers to you, my friend. Nice to see you. I actually just looked to see if you were in chat a minute ago to give you a cheers. So welcome to the show, my friend. Ah, I did send you yours, Bob 13. Correct address. You don't have to send me some old lobster stuff if you don't want to. It's the looking stuff though. Right? Yeah, do you think Cheddar Bob? Kazoo. What's up, Kazoo? Nice to see you in chat as well, John. Biggest. That's good news there, John. What's we got here? Chat. Sunrise Grill. Johnny came to see. Cheers to you, my friend. Of course. Johnny. Please send me a DM, Ivan.
All right, dude. I appreciate that. I will just smoke here in a few minutes. I can feel myself getting to that point. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I was just reading in chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I hate that I can't see chat right now. I'm bummed that I can't see chat. So if what's up, everybody?
They've been popping all night long. We've had up to 95 at one point. Chad, we still got 86 hanging out.
Oh yeah,
Chad's been loving the show so far.
sweet. Well, yeah, dude.
You, my friend. Been a great story too.
Well, thanks, man. I mean, I definitely we haven't stopped. I mean, that's kind of the easiest thing to say is the minute I started growing, it's I have not stopped. Like the only time I've stopped is to make a move, like an actual big move to try and uh, grow bigger, you know? So like I've posted a couple of pictures on my Instagram. Like, dude, I remember like, man, when I was like 16, 15, 16 years old, learning about Facebook, you know, like my girlfriend at the time, she went to a private school. We were in high school and she had a .edu email and she could get a Facebook. And this was like before everybody could just get a Facebook. You had to like be in college or some shit to get Facebook, I think. And you know, this was like MySpace days. Like I didn't have a MySpace. I've just never had social media. I've always been very like, what the fuck? Like, you know, not like judging people, just realizing it wasn't gonna mesh well with me. And as soon as I kind of was having those feelings, I was definitely starting to smoke pot as a teenager and in an area and around people that I knew were like, you can't do that, you know. So I think just like I've never ever participated in social media, especially regarding cannabis. You know what I'm saying? And that has fucked me up in some respects. Like I met a lot of people in California that were just like, dude, what's your social media? You know? And I'd be like, I don't have one. And I'd be like, and, you know, I'm fucking way up in the mountains. I fucking am in my house for 3 months at a time, you know. And why the fuck would I want to give you or anybody a heads up about what I'm doing or how I'm doing it? And but things have changed a lot, and I am very lucky enough to be in a point or at a point and in a state and in a situation where like I don't have to hide anymore. And you know, that that took constant moves, like us not fucking settling and being like, fuck it, you know, we'll just deal with this and keep breaking the law. And you know, tons of people have to do that for millions of reasons. Like not everybody's just lucky enough to, you know, have the means. Or again, like I remember I told my girlfriend in North Carolina, I straight up, after we'd been together for about a year and she had moved in, which is crazy. I said, hey, either you find a job with that awesome port degree of yours out west in a medical state, or I'm going to crop the fuck out and I'm going to take that moolah if I can get some. And basically, you know, we're gonna just fucking land in California and figure it out from there. And I knew that would freak her out, thinking like, what? We're just gonna figure it out? No fucking way, you know. So she was, I mean, I shit you not, within a week, I came home and she literally was like, hey, what do you think about, you know, fucking Central Valley, California? And I was like, what? California? I'm down. I didn't even hear Central Valley, you know, like I didn't even know what the fuck that was. So but yeah, it's just we haven't stopped, man, I'll tell you that. And you know, it's worth it, dude. You know, I mean, we're in Michigan now. We're growing hemp right now. But I mean, the that's just because I've been going so hard on the hemp and not even, you know, well, I met my dude here basically, like I was in town for just like a couple of weeks, and my partner basically and cousin basically, he's like, you're a lot like so and so, you know, it's so and so's son, you know, and he's been at it for since he was fucking 17, 18 years old, man. His daddy was in the gang. And that's another thing, man. I was saying Michigan is impressive when it comes to the roots in cannabis here. People don't fucking get it, dude. I mean, I looked at Michigan for years for a couple of reasons because I could pick up on it. But I never went to cups. I never, you know, I didn't really meet anybody from Michigan that was just like, yo, the fire's there. You could just tell if you were listening a little bit. But once I got up here and I got around all these good old boys that live out in the cut, holy fuck, man, they've been growing big, like guerrilla grows, like swamp grows forever, dude. Like since the like 80s all day, you know. And yeah, he was like, you need to meet so and so, and you know, dude stopped by the farm, and within a minute, I was like, oh, it's like a dude at the hydro shop, just like here, you know. It's like a real grower. He's a caregiver. Fucking blows up his backyard every year, big time. Been working the same soil patch for like 7 years. He had, I mean, he immediately was like, hey, man, you know, come by, see my shit. And I was like, good, because I need some flour, bro. You know, so I stopped by and saw his shit a couple seasons ago, and he had some fucking, like I'd say like a third of his cage, because here in Michigan, you know, y'all's medical cages, you got to hold on one second, buddy. Okay, so I wasn't, because they got out. Hey world, look at this. I know you don't like cats, bro. Hold on, let me put this little fucker down. Hold on. Come here. Come here.
You okay?
Okay. All right, so sorry, that is I live on a farm pretty much. We moved, basically we are cleaning up an old shut down dairy farm, and the fucking barn cats came with this place, and pretty much my girlfriend and I are like fixing them and taking care of them as quick as we can, but these fuckers reproduce pretty quickly. And this is so in one of my posts, actually, I mentioned voles. Fucking voles. Dude, last year I had like a fucking probably 300 plants in the field that were like, they were just looking gorgeous when the whole world was against them. You know, it was just like, what in the fuck? This plant, it was one of those times where you're like, man, this plant is just badass. The next morning I got to the farm, and I shit you not, like 300 plants were like at a 45, just like, you know, ugh. And I was like, there wasn't a big, what in the fuck? There was not a wind. And what I did is I irrigated that day, the day before, and it had been a pretty dry stretch. And I fucking irrigated like 7 lines in that quarter acre plot right there. And the voles were just waiting for that moist soil and those fucking fresh new roots. And I thought of a lot of different things, but I really hadn't thought too much about rodents since planting stages, you know, and didn't put any bait out. I didn't do any type of shit like that. But yeah, needless to say, all I could do was, well, we staked some plants, but when you start to stake 300, 400, 500 fucking plants, you say fuck it. You know, like you basically are like, there's 3 other parts of the farm and there's only one of us, mainly sometimes 2 of us here. And basically we staked like 1 row of like 80 plants, maybe 2 rows of 80 plants with those huge bamboo stakes. Picked the plants up, staked them up, tied them, and I mean, actually, every one of them lived. Not one plant died. And the rows that laid over, it was actually almost like they were kind of super cropped. I mean, we had great yields from that plot. But all I could do, dude, was just fucking dump microbes on them. Like, meaning like I was like, I don't want to dump a bunch of fertilizer on a bunch of plants to have a fucked up root system. You know what I'm saying? And but I had these water soluble microbes. It was like an ag. Oh fuck, what's the name of it? I think the product is called Accomplish, and it's by like Loveland or something. They're basically what I found, and this is the kind of shit that Brandon Russ talks about a lot. And this is the shit that hopefully hemp can help cannabis growers, like weed growers, like how to scale or save some fucking money. But like and you might have to have like a hemp license or a business license to get access to some of these accounts. But I bet if you're a fucking grower and you're going to buy enough of it, that they would sell it to you, as long as, you know, you just establish an account with them. But there's a lot of ag distributors, like especially up here in the Midwest near all these corn and soy farmers, where like some of these dudes are trying to go organic. You know what I mean? Like most of them are not. But like I found basically a 2.5 gallon jug of 3 bacillus strains, and it's called Accomplish. And yeah, it can go right through my drip lines. So like nobody's taught me any of this shit. So my girlfriend and I basically just figure this stuff out. We're pretty hard headed, and we do as much research as we can. And then we pretty much try the cheapest, best option that anybody in our position would try. You know what I mean? And we ended up getting like a 1 gallon fertilizer injector, like a pretty much like a Venturi siphon type, super simple, pretty cheap fertilizer injector system that you actually would probably use on like large landscapes at like hotels and shit. You know what I mean? It's like they'd build like a landscape and they'll put like a little tank in a box under the ground, you know, like the, you know, this deep underground, and then like they'll put like a liquid fertilizer in there and a timer will come on and shoot that thing through there once a week and it'll keep that landscape real pretty, you know. So what we did is for our field plots is you know, was like, well, shit, I want to run some liquid fertilizer to these plants because we got started late on a lot of them and we don't have a tractor or anything to be doing, you know, really tillage or amendments or anything. So it was pretty old school, you know, it was pretty much like no-till planting. I planted it by hand. And then, yeah, you plant them by hand and they're fucking rocking and you're kind of healing. And then the voles come in and fuck your world up. And back to my point, all I could do was basically just dump, you know, the little bits of like kelp and some other things that would like help reduce the stress. But basically I was just like, man, I just make anything that's there available to whatever roots are left. And that accomplished product was kind of like my best tool in my toolbox. And it was extremely affordable. I guess was another point that like Brandon Russ kind of talks about, like AgSil and shit. But basically, yeah, I just started dumping like double the microbes I was going to on those lines and then just letting them dry out. Like I basically really timed that watering, just like we all know, like growing good fucking weed, you know, or just healthy weed is just like get those, let it dry out a little bit. Yeah, you need to keep your soil moist and all that. Yeah, in the field, I was letting some of those plants go fucking, you know, 15, 16 days without water. And yeah, I feel like you'd see them like, just like a container, man, when you would dry back a container and you get that burst of growth, you know, right before you're watering. You know, it's like it dries out and the plant's like, shit, I'm almost going to die. So I'm going to try and grow a little bit. And then you water. And then that's how, if you kind of time your irrigations, in my opinion, you really just see like growth every day, you know, even in a room that isn't like perfect. If you're timing your irrigations right and you have your feeding strength in that same harmony, you know what I mean? You really can get some decent growth rates. So I kind of did the same in the field, I felt like. And the voles that fucked my roots up quite a bit, I somehow mitigated that a little bit, and the plants bounced back pretty damn well. But sorry, that kitten that you just saw, back to that whole catalyst. That's the freaking catalyst here. Yeah, so when that started happening, everything I started reading was like, we'll just get you some barn cats, you know, just get you cats. And I'm like, well, fucking A, the one beneficial predator this farm has is freaking cats, you know? So like, and most of the guys I meet around here, man, I'll shit you not, most of them are just like, just shoot them, you know, just shoot them, put them in the dumpster. And fuck that, man. That's just not me. And so we're going to do what we can to kind of, you know, fix them. And while we're running this farm and whatever farm we build later, looks like we have a vole patrol or two. That's kind of what I'm calling them now. They're the vole patrol, but one of the cats, she's awesome. She's like had 2 litters and this is her second litter. We didn't get her fixed in time off of the first one. So, but yeah, they all actually have appointments this coming week, like everybody, not the tiny kittens, but the first batch that are like 7 months old and they've been in training in the dojo, ready to fuck some voles all up this season. So pretty much I have my beneficial predator program, Mr. Sentinel, Mr. Matthew Gates, is freaking cats. And I'm going to keep the field plot really well weeded and mowed. And I'm going to make sure those cats are pretty hungry. And they're going to hopefully help me mitigate the vole problem without, you know, having to, you know, put too much work into it ourselves. Because the only other thing we can do is you know, trap them and, you know, not put down poison. But there's this like new product that does kill them if they eat it, but it's like a paraffin wax type thing, you know, so it's like harmless to, you know, it's not like a poison where it'll poison the vole and then the cat gets it or something else gets it and it can poison them. It's like some other some other thing. I think it's called like Vol Block, or I can't remember what it is. We bought some of it, but we didn't use but maybe one bag. And like when we were starting to apply it in the field, we were just like, this is not scalable. It was kind of that thing where like you immediately saw like, yeah, this is kind of throwing, you know, scotch tape on a fucking, you know, something you need to go get some, you know, stitches for. So anyways, but yeah, the cats, sorry about that. I kind of have them, they're put up right now. Again, this is like my little travel trailer I have just parked out on the farm, dude. And my bathroom is not my bathroom. When I went to pee, I stepped outside and pissed on the edge of the field because you know, the kitten's got the bathroom. So you know, but when all this is over with, I'll have 6 tiny little kittens running around and climbing my legs while I try and pack a bowl. You know, so but yeah, it's getting pretty cold tonight. It should get like actually below freezing tonight. I don't know if it's got to be getting cold for you too, man, but it's cooling back off. And you know, I got a little spot for them out there, but they come in, you know, for a little bit longer when it's this cold. So
Pretty chilly up here for sure. I didn't realize you were actually in Michigan as well, to be honest with you, until you shouted it out for the show.
Oh hell yeah, man. Yeah, I'm just north of Kalamazoo, kind of below Grand Rapids, man. So it's I'm not far from you, dude. If you're up near Grayling and shit, I mean, it's got to be what, I don't know much about this state, but that's like 2-3 hours, you know. So
yeah, I'm just right around Grayling, to be honest with you.
hell yeah. I think that like Highway 131 is basically like the fucking stretch that goes north from the 94 up through Kalamazoo and Grand Rapids, I think. And I think it goes pretty much straight up there. So like yeah, it's kind of easy. Michigan's pretty easy to navigate, I'll tell you that. It's gridded out pretty easily. And back home in North Carolina and on the East Coast, man, this shit's windy roads and fucking hills and trees and just like, you know, you get lost as shit real easy. You know, back home. California was a little more gridded out as well. Up in the mountains is a little different, but yeah, man. Now it's Michigan is. I feel like that, you know, we did well coming to Michigan when it comes to timing, and I like it up here, dude. I mean, I've only been on this farm pretty much. You know, we when we first moved here is the beginning of 2019. And we stayed over near Detroit at my girlfriend's grandmother's house. She doesn't stay in it during the winter time, and she's actually in her late 90s. She was born on this farm. All right, so basically that's kind of the connection to the farm we're on. Is my girlfriend's grandmother was born on this farm. It's her, you know, it's their old family farm, and it was a dairy farm for like 100 years, and shut down, and basically. Quite a few people in the family for years while we were out in California always said, you know, y'all gotta come to Michigan. You know, there's weed in Michigan. You know, they have medical marijuana in Michigan, and I was like, yeah, we're looking, and you know, it was one of the only places that had family of any kind. You know, where there was legal weed, and that like, you know, that by far was the thing that was that sucked the most was, yeah, just moving away from everyone, you know what I'm saying? You know, like growing and not having a support system is a bitch, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, Michigan was like, oh, there's fucking water. California didn't have much water. Power was crazy expensive in California. Like, just to give you an idea, I was a home grower, all right, and I had at the time, I think 4,000 or 5,000 watts in a flowering room during this grow. It was the middle of summer. And it was my second grow. So the power company pumped us up to the 5th tier within like a couple of bills. They were like, oh, yo, homie's growing weed. Let's put him on that list. And dude, we got a power bill for $2,500. You know, it was like $2,500. And I mean, I was kind of expecting around, $1,500, $1,800, but when it went up to 2,500 that month, that was like a kick in the nuts. And I was just like, man, California's gonna make it kind of hard on me. So, a bunch of reasons why we were looking at Michigan, but no, it was mainly Michigan going rec. Like in 2018, in October, we were kind of thinking, hey man, we really should leave California, and Michigan, I think, is the spot. And then boom, y'all fucking legalized weed up here in y'all's elections in 2018. I'm pretty sure that's when it was. And then the Farm Bill, the 2018 Farm Bill happened. So like one of the greatest people I met in California was this dude named Jason. And Jason taught me about CBD in 2012. And basically he was selling CBD gum. And he was like one of the first people to like kind of distribute this shit in California. And he's fucking badass, dude. But he basically, he taught me about CBD. And he was like, there's a couple of plants that are around, one of them being Charlotte's Web, that it grows like our weed. Like, it's cannabis. It looks just like our weed. It smells just like it, tastes just like it. It just produces a shitload of CBD instead of THC. And it didn't really hit me then, but as I got older and the CBD wasn't going away, and I had used a couple CBD products, and I didn't really get shit out of them. And I think they were just, terrible sources of the CBD. But by the time the 2008 Farm Bill happened, I totally saw the potential in smokable hemp, meaning that like, if there was a hemp program in North Carolina, which had already kind of started. So like, if North Carolina and Tennessee and fucking Kentucky, I think, was the first one. There's a couple states and quite a few of them in the South that like embraced the 2015 Farm Bill, which allowed certain states to potentially develop like pilot programs. And it was almost like 2018 Farm Bill kind of did the same thing, but like completely legalized it federally. So these pilot programs actually weren't like in a gray area. So like actually states could then, that didn't develop them, like Michigan, I don't think had developed a pilot program yet. And in 2018, when the Farm Bill was passed, by early 2019, they were developing the Michigan hemp pilot program. But like North Carolina and Kentucky and Tennessee and a couple other states had already developed a pilot program that didn't go with federal law at that point in time. But it was almost like California and Michigan and other states that were doing medical marijuana programs or rec weed programs and saying fuck you to the federal government. Basically, it was almost like those states were doing the same, but with hemp and their pilot programs. You know what I'm saying? And I just knew that like, if North Carolina, that's strict and conservative and, a southern state, like if, there were dudes growing hemp there and they found out that smokable hemp strains existed, well, then that was going to just be it, because some people love smoking weed, but not getting baked as shit. And if those varieties are really now going to exist, and the benefit is getting like a serious full spectrum medicine from it, CBD and everything else. Like, and again, I come from a tobacco area. Like, people love just the culture of smoking. You know what I mean? So like, I know a lot of people that want to quit smoking cigarettes and yada, yada. I just like smokable hemp, I think, is potentially, when it works out some of the kinks, it can be very fucking big, and, that's kind of what, the farm that we're on, the township that it exists in is extremely conservative. So like they've opted out. Like they don't want, medical or rec commercial cannabis. So hemp was the only thing that I can really do on this property for right now. And I'm totally okay with that. And I can run a caregiver's garden if I wanted. I'll probably do just 12 this year. Just THC, just because I've, not done it the past couple of years and got to start growing my own smoke again. But so like the potential for smokable hemp is huge. And basically that's kind of part of what I want to share with the community, is like what I've learned so far getting our hemp license going from basically a tent grower or a small bedroom grower to fucking growing an acre of plants, you know. And also, shit, on my IG, there's pictures of our silo grow. That's kind of what I call it, but it's basically an old feed bunker silo that they used to like put a bunch of corn silage in, and things 30 feet wide by 120 feet long. And we built like 100. Yeah, it's big. But yeah, we built a bed that just, it's all concrete. It's like concrete floor, concrete walls. It literally looks like a bunker above ground. It's pretty wild. But basically, we filled that thing with soil made from the land, and like, you know, sand, some clay, a little bit of silt and clay, and then like 25-year-old composted cow manure from one of the old shit pits. And basically, you know, just dumped it into that silo and smoothed it out. And yeah, we so I guess what I'm getting at there is like, I have never done a living soil bed grow, you know, and I wouldn't even really call this a living soil. I mean, it's living. There's all types of shit living in it, you know, a lot of fungus, a lot of, you know, some worms and stuff. But I definitely grew it like synganically this season, you know, because it was the first season I ran it in there, and half the inputs that we had were just, I was using up leftover stuff, you know, just budgetary reasons. Like, you know, as long as I, you know, it was, you know, suitable for growing fireweed, I would put it on our hemp. But like, you know, the stuff I'm learning now, you know, just regarding true living soil grows and all the stuff Smiling everybody is really learning and teaching. I can't wait to apply those to this bed, because the system actually worked pretty damn well this past season, and I think that it deserves to be run again, and we're prepping it for it right now. But you know, I'm growing all this hemp just like I'd be growing weed, you know, because it is fucking, it's the same shit. And if people are going to be smoking it, or it's going to attempt to be smokable hemp, and if it can't meet those standards, then it gets made into like fire ass extracts or pre-rolls, you know, then basically that's just how else, I don't know how else to grow. And I don't, you know, want to grow any other way. But we're growing in so many different systems. Like, we're growing in the ground, directly in the soil. And we're doing some dry land farming. But that big bed in this silo is super interesting. And I was really nervous about it, actually, because yeah, like I've seen clones put into pots too big and rushed into flowering before they develop that root system. And that does not develop a healthy plant that produces good bud. It could even be decent genetics, and that'll fuck it all up. We all know that. It won't be potent. It'll be fluffy. You know, it's like, I had one run where I'd run the clones multiple times, so I knew it, but I rushed it into some grow bags, and I put them in 2-gallon grow bags instead of 1-gallon grow bags, and I didn't adjust the cycle time. And I immediately, you know, that question was answered. Oh, this is why some bags of weed are like this. Or this is why some people's herb is like this. It's because they're not letting that root system to develop. They're not letting it develop in that pot or the container they're using. And it's just producing an inferior quality product. So I was scared to death that the silo was going to do that. So that's why I put 137 or 136 plants in it. I just put 4 rows, 3-foot in row spacing. I stuffed that silo with plants. And I just was like, man, all I can do is basically fill this bed up with as many roots as quick as I can and hope it dries it the fuck out. And it did, dude. It was pretty wild. After we had a pretty dry summer at times. It was like hot and dry at times, and then super wet towards the end this year in Michigan, or this past season. But there were days where I could walk out onto that bed and fucking smack it with my hand, the soil, and it would sound like a drum. Like, it was kind of dry, like it would dry out. That big of a chunk of soil would start to dry out to the point where I could actually hear like like a thud change. And the type of soil, being that it's sand and clay and a lot of compost, like, and you're used to, dude, I've lifting pots, bro. You know, that's what I've been doing for 10 years, is lifting pots, you know. So it was very different for me to be digging into the soil in the field and digging into that bed and, you know, touching the soil and being like, is that fucking wet or dry? I don't know, you know. And so, but we've learned a ton. And what I've learned most too is that there's a lot of people in Oregon and Colorado and some other mature markets. I know it's different, but there's a lot of people growing smokable hemp that do not know how to grow smokable cannabis. And there's a lot of good growers out there that fucking love the plant, can grow dank weed, and they should grow smokable hemp if they have that option, because they know the plant, they love the plant, and like the amount that a crop can give you, even like a quarter acre or half acre or 1 acre, if you have the property or the space, and you can grow fire product, it'll sell just like good weed, and that's only going to get a little better. There's people out there figuring out brokering and different product lines that will want smaller batch sun-grown craft hemp flower. And so I think that here in Michigan, instead of growing weed right now, I've been basically growing hemp varieties that are of smokable quality, and just trying to figure out the SOPs to affordably do that on a small scale. And then I want to basically teach that to every good weed grower that can grow good weed and should be growing the weed, not farmers that don't give a fuck about weed, that are only in it for the money. They really, the weed growers, man, they should be the ones holding hemp license, growing as much of the flower as possible. So, yeah, man, I can't wait to grow some Michigan weed for myself. But for right now, it's just been a ton of hemp. You know what I'm saying? And Joshua Steensland on your program a few weeks back, like a month ago, I didn't know much about him, and I still don't. What I do know and what I see is fucking awesome. And the dude has his head on his shoulders straight for sure. And one of the few things that he said that I've parroted to my partners for years, and basically tell anybody that I can, is that he said that him and his partners were basically developing an operation in Ohio, I think, for an indoor smokable hemp grow with this 100 liter living soil bed, all that shit, which is fucking awesome. But he said one key thing. He said, we're developing it under our hemp license as if it were a regulated medical or recreational grow, so that our infrastructure is set up for when it does go legal, our facilities basically can just switch right over to cannabis, to weed. So I thought that was simple. Shit, dude, when I got a hemp license, I started going to Home Depot and giving my tax ID number for my hemp business, and I was getting tax breaks and stuff. That weed tax, yeah, you definitely get the weed tax and hemp too on some levels, but for the most part, you're now an ag business. You get fucking help. It's not as easy as oh, you're growing hemp, you get insurance. It's no problem. No, it's not that easy. But it's definitely there's a lot of weed growers that get so used to just fucking being taxed out the ass and having to go above and beyond out of their ways to kind of get what they need and develop their systems and their grow and their SOPs. And if there's operators out there that grow weed and they have the property to do so and a little bit extra money to get a hemp license, which they're usually not that expensive. Michigan's kind of fucking it up a little bit right now, but it is what it is. But really, it's worth it in my opinion. And I think there's so many weed growers out there that can, grow probably way better fucking smokable hemp than I can. They just need to know what their options are, and what the potential is. And yeah, so again, I can't remember what the hell you asked me that made me start talking about all that shit. But yes, I'm a Michigan dude, and I'm pretty stoked about it. So, it can get pretty fucking cold up here though. And I pretty much stayed in this travel trailer the entire winter. I'm pretty proud about that too. So that was a learning curve in itself, but smoking plenty of weed though. So it was all right.
Yeah, it'd be pretty chilly. It'd be pretty chilly. So when you say smokable hemp, do you think of more of a packaged pretty flower, or do you think of more of pre-packaged cigarettes, you know what I mean, pre-rolls, stuff like that?
So I think for the masses, it's going to be prepackaged cigarettes. You know what I'm saying? I think that 90% of people out there in the future that will just like hemp cigarettes, hemp pre-rolls will just be literally a part of their life, like cigarettes are for so many people, and I just grew up around a place where like it was not abnormal for an adult to be smoking 2 to 3 packs of cigarettes a day. So like most of the kids I was around, by the time they were 16, they were smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. And, just like by the time they're 40 or 50 years old, Jesus, the amount of money they've spent on cigarettes, the amount of like, the cars and the houses that have been ruined by the smell and yada, yada. It's just like cigarettes I think cigarettes became cigarettes for a reason. They're the access, the ease of access, how quick you can pull one out of your pocket and light one up. It's a social, icebreaker. There's a million things that a cheap cigarette did for people besides just giving them something to smoke. You know what I mean? I think that like, even with all the damage, people keep buying cigarettes or did keep buying cigarettes. And I think it's just a lot to do with humans being humans and anxiety and social situations and stress management and yada, yada. And then again, a lack of an option, just like a lot of people drink in prohibition states because they don't have access to good weed that's legal and kind of affordable, and if they did, they probably wouldn't drink, So I think that smokable hemp on a large scale, just like tobacco could be smoked in a bunch of different ways out of peace pipes and a million other things, but it ended up being the cigarette industry for a reason. I think it's just, again, people got shit to do. They want to be drinking a beer, having a conversation, or doing and most of the time it's easier to just pull one out and light it up. But no, there's definitely going to be room for boutique flower, though. Let me be very clear about that. And that's just because more and more people are being educated what quality cannabis is. Like, just like I was in college, like, oh no, this is dank. This is fucking $60 an eighth for a reason. Now we got to get that price down for good weed. But like that's the thing is smokable hemp. Like I want 10 jars to choose from every night, and I want 1 or 2 of them to be hemp strains. But like you would never know unless the label is there telling you, hey, this tested at 0.3, 0.4 THC, but it has 10% CBD and 5% CBG, and then it has this terp profile that really works well for me to sleep well or whatever. I think that's where it's going to end up being. It's going to end up being part of your side salad. You know what I mean? It's going to be like, oh, my fucking nerves are a little shot today. I'm going to take some of this dank ass CBD flower and put 30% of my joint as that today. You know what I mean? I think so. Like having the variety of cannabis strains, some being smokable hemp strains that are legally hemp and can be grown by hemp operators. But again, their terp profiles, the way they look and smell and grow and taste, and they're gonna blend well with your other premium AAA grade flower, and say you're dating some chick and she is very sensitive, to it, but she wants to sit down with you in front of a movie and, roll a couple joints with you and enjoy that experience with you. I like smokable hemp. I think good dank flower is going to be like stuff for that. Yeah, you can always get a pre-roll and a million other things, but the culture of connoisseur cannabis, I think there is a place for good hemp flower. One thing that comes to mind while I'm saying this, I can't remember the company, but it might have been Leafly. It might have been one of those kind of bigger online kind of data and rating boards or whatever for strains. But there was some competition in the past year, like last year, and they had a category on like what strains produce a consistent effect throughout multiple people. And I forget the name of the category, but it was almost like, oh, this, Durban poison, it's said to, suppress the appetite. And then you get 20 people to fucking smoke it and 10 of them still get kind of munchies or whatever. Like that's kind of like what strain can actually do what it says it's going to do and then be consistent across a number of patients or people. Well, the one that won that was, I think it was Sour Lifter, or it was a hemp strain. Like they smoked 20 different strains, all these different judges. And when they all at the end said which one like produced a relaxing, calming effect and, whatever, like all the judges experience for that strain was by far the leader in consistency when it came to like delivered effects as advertised. And I think that's extremely valuable. I think that like that's part of the problem with cannabis, especially for users that are really sensitive or they're not as experienced. You know, they can basically, you know, hit something one time and go to the fucking moon, you know, or take a bite out of a little edible and, you know, have a terrible experience. So I think that hemp is by far going to be the conduit to like using cannabis on a more daily basis. I think like if I had to introduce somebody to smoking weed now, I wouldn't even consider giving them like, you know, like the Gorilla Glue or the fucking MK Ultra or something like that. Like I'd roll them up a fucking fatty of the CBD flower we grew and tell them to face it and then look them in the eye and tell, like, you know, my girlfriend's really sensitive to like THC, you know, like she doesn't even like she doesn't really use cannabis anywhere near like she wants to, or like I would like her to. But now that we're growing hemp, like it's incredible what she's experienced on that. And the first pre-roll she smoked of it, I swore like I fucking some of my grinder hash must have fucking gotten in there, because I was just like, you know, you look kind of baked, you know. And she was just like, you know, I don't feel it, but like I feel kind of squinty, you know, and I definitely have a little bit of a buzz. And she was like, I'm really relaxed. But you know, and then some other some college students we have that come up and help every now and again. Two of them smoked a couple pre-rolls, and they themselves, like they, you know, they walked back up, and one of the she had, you know, baked eyes, you know, and I was just like, you look kind of stoned. Like, are you guys like, are you getting stoned off this hemp? You know, like I dread it. Like as a hemp operator, that's one of the worst things is fucking learning to test appropriately, like learning to test your fucking crop and then pulling it at the right time to where it's fucking legal, you know, because any good smokable hemp strain right now that's CBD, it's going to be very close to the line, if not technically over a little bit when it comes to like being hot or whatever you want to say. Now, as long as it's not egregious, they're really not going to fuck you up, but really you need to pull it when it's on time. And what I'm learning is that fresh terps, you know, fresh terps mixed with a little bit of other cannabinoids to somebody that's truly sober or that doesn't smoke a lot of pot, they'll get a buzz. Like they'll, just like when you smoke cigarettes for the first time or something like that, like you'll get a little bit of a buzz, and maybe a rush of relief or relaxation or something is that buzz. But like shit, I'd been on the ladder hanging colas for like 2 weeks, and my neck and upper shoulders were wrecked by this point, and some of the flower was drying enough, and this was this past harvest season. And one of the girls that was helping harvest, she rolled up and was just like, can I roll you a joint like of the CBD flower? And I was like, sure. I haven't smoked one yet, actually. And dude, it was like I grew hundreds of pounds of this shit, and then, you know, I was one of the last people to be convinced that it was, you know, worth it. You know, like I went and sat in our car off to the side of the field and just fucking blazed down that pre-roll and just went into like a real chill state, and like my neck and back pain definitely chilled the fuck out. And I was kind of like, oh yeah, this is the future, because it's like when people can get 20 of these in a pack, like a cigarette, like cigarettes, and it's under $10, that's when it's over, in my opinion. If you're still smoking cigarettes after that's available, then you truly do like love, you know, something about cigarettes and nicotine. And it's like, you know, you probably should just blend that a little bit with whatever, because you just found your shit. But really, I think that when smokable hemp products are an option and they're good and they're consistent and they're affordable, I think a ton of people are going to get a lot of relief and a lot of help and a lot of healing, and a lot of cigarette sales are going to keep dropping. You know, and I still have family that farms some tobacco. You know what I'm saying? Like I still have family members that are like, yeah, man, one day you'll convince me to grow hemp. You know, I'm going to. It might be grain and fiber for a couple years until the smokable hemp lines, you know, really come out for the masses at the price points to where, you know, you need the volume grown. And that's the thing too, is like Joshua Steensland, speaking of, that dude's on a whole nother level. Like I'm not like I'm fucking small scale, you know. But basically, you know, you can grow 1,000 fucking pounds on an acre, but how good is that 1,000 pounds after a month or two after you pull it. That's kind of what I saw is the biggest challenge, is actually fucking harvesting all that shit. Like, I had never done an outdoor anywhere near like this. I'd been around a couple of big outdoors in Cali where like I was like, oh yeah, I'll help harvest and I'll help you trim for a month straight. Like I drove up to Oregon one time to a buddy's place that his dad had just got a new place up there, and he fucking took a truck of plants from Cali to Oregon and set up, and 4 months later was like, dude, you ain't got a garden right now, do you? And I'm like, no. He's like, I need help trimming. I went up there and helped him trim like 30 pounds, something like that. And you know, it was crazy. But yeah, we, you know, a couple weeks into that silo grow, and the field was starting to catch up, and I started to think, you know, well, fuck, you know, we better make some friends pretty quickly because I don't have the budget to pay 20 fucking people, you know, to help me harvest for 3 days, 4 days straight. And it was weird. It was like the universe just kind of does what it does sometimes, man. And these two college kids that were kind of living on a farm right down the road, just these cool hippie chicks, just literally like living in a tent, just getting farm experience. And one of my partners knew, you know, that farmer, and they were looking for some spare barn material. And one of our old barns had fallen down this past year. Like, this property is just, it's, in, you know, it's crumbling. Like, the infrastructure, like, it's a 160-acre farm, but all the production acres are being grown corn and soy right now, and that contract has 1 more year. But like the 7 acres where the old freestalls were at, and the old dairy and milking parlor and fucking the old farmhouse that burned down, all that kind of stuff has just been like being overgrown. Like, it looks like a post-apocalyptic world when we got here. So basically, you know, we there's a bunch of old barnwood and fucking sheet metal and all types of stuff just like piled up here and there. And these girls were trying to build like a little farm stay at this other farm. And my partner was like, Sam might go talk to Sam. He might actually need some help harvesting, I have a feeling, and you might could work something. So basically, I traded a bunch of like barn materials for harvest help, and ended up with like a bunch of college kids coming up from Kalamazoo and just mashing out harvests with me and my girlfriend for like a week. And I gave them so much goddamn CBD flower, like these girls still are smoking on that shit, you know, and they, you know, got all the materials they needed. And you know, but yeah, the harvest logistics, I think that's where my mind was going, is by far what small operators that are going to potentially grow a 1/4 acre to a couple acres of hemp needs to think about. So when Joshua Steensland was like, man, I was standing on the side of my field with my partner and we had transfer trucks pulling bud out of the field, I was just like, I could see that, you know, because I fucking harvested that fucking 1/2 acre for like 2 weeks every day, and there was still so much meat on the bones when we were done, it wasn't even funny, you know what I mean? Like, we harvested by hand every day. And the college students, they came up maybe 4 or 5 times for maybe 4 or 5 hours, but other than that, it was like my girlfriend and I and my other partner, you know, every now and again, like, I mean, shit, just every day. Half the time it was with a lawnmower with a yard trailer with like 10 of the huge 45-gallon black totes, just like, I should post a picture of that shit, but I called it the Harvest Mobile, and it was literally just like a yard trailer with like, you know, maybe like a 10 by 14. It's kind of a big yard trailer, but just fucking totes of bud, dude. It's like every grower that, you know, like us, it's what they need to do, you know, like even if they sit on it for a year, they need to fucking pull that much flower, and they need to just make RSO for everybody, you know what I mean? So I don't know, I think that, and you know, now that I'm having the hemp license for a couple of years and kind of seeing how things go and all that, there are breeders that probably are doing some pretty cool things under their hemp license quietly. You know what I mean? There's got to be dudes around the country that are fucking doing some pretty awesome breeding programs with big numbers under their hemp license, and then, you know, somehow taking the ones that are worth the shit and getting them out of there if they're, you know, THC. But basically, yeah, it's just like I just can't stress it enough. Like, any home grower that's just addicted to learning about this plant and growing it, check out your local hemp laws. Like, I think Jack was even talking about it recently about potentially fucking with some hemp in his backyard or something for terps. And I was like, yeah, he's seeing the light. He's getting it, because, you know, really, if that's, you can do so much with it, man. You know, it can, good hemp genetics, just like good weed genetics, like, it'll produce fire flower and it'll produce a great extract. And there's a place for that.
I forget that you can't see chat there, but right here, why sustainable, says Dankavitch. Favorite hemp flower for bubble, and bean harvester on the tractor works good for NRCS is great farm for rehab. So just wanted to throw that out. And while you think over that, what hemp is good for bubble or would be good for bubble.
So
I'm gonna shut this camera off. I'm listening, but I gotta move this thing so I can grab a handful of flour behind that.
Sweet.
But I'm here. I'm listening.
Okay, 10-4. Yeah, I gotta smoke soon. I really gotta smoke soon. Yeah. So when it comes to CBD flower for bubble, I don't know yet. That's actually something. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what CBD flower is good for bubble, because I really haven't had the pleasure of washing any CBD flower. Like, I have a lot of CBD flower and I haven't washed a bit of it yet. And that's mainly just because just in the past couple of weeks, we finally got it all, you know, into our, you know, storage totes. And basically it's now in the workroom where we're going to be setting up our, we got an Ito Pro to basically just do test RSO batches and small batches. And then, yeah, we're going to get the washing machine back and break out the bags and start washing some of our material. And I mean, as y'all know, some strains just wash for shit. And if it produces enough to where it's worth it, you know, on a business level, you know, economically, then even if it washes for shit, it still can be worth it. But so we grew cherry wine. So in 2019, cherry wine in 2018, I think, was pretty big. And so all the hemp that is in the field and in the silo, that was one particular pheno that I selected from our cherry wine seeds from our 2019 stock. And it's when I selected it back in the day, I would wash. Like, if I was doing a pheno hunt, or I was running 5 cuts, and yeah, all 5 of them were bomb, but you know, one of them dumped way more hash, that one definitely had more run next, you know, like more clones run next, or I kept it around. Oh man, that looks really good. What is that?
That is some twisted TK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Deep Southern genetics right there is what I is.
Oh man, that looks good. Hell yeah. And yeah, so we ran 30. So that's kind of funny. So when we first got to Michigan, I think I kind of was going on to that. We stayed on the east side of the state for a couple of months. Everyone in the family, you know, was always like, you got to meet, you know, so and so and so and so. They're brother and sister. They're basically my girls' second cousins. Their dad ran the farm. He was one of the children that took over the farm. Whereas, like, my girl's grandmother, she moved away from the farm years ago. And we finally got across the state and met them, hit it off, and basically, I saw the farm. They took me out to the farm, and I just immediately was just like, the fucking potential here is absolutely amazing. There's just tons of old concrete infrastructure everywhere. Like, there's just there's fucking concrete everywhere. And there's just, yeah, dude, there's like old silos. There's old barns that are kind of falling down. And there's just, there were some old little pasture places. Like we cleared the old horse pasture that was maybe like 100 feet by 250 feet. So it was just like a nice rectangle we cleared. So in the fall of 2019, while I had 36 3-gallon pots on the concrete, I cleared off basically like 20-year-old shit off the corner of this concrete slab. And we got 36 seedlings in talus in the beginning of June in 2019. So I pitched to them basically my idea of like, okay, the little town won't allow us to grow weed on this thing, but we could potentially do hemp. We just have to wait for Michigan to start a hemp pilot program. And then literally, I get a call from my partners now, and they say, let's do it. Let's do it when we can do it. And the next fucking day, I shit you not, Michigan came out with the hemp pilot program rules. It was fucking crazy the next day. And I barely even knew, her at the time, my partner now. And, she was just like, this is too weird. We have to fucking do it now. And I was just like, I agree. So, within a week, we were in Lansing getting our license, and we were like in the first 50 people in the state to get a growers and processors license for hemp. And by the beginning of June, the only CBD plants I could find in the state online, just like some Joe that doesn't know fucking anybody at this point, was a one website, and it was some dudes up in Talus, and they had bought like an old greenhouse a few years before and were kind of running like a little like landscape nursery garden center tiny thing out of it. And they were smart enough to get their hemp license and buy a fuckload of seed and germinate them and sell them as seedlings for $9.50 a clip, dude. So like these dudes were selling starter plants, regular seedlings for $9.50 each. And they were not dropping price until you got above like 20,000, 30,000 plants. And they were only dropping it by like a couple bucks. So I walked in there, and the first thing I said to him, I got a big grin on my face because I saw like 500,000 seedlings on these tables, and they didn't even look that good. But I still was like, it's a gold rush. It was that timing thing where it was like a brand new market. The CBD market hadn't fallen out yet. And I just said, what's your biggest order so far? And he was like, I got a guy coming for 77,000 starts tomorrow. And I did the math really quickly, like 77,000 times $7. And I just was like, yeah, fuck, that's amazing. But basically, we bought 36. So we spent like $200 or $300. I don't know what the math is right now, but we bought 36. And this was me like coming from the small home grower mindset. You know what I mean? Like every single other person I met in the hemp game was like, yo, I just spent fucking 30 grand on feminized seed. I just spent a shitload of money on clones to do 10 acres. And, and that's awesome. Like that's awesome. But literally our budget and the fact that we had no machinery, dude, we didn't even have like one building that could keep like animals and shit so like I was like, let's just try 36. I'll grow them as cheaply as I can, and we'll try and do a pheno hunt. And if there's something that basically passes the lab, that was the thing, is that dude could have been selling fucking reg THC seeds. We never knew. We have to, and like, you don't want to break the law. You don't want to, especially when you have partners that aren't from our world, you know what I mean? You definitely don't want to push it. So it was like, let's fucking run these plants and send every single female that's worth a shit to the lab and get them to analyze every sample for cannabinoid content and tell me that it's legal cut or not. And that's basically what we did. And during that first grow, I ran like 36 plants in 3 gallons, 16 of them were females, pulled all the males off to the side, re-vegged the males just in case I wanted to keep them. Most people wonder how you did that or how to do that. For me, it was as simple as treating it just like a flowering plant. I chopped that whole bitch down, basically like at least half, maybe 2/3 of the whole plant. You just cut it off and you chop off all the growth tips, and of course everything that has pollen sacs on it. And then you put it under a light for 24 hours straight. You just leave. And it doesn't even have to be a really intense light, you know what I mean? But just that's every single, I did like, you know, over a dozen males that way, and they all stopped putting out pollen pretty much immediately. And one thing I did to keep, because I had some males around at different times, just use water a lot. Like I hear some people say that, but if you're lucky enough to be outside, just keep a fucking, you know, like a spray head on a hose near your plants, to just every time you walk by them, just you know, just blast them with water, and it'll help deactivate a lot of that pollen, you know, that might be on there. So but yeah, we pulled 16 females, and fucking like 4 or 5 of them, they looked and grew and smelled just like what we're used to, you know. The other ones, actually, they all looked and smelled pretty dank, you know. Some of them were more hairy than others, but they had great resin content on them. And it was, you know, I was smart enough to know that sometimes an airy flower will wash better, you know. But the lab results pretty much did all the selection for me. And then the one that we ran in the field, I guess this is getting back to my original point, trying to, is it had over 2% CBC in it. And we tested 16 samples, and 2 of those samples had robust levels of CBC compared to all the other ones. And the one that we selected, or that I selected for like production, the growth rate, like it really could grow. It cloned easily. It's super leafy. That was one of the biggest downfalls, is that it's a really leafy strain, but it was a tank, and it produced a really dense resinous flower, but it had 0 trichomes on the leaf. You know what I mean? It was one of those ones where, like, you know, I worried about even breaking 10% CBD in the flower, you know, and, you know, but if you can get a 10% CBD flower and it's 0.28% THC, that shit will, do well at market, especially if it has a higher terps, you know. But I guess my whole point is, I won't be surprised if the pheno that we picked for the field does not wash that well. I hope I'm wrong, but I will know in the next week or two when I finally start washing it, just to see if it's worth washing more of, because we have plenty to wash. But it's kind of going to be one of those things where, like, I'm just about to start that, where I'm going to be bringing in, there's a couple other farmers that have like 20 other varieties that are just kind of waiting for me to get a little bit farther down the road on a couple projects, to where I'm going to be bringing in those flowers, doing a wash and a couple other extractions on those, seeing how they produce in each one, and then blending, I want to do some blended CBD products, because like the full spectrum aspect is extremely important with CBD, even more than THC, in my opinion. You know what I mean? It's like, because the THC is so easy to feel, even if it's brief, if it's just pure THC and it's just like, ugh, you know, in the head. But if you can get a full, Bingus said that he does an RSO where he does like 3 or 5 strains at least of CBD RSO. That's it. I mean, so that's basically what we're going to be trying to do, and I'll definitely share that data, dude, because that's something that, you know, one of the first things that I was told when I started this was, hey man, can you make CBD bubble? I don't ever see CBD bubble, you know. And I'm, you know, just getting to that point now where we have freaking super sacks of stuff to wash, but I also grew just one selection, you know, kind of just for our part. So to be able to bring in other strains that were grown well, and the dude I'm thinking of right now that has 20 just sitting waiting, you know, those are organically grown and all that too. So like he had like a certified organic vegetable farm, and he just went fucking ham, you know. And he's more of like a family man farmer, like the CBD business, like right now with like these dudes like Joshua Steenslands, they can grow some pretty decent herb on, you know, or great herb, but then they grow fucking 500 acres and grow 500,000 pounds, you know, depending on how they can harvest it and dry and cure it and store it, really will dictate the quality of it. And I think that, like, well, I don't want to talk too much about it right now, but part of what I'm working on is like the correct conduit to market for a small smokable hemp farmer. You know what I mean? Like to where it's like you can grow a few thousand pounds of some dank flower, but you're going to make plenty of money to do it. So you want to do it next year. You know what I mean? And we have to like develop CBD bubble that's worth a shit, that, you know, you can sell that to, you know, many different companies, even like a THC extract company, you know, like that has a good market for good concentrates. Like there could be some hemp companies out there, hemp farmers out there that can make their fire ass CBD concentrates. And then because there's technically a hemp product, they can kind of sell it to whoever, however. And it could be to literally like other concentrate companies. They just don't put in the money or time to grow that amount of that hemp, you know what I mean? And I just hope there's more, you know, fucking weed growers growing that type of hemp than ag dudes, you know? So I think it's the only way too, where it'll be respected for what it can be is, yeah. Cause, you know, again, this was my first like huge season outdoor, you know, and I just was a fucking nut about trying to like do everything as close to indoor as I could. And it's fucking impossible. So you got to find that like threshold and just stay as close to it as you can. And then at the end, look at what you got and figure out how do you do it better next year. But every other operator that is a large scale ag operator, they do not think like that. At least the ones that I've met, you know, they pull it in out of the field in a tractor and they throw it into a warehouse, or they throw it into a dryer or whatever else. And then before the end of the week, it's usually done in a super sack, and they're just like, all right, yeah, going to market, or it's not, whatever, I'm on to the next part of life, you know. I think that there's a lot of weed growers out there that would give way more love and passion to the crop, even if they're getting paid the same amount. And well, the end consumer will very much benefit for that. So
What about Bob in chat was asking if you could talk about like harvest time? I'm pretty sure that's what he's asking for. Harvest time. What you're looking for in trichomes in CBD/hemp.
So one day we will get to harvest by the way we know, and that is looking at the trichomes, or, you know, just knowing I fucking like my shit to be kind of gold. You know, I want to go to sleep every time I hit that shit, you know, so you don't even really look. You just kind of know, oh, it's been on the plant for 9 or 10 weeks, so it's good. In hemp, the fucking laws dictate when you harvest. That's another thing about hemp is pretty much getting used to seeing waste or a drop in quality that you never would accept in the THC game. Excuse me. So meaning I have to send a sample into the state, and they have to tell me, oh, you're at 0.12% THC and you're at 4% CBD. And, you know, so if you think you're going to go hot in 3 weeks, you need to start pulling now and be done in 2 weeks. So that's basically what it is the minute you are sending samples to the lab, and a lot of them are like state accredited or mandated labs, you know what I mean? So that's a whole racket right there. But basically the lab will say you're legal now or you're not legal. And if you're legal, you have 2 weeks from this window to pull. So basically, if you aren't done pulling your field, you better send a sample in as soon as you can and hope that it still ain't went hot and get another 2-week window extension. You know what I'm saying? But pretty much you just time it right. You get everything done in 2 weeks, and anything left, it just fucking, it rots, dude. And it either rots or gets burned, or you have a hell of a bonfire, or all three, you know? So, but that is a bitch, is basically seeing that if you don't have the infrastructure in place, like if you don't have, 15 or 20 people that will work their ass off and pay attention to detail, then you're going to see a lot of buds get stepped on, like fucking buds that are dried 5 and 6 gram, fucking beautiful fucking, tops. And people don't even mean to, they're just getting, they just harvested 200 tops like that, But on the way back to the trailer, a fucking cola gets trampled somehow, and you as a grower walk by and you're like, what in the fuck? Like, dude, that bitch was like, if that was THC and it was a few years ago, that's a $40 bud right there, and the THC is still like fucking $6-7, if it actually turned out good. But yeah, but after like day 5, and you're like, oh, I could harvest for 10 more hours for the next 4 days straight, and I'm still going to leave that entire row of tops over there. Fuck. So you end up kind of. I remember the first couple of days, like I was like sending the girls out into the field, and I was like, all right, cut the colas to where it fits down into the tote. You know what I'm saying? To where like we get to the nets and we hang. It's like I don't want to see colas kind of jammed on the top of the tote like this on the edge, and it's like and a few days later it's just like, just carry bundles and over to the trailer, and so it's just like I always had plastic down and had totes and all that, but like by the end of it, the last few loads that my girl and I did, no shit, we didn't even take totes. I put a couple of pieces of wood and made the walls of the trailer just a little bit higher, and I took a whole brand new sheet of plastic and I created one giant tray in the trailer of like a plastic sheet with walls, and we just literally went out there as the sun was going down and just filled up the trailer the size of a Volkswagen Beetle twice of just colas, just tops, like the top fucking third of the plants on this one whole row in the field that we just didn't get to. And our lines were full. Half of the lines were full for the second time. We had no more room in our backup barn. It was like getting to 32 degrees that night. Like we had already suffered 3 or 4 frosts, and the plants didn't give a shit. Let me be very clear about that. The plants in the field that had roots, and these were all clones, like pissed off clones. I didn't have any seedlings like in the field or in that silo grow. Like they were clones from the previous stock, and the silo grow froze first because it was like 10 inches of soil. You know what I mean? It made sense. Like after the 3rd frost, I saw like the buds look and smell pretty differently, the ones that didn't get harvested yet. But in the field, like they took 2 more frosts like champs, and even some of the fucking mids and some of the tops on 1 or 2 of the rows that we didn't get to, dude, they popped even more. You could tell that they pumped out more resin, and it was really interesting seeing all that. So before I forget it, because it's in my mind, Binga said something else really valuable, I think. A lot of people in the hemp game are like, oh, seeds over clones. And fuck, I think Cass was even saying, you can do fucking clones. And I was like, yeah, preach it. Yeah, you can do some fucking clones. But I totally can see with the vole problem. See, Binga said that out in the Pacific Northwest, they use seeds in the hemp game because of the taproot, because of the voles. And he's the only one that I've ever heard say that. Everyone else was like wind. You need the taproot for the wind and all that shit. Well, I saw our plants they sit sideways afterwards for a little while with some wind, dude, but they'll take some fucking wind even without trellising, But those voles, like, and if you saw how the voles took the drip line and ate the fucking side roots, I can totally see how a plant that has a taproot of any kind could take that beating way better than clones that just have all these kind of lateral roots, So I definitely in the future, when that's appropriate and I can, do it, I can't wait to do a seed crop right beside a clone crop in a vole infested area and just see what the fuck happens. I think that'd be really interesting. So.
Tons of respect for Bingus. He's a good guy, man. That's one guy I'm glad that happened to stumble through the community.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's easy to Bingus is easy to love, dude. He's a lot of fun, and it's cool as shit. Again, being in the hemp game and hearing him talk about his experience with that hemp company, So it helps me being, just like this tiny operator, seeing these, fucking 80,000 seed pheno hunts and shit. That's cool as fuck, So it'll probably be a few years, but hope to be doing a lot of those in the field soon, yeah, step by step, So I just went to clean out my pipe, and like this afternoon's bowl is still not done. So I'm gonna rip this and then start cleaning this thing out. So maybe I'll shut up for just a minute doing that.
I don't know why. It's been an excellent episode so far, man. I'm enjoying. You've had this is an amazing story. Amazing story, bro.
Thanks, dude.
I can relate to much of your stories, especially the real caregiver aspect of going in and dealing with them vision centers firsthand. I went through all that shit. Same stuff. It was kind of refreshing to hear that I wasn't the only one. Took a few nods here and there in the beginning. I used to carry a book in there with me too. Like everything that was in the garden. If you didn't have this, if I don't have what you got here, then whatever's you see here, I'll be back. When it's harvested, if it interests you. And again, with the pretty much the party packs there, the mixed bundles, same there. I heard all that shit because I didn't like to smoke the same shit, so I always had the variety packs and shit. The same thing. This is really good, but I'm looking for 5 pounds. I'm like, man, I'm a fucking caregiver. I'm not even supposed to carry that. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Fuck.
Exactly. Right.
At that point, half the time, I heard that almost so many times. I almost thought I was being set up and shit. You know what I mean? This is one. I'm looking for 5. Well, come on, man. Are you tricking me into fucking tricking myself into getting some trouble here? Come on.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
Yep. There's so many instances in the game, especially coming from like a new area or an emerging area where nobody kind of knows the rules until they are just kind of jumping into the deep end. And it's there's just a lot of different stories where and as long as nothing goes sideways, it's always a funny story, or you learn something. You learn something about how business is done, at least for them or their patients or that area, and how the market's changed. I remember one time I went down to LA, and it was like maybe like a week before, it might have been Huncho Grown that said it recently, talking about the Vietnamese like kind of running shit in California. And that was one thing that I definitely noticed was that in the Central Valley, well, everywhere, like obviously, Mexican and cartel influence is real. You know what I mean? Like I lived up in the mountains, and I would see dudes literally just come out of the fucking woods and then start walking down the road, and they looked like they had been in the woods for 2 months straight, and like the bit in a grow and probably just got raided and had run off, like that kind of shit. But at the grow shop, there was this Vietnamese crew that would run in, and they would buy probably 3 pallets of soil every 2 or 3 days. And I remember thinking, the fucking first week I noticed that, I looked at one of the guys that worked there, and again, this is probably when they all thought I was a cop, and I just was like, that dude must be building the biggest garden in the world. Like, and it was kind of, probably like, I think it was kind of towards the late spring, and basically he was like, nah. And then pretty much a couple weeks later, the manager was just like, yo, he has about 50 houses that way, and he probably has another 100 in that city down that road. And I just said, and he was like, well, his crew. And he said, it's like, him and about 50 family members. And he was like, the guy told me that every single person, can you hear me? Basically, every single person is like, part of the family. And he was like, yo, the Vietnamese, he's like, the Mexicans and the cartels, dude, they do their thing, but quietly the Vietnamese and the Asians are fucking killing it. And their fucking weed is fire too. And I said, well, fucking word, dude. And fucking like a week later, same guy comes in and I helped him with his soil. I kind of had it ready for him, and he went into his truck and pulled out like a little orange pill bottle, that had like a couple nugs in it, and just was like, hey man, here, check out my newest stuff. And he just drove off really before I could even say thanks. And I opened up that little pill bottle, and the amount of keef caked on the inside of that fucking top, it was one of those ones where it was like either that was a jar of his for a while, or the bud in there was just like the keef was so sticky. It was like trim bin keef, you know what I mean? And it was some of the best weed I smoked in Cali. Was those two buds I got from them. And my whole point was one time I went down to LA, and I went into 30 shops, and 25 of them were like, nah, we're good, we're stocked up. We just bought $1,500 indoor pounds from the Vietnamese. And I was just like, what? $1,500 a unit for indoor? And then he was just like, yeah man, they just every now and again they'll come around town with like fucking 1,000 P's. And I'm just like, well fuck dude, I need to learn my timing then, because like I definitely went back up the hill with most of that fucking herb, so I was just like, shit, but I don't know, man. It's again, it's a learning experience, man. The only good thing about going to LA was going to LA, like being a fucking rural ass North Carolina dude, fucking, I lived in the big cities, in North Carolina, but it was like I pretty much grew weed, all the time. And one of, I never, I didn't really experience the city that much, and then we moved up to the mountains in Cali, and that was in the middle of fucking nowhere. So the LA, once you would sell or, donate whatever, and or be rejected enough to be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna smoke all this right now, or take it back home. Walking around in LA, like in South Central or Koreatown or Hollywood, walking around fucking smoking all those free pre-rolls from the dispensary. You go into a spot, and if you're cool, the owner or the buyer, even if he's sending you out the door with all your shit, if you're cool, he'll usually throw you a free pre-roll or something. You know what I mean? At least back in the day. And I could get to where I could dry hit the pre-roll and tell if it was going to give me a headache or not, So like, oh, this actually got some flower in it, or add some shit, you know what I mean? There's some straight leaf. So I would take the good pre-rolls, and, I would just walk down the street, you know what I mean? And just kind of listen to the city and breathe that shit in. And I genuinely enjoyed that. I got to know the city pretty well. Well, fuck. So, kind of bringing it back, you asked me about my first time I ever smoked. And I'm a little stoned, so it's good. The guy that didn't smoke, my best friend that I grew up with, was me and my two boys, Omar and Jake. And Omar did not smoke that first time, but he basically he graduated and went and moved to Santa Monica, and he basically lived in Santa Monica, which is pretty much like the beach in LA. You know what I mean? Like LA's kind of inland a little bit, but so I would come down from the mountains, and so like when I fucking started growing, I literally dipped away from pretty much everybody that I grew up with. Like even some of like the best ones, just because it was like sometimes you were really pushing it, and you were like, I dread them getting a call. You know what I mean? Or, like it was just like, I was like, my worst nightmare was pulling somebody from my life into my shit, because I was just wanting to grow a ton of pot. And basically, I would go through cycles where even like my best friends, I would like fucking throw a burner cell phone away, and it'd be like 6 months or a year before I'd fucking, give them a call. I know that's super asshole, but basically, Omar fucking moved out to Cali like a year and a half after I did, and I hadn't called him in like 6 months. And he got in touch with my mom and got my number and called me and was just like, motherfucker, I'm in Cali now, so you got to come see me. And no shit, I was needing to go to LA like a month later. So For a couple of years, I got to go down to LA to one of my homies' houses that I literally was in third grade with. And the first time I smoked pot was at his house. Was basically I'd go chill with him in Santa Monica and just go out to the dispensaries from there. So like I'd show up and we'd smoke down on like my crop and like fucking he'd be like, well shit, what you trying to, move now? And it'd be like, oh, a pound of Grandfire, a pound of Platinum, and he'd try some hat. It was awesome. That was kind of the best part of LA was kicking it with him and then going out on my own and doing my own shit all day and all night, and then like coming back and kicking it with him and then just driving back up the mountain in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Just fucking, that was, even if I was bringing product back, as long as I got to do that, I wasn't too pissed off. You know what I mean? So, that was, that was kind of part of going around to the clubs and stuff. So, and I also was that, so I was definitely, and I still am, man. It's probably why I didn't shut the fuck up now. But because I grow hard, dude. A lot of growers, man, they're locked up in their gardens all the time, and then they get around people and they just never shut the fuck up, dude. So like I'd come down out of the fucking hills and I'd be looking at weed maps and I'd like check off the first 30 and then just be like, yeah, all right, well, I still got some weed. Where the fuck am I at? And I'd be like near Compton or South Central, like places where, you're ignorant and you hear things and you're like, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be. I'm by myself. I got fucking, couple pounds and some fucking head, just like, probably shouldn't be here by myself at 10 o'clock. But like, I'm just that knucklehead, I guess, that, like, I pay attention, and then half the time too, you end up in the middle of that shit before you really realize it. Like, oh, fuck, this is, the only place on this whole street that's lit up is that fucking little medical shop that has that green cross. And there was a couple nights where like I ended up in Inglewood. Actually was probably my favorite time. And I was in Inglewood by myself. It's like 10:30 at night. And I found this place on Weed Maps. And it was the neighborhood looked shut down. The neighborhood had like no street lights in it or anything. And I was like, what in the fuck? It looked like something out of Chinatown, the beginning, like the city, like the night she gets shot, basically. I don't know. It was like a Chinatown set or something. I was like, this is pretty wild. And but I still got out of my fucking car and I started walking towards that shop. And it was probably like 50 yards in front of me. And literally the only light was that green sign and then the light coming from the door. And this dude steps out smoking a blunt and like I can see him in the distance. So I'm like, word, all right, so I'm on the right track. And I could smell the weed again by that point. And basically a couple people were like standing right there and they kind of, hey. And I was like, whoa. And they're like, you weed boy? And I was just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, I got some fire product. You want to come in here and buy some? And they kind of laughed and they're like, shit. And then, anyway, so I go into that dispensary and end up having like an hour and a half long just fucking laugh. I just basically sat there with the owner and I think his brother and then the owner's son, who was only 16 or 17. He shouldn't even really been in there, I don't think. But that was the first night I heard about live rosin. And it was from a 16 or 17-year-old kid. And his dad and like they just ran this dispensary in the hood. And first off, when I walked in there, he was like, "What? Are you lost?" And I was like, "Nah, man, I got some product I'd like you to look at." And he was like, "Really?" And I was like, "Yeah, man." And he was like, "Fuck it, dude. We're kind of closing down, but come on in here, man." And he's like, "What you got?" And I signed all my papers and shit, to be part of the collective. And anyways, they brought me into the back office. They could have robbed me. They could have fucked me up. They could have done whatever they wanted. But they legitimately looked at my product. They made a fair offer for the flower, but I was like not desperate. So I was like, nah, it's okay. But what I did have is I had like 4 mason jars full of keef. And it was a pretty low grade keef, but it was definitely a shitload of dry sift keef that I had shook out. And I ended up selling it to him for like, I think $2 a gram wholesale just to get rid of it. And and I basically was like, do you have a lot of, patients that come in and buy a, like a daily supply? Like in the morning, they buy like fucking $5 to $20 worth of weed and fucking roll it up, smoke it all day, and then fucking come back. And then he was like, yeah, man, actually, just like fucking 20 people on the street do that shit. And I was just like, word up. I was like, well, sell this shit to them for $3 a gram, or give them like, if they buy like, a couple grams, give them like a half gram or a gram of the shit for free, and tell them to sprinkle it in their blunts. And he was like, that's a great idea. And then like, hey, have you heard of this live rosin shit? My son was just telling me about that. And then his son went on this little kind of, he explained live rosin and like choras and stuff. And I had seen Strain Hunters back in the day where like they kind of explained that shit a little bit. And up in India, I think. And yeah, he was just like, it was really neat, And so you find yourself in like some crazy ass places, or some just different places than where you're used to, and you meet great people. And it's usually always around cannabis, and I mean, there was a couple other times where like, and those guys were probably like your age, and like those, just maybe 10, 20 years older than me. And then there was plenty of clubs where like I was in there with dudes my age or just a couple years older than me that were straight up, you could tell they wanted your 20 packs because they were going to be put in the mail to New York the next day, or in a car to fucking Florida. You know what I'm saying? So like, that there were so many times where like I was in a back room with just a couple dudes with like, a shitload of hash or something else. And then, I for a second, you'd be like, oh God, is this about to go bad? But you just be you and be chill, and then you hope that the power of the plant's there, and you fucking, it works out. They might not buy your product, but you get out of there, dude. So yeah, man, I kind of miss those days.
Definitely. I do too. Rec killed that shit here in Michigan. Rec killed that shit here in Michigan. I miss those days so much, man. There's a lot of days where you talked about like coming out, like the clubs. It's the clubs, like when you're going shoulder to shoulder with caregivers. There's times where I've had some nervous moments walking out like that. But one of my funniest ones, and it works both ways, brother, was your notation of catching the guy coming out, or he caught you. Notice caregiver to caregiver. I've been there many a times carrying my backpack, my case, either way. And you see the caregiver coming in, or you may be the caregiver coming in. But if like I've been the one coming out going, oh, sucks to be you. They just filled up. Sorry, Chief. Practically high stepped into my truck.
Right? Holy shit. For sure. Dude, you're totally reminding me of so like when I was in the Central Valley near those, like in those mountains, dude, that was like I said, there were dudes that would have like totes with like 100 pounds in their living room just chilling. There were like 3 clubs in that one whole fucking grow area. So basically it's like, you always hear about how like in Peru and fucking Colombia, like the growers of like all the cocaine and stuff, they get paid like a couple $100 for a kilo or some shit, you know what I mean? And then it sells for like 35,000 in the States. Like I kind of saw that like from the dispensaries in that, there's like 1 or 2 clubs that could hold a license. They were grandfathered in. It was a strict county, whatever. But then all of a sudden, people would crop out up there, and the first place they'd try and hit before they drove 3-4 hours to LA was the only 2 or 3 clubs there. So you'd have, like, I remember one morning, it was when the mobile testing service was coming through town. This was in like a couple from NorCal comes down and makes a killing on a Saturday or Sunday, just stopping at the one club where like 1,000 growers in the area fucking live and grow their big crop. It's genius thinking back on it now, like they were ahead of the fucking game. But I remember I showed up one morning, not even knowing that was going on, and basically just trying to sell like a couple of pounds before, again, I went all the way to LA, and there were over 50 growers in line, and like most of them had duffel bags. So and it depended on like the like what was really interesting is some of the dudes would be like you could tell they like pretty much had it in their backpack they came out of the fucking mountains in, you know what I mean? It'd be like a fucking pretty grimy backpack and duffel bag, maybe a Jan Sport that was about to blast at the seams, you know. But then you'd have these dudes that like, you know, straight build caps, like fucking, you know, nice jewelry, like they kind of like they were like the typical Cali grower as I thought of it, that did not give a fuck about being showy. They would fucking grow hard and play hard. They fucking spent their money in flashy. Like Cali was flashy. And these dudes would have like Gucci duffel bags full of weed. And they were like farm boys. And I thought that was the greatest thing in the world. You'd have like 3 dudes flexing their Gucci bags and they just be like, yo, I got fucking 10 pounds. I'm trying to fucking unload this here, you know? And basically you get in there and the dude be like, yeah, I'll give you 1,200 a pound for that. I'll go 800 a pound for that. And then he's like, sees my indoor and he's like, bro, you don't even need to be here right now. And I'm just like, you're right. Fuck. So, but yeah, like a line of growers with, you know, there probably was like, I don't know, a few 100 pounds in that line, you know what I mean? And it was crazy. They all clearly didn't want to leave it in the car and they knew they weren't going to sell it all, you know, and they were, I mean, I bet if, you know, the road to LA that morning had a ton of growers going there because they all were like, shit, you know, I can sell 2 of my 50 or 10 here, you know. Anyways, man, yeah, it just made me think of that shit because that club killed it. I remember one day I was at the point where I looked at the manager in the face and I was like, I got the time and I'm already going down there, man. You must have like a stockpile or at least a list of names that you could call and say, hey, I can broker, you know, I can help you move some of this to more patients and, you know, the market. And he's just like, I don't need to, man. Like, he literally was just like, I have more than I need. I'm making more money than I need. And I don't care if you want to hustle. You know what I mean? Like, I was just like, shit, you know, but it is what it is. I will say that one dude, I spoke about that first batch that I graded the bubble hash and the terps, you know, kind of like preserved it way better. Took it to that club first, that particular batch, and that fucking manager bought both jars and it never hit the shelf. And I'm not exactly sure, but a coworker of my girlfriend's at the time, he had a buddy come to a cookout. Buddy was saying, I work at, you know, I'm a manager of one of the local clubs. There was only 2 or 3 clubs. And basically he had this hash that looked like sand basically. And he was like, you know, I just been smoking on this for a few weeks, and it just like there was a couple things that put it together. And when I walked in there, like I even took the time to go there because I kind of went there in like a year or so because I kind of, you know, I just been, anyways. But basically, his menu didn't have any graded hash. It was just like they barely had bubble. BH was really big at that point, and like rosin wasn't there yet. And I just kind of came in there with this stuff, and I think I called it like Moon or something. I didn't even really think, I kind of made up my own name, and it was just like the consistency, the texture of the hash. Like when I would grate it and let it dry in these little piles, you could like tap the pile with a spoon, and like it would almost like, you know, all these little balls would break apart and then kind of, you know, kind of like sand that was kind of wet and then dry. It was awesome. But I think that manager, I like to tell myself that manager was like, this is head stash, you know, because it was only probably like a quarter pound, you know, so. but yeah. So, yeah, I miss those days, Eagle, for sure. Oh, you're muted, bud.
Shit, sorry. Thank you.
That's all right.
As far as the bubble hash goes, I almost think that a lot of folks are missing out, to be honest with you, on real good older style bubble hash. And I'm not necessarily talking about like the freezer 6-star, they'll call it. I'm talking about the little less processed hash. As most of us will remember, it's had good bubble, just straight out bubble hash.
Yeah.
You know, they've been force fed. That's a pretty good term because it just came on. It just was like, here, try this. the dabs, you know what I mean? All
Hmm.
that shit, the slabs, and good bubble hash too. It's like passed over. Just nobody, it never even got a chance in the newer market. But what
Right.
I found, and I still smoke a lot of bubble myself. In this last run, I had, a decent pinch from my
Mhm.
wash there, and I passed out quite a bit. And I had some people look at me. I told that story the other night, like, what the fuck is this? It's fucking hash, man. Straight up hash. What the fuck do I do with this? Well, fucking, you can smoke it in the bowl by itself. You can top a bowl with it. You can put it in
Right.
a fucking joint. That's what I like to do with it. And,
Right.
they're like, and then you see them again. They're like, that fucking hash was good.
There you go. Yep. Yep.
Lot different than that dabs. It hangs out for a while. It's a full
Yeah,
body kind of thing.
exactly.
It's it.
Yep.
People need to realize the get reanointed with the bubble hash and get
Well,
refreshed with it because it's a good buzz, man. People need to know. People need to know.
I think that my hope is, and see, this is, I've just been kind of in my own shit with the hemp and basically for a couple years and just kind of, just getting fucking ounces of flour and again, good cheap BHO from him and fucking just getting work done really. But I cannot wait to get back to making bubble because I totally agree with you. If you can get a good bubble hash and especially make it like the minute I started grading the hash too. And I know some like I know you really, you shouldn't have to do all that stuff, but just the way that my methods ended is I'd either make the little chunks, I'd make like a huge patty with those 20-gallon washers, but then I'd break it apart so it wouldn't mold and stuff in the middle before I started grading it. And I'd press a lot of moisture out and stuff with deskins. But when I started grading it, like again, I just love glass pipes. I used to smoke glass Sherlock pipes, like just not like Spartan freaking Gandalf pipes, but like like the just a good Sherlock bowl, and being able to just have a good flour bowl topped with like the grated little balls of bubble hash of a good bubble hash, even if it wasn't like a super melt, but it would burn quick and evenly so you could get that good fucking punch of a hit. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just like, a good chunk of hash in a bowl. You got to kind of get it fucking going and, it ends up kind of burning for forever and all that. But, when you can kind of put a nice layer of little balls that just basically you can almost smoke like keef, you know what I mean? It just bubbles up and it doesn't light everything else on fire because it's all kind of broken up and you can pull air through it. You can get a nice hit. So I think it's all about being able to pack the bowl correctly for starters. Like, you know, being able to, so I call them pretty much if you've ever smoked a bowl with me in the world, I usually have tweezers and a little fucking spoon. And I've gotten a lot of shit over my fucking tweezers and spoons. Um, but be me, right? So and basically it's just because once I put that bud in the grinder, I usually kind of hold the bud up and make sure there's no cat fur or fuzz or anything on it. Nobody wants to smoke that, you know um and then once it's out of the grinder, I use the spoon, and then that spoon ends up being a perfect little hash spoon, to like just put the stuff in the bowl and all that. But yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. But yeah, those are my little tools, dude. And that's it's convenient for hash. And yeah, I just like simple pipes, dude. So, oh, the bang leaf, that's what it is. So I use this bitch to put a bang leaf, and a bang leaf is basically like, fuck, what do some people call them? It's like the bottom little leaf at the bottom of a bud, claw's foot, or you know what I'm talking about? It's like a lot of people like to trim them off because it's basically, it looks like a tiny little pot leaf at the very base of almost every bud. When you're trimming, it's like, if you're trimming real tight, it's those bottom two little leaves, and some people leave them and some people don't. And obviously, if they're covered with resin, you're probably going to leave them. But raven's feet or claws or some shit. I can't remember. I call them bang leaves. And actually, the dude I met in college, I think is where I got that from. If I'm thinking hard about it, the guy in college that showed me strawberry cough and stuff like that, and he was just like, "Hey man, you got to save your bang leaves." And I said, "Well, okay." And I always took time to kind of build like a little nest in the bottom of the bowl. So like I fucking hated pulling shit through, you know what I mean? Nobody wants to eat flaming balls of weed, just like sucked into the back of your throat. That's terrible. So basically, he kind of put a name on it and then showed me like the piece to always go for. And you just take that tiny little leaf and you put it at the base of the bowl, and it looks like a little hand, holding the weed in your pipe, and there's air that goes through all the little fingers around it, so it's like a little basket, and you can put really good ground weed right into that pipe on your little bang leaf basket. And if you do that correctly, it takes like 2 seconds, and you and your friends will not eat flaming weed, and your bowl will pull perfect hits every time. And the way to double check that is it's just like dry hitting a pre-roll or a blunt or a joint. Is you pack that bowl like that, dry hit it, make sure it's pulling just fine, spark it up, so like it's kind of crazy. I've met a lot of people that, and hey, I'll get tired and fucking stoned and worn out, and I'm just like squishing a bud and stuffing it in and just going back to work. But for the most part, you like to do it right. And I don't know. I wanted to say about the bang leaf, and having a pair of tweezers around makes it very easy to place it right where you need it. So
it's nice. It's like a nice little cannabis screen, the way you describe it.
Yeah. Well, the dude that the guy that told me about it, like his dude, who is where I first started getting Cali bud from. So 2 things. So like, he's the guy that had to Kill Bill and that super awesome vape thing. He had glass jacks that he would put in his slide, like these little glass jacks that would be the screens that would keep shit from pulling through. And you got some of those, buddy? And this was like my friend's, like, he was like, nice. Yeah. Hell yeah. So like, that's what old dude used. He was like, yo, this is how you keep all this fire expensive weed from going down into your bong water. And then, man, I hadn't seen one of those in a long time. That's awesome. Cause I've been using those bang leaves, dude, so, I grow my jacks. So, anyways, man, I clearly smoked. I put a bunch of wax on this earlier too, guys, so I didn't just smoke some ass into a bowl and get kind of ripped. Anyways, he was like, here's a jacks, and my friend was like, but I use these things called bang leaves, and I just stuck with the bang leaf, man, and I tell everybody about that shit. The other thing that the fella taught us about, and this was in 2009, probably 2009 or 10. He pulled out this little rocket ship looking thing, and it was like this little titanium, like, metal tube that looked like a model rocket, like had these fucking little legs, and it was like a fucking tube. And he was like, you boys save your stems? And he was like, because I know you're getting fire weed, and those stems got fucking trikes on them. And my buddy and I were like, yeah, and because we had been reading about like alcohol extracts, like basically like, we had read somewhere or learned something that you could like soak it in fucking Everclear, and everybody at college had Everclear in North Carolina. I mean, it was fucking, PJ juice, just, whatever. But he was the first dude that told me about butane hash oil, and that's what they called it honey oil. And I know a lot of people remember that shit. But yeah, he was just like, save your stems and any shit you don't want and make honey oil with it. So we did just that. We actually fucking saved shit for a few months and then actually asked him for it. And he was like, fuck, I forgot I told y'all about that. Now, all right, I guess you can borrow it. So we took his little fucking tube, and that was the first batch of BHO we ever did. We were in our fucking college house right off campus. Excuse me. Right near the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte. So like it was right near UNC Charlotte and fucking Lowe's Motor Speedway. So the fucking race, you could hear the NASCAR race. And here we are fucking, you know, college students blasting, you know, a couple cans of butane through that little fucking cylinder out on the deck into a Pyrex dish. And we didn't know what the fuck we were doing or any of that stuff. But he just literally said, do it outside and do knife hits of it and smear it on joint papers. And we were like, all right, man, what the fuck? And we did just that, dude. No, we didn't purge this shit. You know, there was no ovens then. We basically just let it sit out for like a day and just kind of scraped that shit up and crude as hell, dude. And that was like another level. I remember those knife hits fucking me up and being like, well, damn, why don't more people do this? And then I shit you not, within like, you know, I'm sure there was 1,000 people just like me having that same experience across the fucking country that month. But that wave was starting, dude. And by the time I was growing, after my first harvest and I had all those fucking random strains, part of the shit that got processed, a little batch of it was I made my own tube and I, you know, probably ran a small case of butane through, you know, a few different batches and made some stuff. But it was by far like the most, like, in my opinion, dangerous or potentially leaching something, you know, because it wasn't like, I think it was a copper tube, you know, it wasn't even a glass tube, you know. So being that I knew how to do bubble, I only probably, like I said, did a couple small batches of the blasting, you know, in early days before I immediately just kept going on bubble and I never looked back. So we did a couple of batches with, you know, at another dude's place in Cali who had the oven and, you know, big old glass tube and kind of, but again, I was just like, I'd rather be washing. So, you know, produce fire shit. One batch of bubble, we made so much bubble once that actually we had probably like a hamburger size patty. I mean, it was a big fucking patty actually left. But I mean, it really was like a fucking, like a half-pound fucking patty. And we again, dude, if only we knew about rosin now. Holy fuck. Yeah, there's gonna be dudes that are probably gonna be like, you did what? But we took that fucking patty and we just broke it up into like a million little fucking chunks, and it was miserable, but we got really high and just kind of chopped it up into these little chunks, and we packed the tube full of those chunks of bubble and blasted that, and it created like the darkest shatter. But if you want to talk about full spectrum, like, well, I don't know if it was how full it was, but it fucked you up because it was a combination of like 3 strains, and it was aged hash. That hash was probably from material that was a year old, and the hash itself was probably about a year old. Oh, dude, yeah, that looks so good. Hell yeah. Fucking hamburger sized patty of that, basically. You know, like probably not as good as that, but oh man. Oh shit. Yeah, dude, that looks good. Oh man. So yeah. So we blasted that, and yeah, it didn't taste the greatest, I'm not gonna lie. And the yields were not the best. I think that we could have kept like crushing those things up and reblasting and probably kept getting returns. But like it was kind of one of those, like, we're not going to spend the money on the butane at the time. Like that hash patty just kind of was a research patty. But we did take a little part of that pan and whip it, and the whip stuff that kind of turned into the batterish consistency. Again, it was dark, but it was weird. It was like it had that hash taste, but it was like It wasn't like it whipping it kind of made it taste better, but it still tasted like you were like smoking good dark hash in a bowl, but you were dabbing it. So some people would probably really dig it. Other people would probably be like, well, you know, especially now with a low temp dabs and like really you know, being able to dial those hits in, you know, I'm sure some people would again are screaming blasphemy, you asshole, you know, right now. But yeah, dude, I'm all about good bubble on flower, dude, you know, and especially good keef too. Like, you know what I mean? If you got like a good trim bin keef or something like that, a good first sift. I in chat a couple times I've said layer cake bowls. You know, I don't know, like nobody's probably picked up on it, but for years that's kind of like that was it still is. I just pack flour and you know, bottom half, and then a little layer of keef, a little flour on top of that, a little layer of wax, a little flour, and then some keef, you know. And you can yeah, you can kind of well, shit, I can pack one of those up and hit it once and go to work for 2 hours, come back, hit another time, go to work for 2 hours, hit another time. And shit, I grew like, you know, fucking dozens of crops just like that, you know, just that's like the gasoline in the tank, just to pack up a fat layer cake bowl and roll on, you know. So some people are always asking me growing up, like, dude, you smoke all the time. How come you never like need to go do other drugs or like do a million dabs and all that? And it's just like, in my opinion, I kind of just like my dabs are like my layer cake bowls. It's like, I mean, literally, I put BHO on my flower bowls, but you know, I'll go through stages. Like if I have a shitload of work to do, or it's like a pretty stressful time or something like that, you know, I'm probably smoking more layer cake bowls. But when I'm like kind of in cruise mode, I kind of just try and smoke as much flour with just a little topper, you know, and it keeps kind of like keeps your tolerance from fucking going through the roof. You know what I'm saying? So, but again, the minute, so like we got a for the hemp stuff, and for, you know, all the fucking THC stuff on the side when it's done, is that's the exciting part of kind of like getting some of this equipment for your hemp operation, but it being there when you have the other stuff or your buddies need some help. But we're about to start making a lot of RSO, and I'm super stoked about that. And we got one of those extract craft Ito Pro things. Like the fucking thing was a lot of money, but basically it's in the box in the building, and we're probably going to be setting it up in the next couple days. So I've never eaten RSO, but there's a lot of people that, you know, can be helped by it. So we're going to try and get it going as quick as possible. And I'm definitely going to be the guinea pig. So, you know, like I'm sure that my tolerance is going to be going through the roof. But I mean, it's like we got a lot of work to do right now, so I can't be going too hard on all that. But yeah, I'm excited about that.
Hey, people, if they have access to an overabundance of it, if there is such a thing, that they should almost take this stuff as a vitamin. Like a small amount daily. Why not? What could it hurt? You know what I mean? You're gonna build up a tolerance to it at some point. It's gonna become more like medical than anything, I think.
Well, I think it'll be like when the products are available or it's affordable or both, you'll end up having like a micro dosing, like a mass micro dosing, like a vitamin, you know, like with THC, like kind of like a lot of us do, just by smoking all day. But I think you'll find people that can take like a little gel capsule or something else, you know, in the morning and at night, and you know, they don't really feel stoned or high. You know, they just have a much higher quality of life. You know what I mean? So if that's kind of what you're getting at, I definitely see that being the future with access to cannabis and quality controls and all that shit that'll come with it. So, but hell yeah, man.
Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, dude. Cheers. Is that still that Twisted TK?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice. I've been there's a little left, but when you put a too big of a chunk, like one single chunk of like BHO or shatter on a flower bowl, all the flour can go away way quicker than the shatter. So then you're sitting there kind of like, you know, working on that fucking ball on the side of the bowl, trying to keep it from fucking going down in there. So like, you know, there's again, I'm sure there's so many people that are just like, get a dab rig, you know. I got one. It's just kind of a pain in the ass, and I don't know. I can't wait to get an e-nail at some point. I was around a couple in Cali back in the day, you know, when they were just kind of coming out, and they are phenomenal. Like, but again, I'm worried about just going ham all the time. Like once the dabs and the hash is back, you know, or like if you get like, oh, look at that. That's nice. So like
it's even heart shaped if you look at it.
I know, yeah, that's what I was like when I looked, I was like, oh, that's nice, that's cute. But hey, red pill, love brother, you know. But basically, like a dude like me, like and I get a great deal from my fucking caregiver out here. People don't shit, but like I can ask him for a half ounce of shatter, and like he'll give me like 17 grams for $100. And like this dude does it right. He really does. He's got the ovens and the closed loop and all that kind of shit. But basically, I guess my point was like, fuck, that'll last me a month, 2 months, you know, maybe 6 weeks, you know. Now, again, it's a stressful time. I'm smoking hard, maybe a little more than that, but or less than that. But really, I don't put that much on the flower bowls, and like I said, I throttle it at times, but every now and again, if you put just a big old chunk, it ends up being kind of a pain in the ass in that bowl. But I'm wrapping this one up, so I'm going to try and pack a fresh bowl. But what time? It's 3:35, dude. That's incredible.
Goes by quick, doesn't it?
Yeah, like really quick. Yeah, like I can get to talking, dude. Like any good stoner, baked, you know. But it's funny, you're like, I hope I don't run out of shit to talk about. And I can immediately think of a lot of things that I haven't even stumbled upon. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you really, when I'm like, yo, we haven't quit. We literally, it's been like 10 years, you know, it's fucking, it's crazy, dude. You know, lots of stuff. But so I think you've been asked this a million times while I'm doing this, just so I'm not going to talk constantly. You said that what is your favorite strain to grow or to smoke or both? What is it? Fuck, I'm just gonna let you talk, but basically, or what cut, if you could get something back, is it? And when you're done, I'll tell you about the two long lost loves, you know, in my life that are cuts. Like I said, I have more experience with cuts, but if so yeah.
Favorite yields, favorite yielder. It was what was it? Right now. I can't even think of that motherfucker right now. It's right.
It doesn't even have it. It doesn't have to be yield. It totally. I mean, I didn't. You know, I meant more like, you know, okay, so when you opened up a tent, because if I'm thinking about the experience I'm thinking about, if you opened up a room or a tent in your career and the smell fucking blew your mind, like where it was like, holy fuck, that is vanilla, as potent as I've ever smelled it in a dessert, that rocked my socks off. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Or like you thought about that room for years afterwards, like that blueberry smell or that strawberry smell. Maybe think about like that. That's kind of what.
That's even a toughie because I've grown a lot of really fire strains, pungent oranges. That Java pie that I had was probably one of my favorites as far as, but not maybe so much my favorite strain, but favorite as far as turfs go is because it was like heavy, juicy fruit, like juicy fruit gum. You know what I mean? So when you open up the tent, it was like opening up a pack of juicy fruit gum.
Damn, man.
So it's like, Yeah, really nice. Favorite strain I wish I could get back would be Purple Death Star, which was a special release from Heroes of the Farm. And the Heroes of the Farm also had that was damn, I can't believe I can't remember that strain right now. That it was another special release by them, and that fucking strain just yielded huge. I can't believe I can't remember. It was the Raspberry Smash. It was the Jazz Raspberry Smash times Raspberry Smash Jazz, and Jazz was fucking that thing just yielded amazing amounts, and it was such a good hash strain. So that was one of my favorite yielders.
You said raspberry?
It was, yeah, Raspberry Kush times Raspberry Kush, and it was Jazz.
That's cool. See, okay. See, I like that. Like, so, like terp, like impactful terps. That's kind of like the winner on that category. That's pretty cool, man.
Space candy, as far as like a hard candy, that had a very unique smell and taste to it. Pretty purple flower, super pretty all around flower.
Nice.
I've grown like, see, when I hesitate like that, I've grown over 300 strains.
The
So
minute I asked you,
it's hard to.
yeah. No, dude, the minute I asked you, like, and I stopped after I asked you that, I was like, this dude pops mad seeds and has done for a while of like fire lines. And he's probably had that experience dozens of times where I've had a few rooms where, you know, like where you realize the potential of cannabis to have terpenes that just do blow your fucking mind when it comes to like, oh, I'm growing in organic soil pots or using organic bottled newts. I didn't add any type of sweetener thing like some floods. Like sometimes I would get like a fruity strain to smoke before I'd gotten to this level growing of what I'm talking about. And I'd always wonder, is this shit fake? Like, you know, some stuff, like if it was really dog shit weed, you know, I might have come across it a couple times where it literally clearly was sprayed with some sort of like fucking terp spray or something, you know. But for the most part, it was like, did somebody put the fruit in here to cure or dry, remoisten the weed, you know, and am I smelling those terps, or is this like some sort of artificial infusion? And I don't think it was, for the most part, after I like smelled some of the rooms that I'm talking about where, you know, like well, fuck, the first one that really just blew me away was Platinum Skywalker OG Kush Cut that I got from my buddy Jason. Jason would just show up at my place in the mountains and be like, bro, got my hands on like 6 different strains and they're all probably going to die soon if you don't save them and fucking test them out. And most of them were great, but like every now and again, there'd be a keeper. And Platinum Skywalker OG, I've mentioned a few times to a few people because it just really was that heavy hitter for me for a couple years in Cali, and no one else in my little area had it. So I think he brought it from the Bay Area or the coast, maybe like Santa Cruz area. But yeah, smelled like blueberry fucking pancakes. And I know a lot of people are more familiar with that terp profile now because of blueberry muffins. But like for years, like it just had like my girlfriend and I, first run, I had 16 1-gallons on a 4x4 on I had like a 2 4x4s in line, and I used to run 3 600s over a 4x8. That was like what I fucking loved to do. It was basically 2 600 HPSs with a fucking 600 watt metal halide conversion bulb in the middle. Did you ever see those Ushio 600 watt metal halide conversios? I fucking love those bulbs, dude. They will veg the tits out of a plant. I mean, the plant structure under those 600s, because they were like the first full spectrum bulb in my opinion. Like I didn't even know what I was fucking with. I just remember looking at all the bulb boxes at the store and like seeing, oh, that has the most blue and reds, and it fits my 600 watt purple freaking Lumitech ballast, then hell yeah, and pretty much I would run those 3 so like 1800 watts over a 4x8 instead of 2 thousands. I have a better spread and a fuller spectrum, and it was awesome. And the first time I ran that Platinum Skywalker, and it was probably like a couple weeks, 3 weeks into flower, and I opened up the bedroom door, and the whole house just like flooded with like those blueberry pancake terps, and I just was immediately like, babe, and she was like, oh my, is that the plants? And I was just like, holy shit, yes it is. Yeah, a legend was born, at least in my circles, for a little while. That thing was amazing, and I missed that plant. But it was that thing would grow spears. It was a little bit lighter bud. It took up more packaging space, but it was totally worth it. And if it was pretty happy, man, it would carry those blueberry terps all the way through, and it would get pretty purple, but like not fully purple. And yeah, man. So did you ever come across any platinum or Skywalker cuts? Like, doesn't Smiley have some sort of Skywalker dog walker or fucking, I don't know.
I believe he's got both platinum cookies and he's got the Skywalker.
That's right. That's right.
So he's in chat. He may respond to that.
Oh, sweet. So yeah, like that was one of those plants that you could put it in a 1 gallon pot and not top it, and put like 16 or 21 gallons on a 4x4, and it would just grow a perfect like Christmas tree. And I did it multiple runs, topped and untopped. And it taught me genuinely that there are some plants that will run better not topped. It won't slow them down at all. And the way the leaf the way the plant will structure itself, as long as you don't overcrowd that table, you can rush plants pretty fucking quickly into flowering from clone, and they won't shade out. So you can do some minimal de-leafing too. And I would always clear that pound per 600 on those runs. I mean, these are all single-ended numbers back in the day, but yeah, that Platinum Skywalker, it's a little bit lighter bud, but it was a perfect daytime smoke. Like if I never got it tested, but if I got it tested, I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the teens, like the higher teens, you know what I mean, of THC, because I could just I could work and play all day, and super creative smoke. Like I always felt creative, I wouldn't listen to music because I would just be kind of playing my own in my head if I was rolling joints of that and working in the garden, stuff like that. So
that's good smoke right there.
Yeah,
I love the creative. For me, that's the pines. I love the pine for that right there. Just clear-headed thing.
So, dude, the speaking of pine, it's fuck. So we the one pheno that we ran in our field and in our silo, I always forget about our second pheno because it's basically like we did almost a whole nother quarter acre of a second pheno. And dude, it had the piniest terps. Like my fucking barn over here has if you lived on our road, man, you'd love driving by our property because you can smell it at the road still. And it's been in the barn for like 5 or 6 months or however long. And if you get a good east wind, man, it just fucking, the whole road will just smell like fucking pine, like old piney fucking brickweed, and everything else is burnt off, but that pine is still there. But hey, man, I was about to pack this up and I gotta dip outside real quick and take a leak. But I was gonna show this. A lot of people get a kick out of this, but look at my fucking grinder. I got one of the diamond grinds from back in the day, and the thing is like a 4-inch grinder or some shit. I don't know, but
that's badass.
I love this thing, I'll be back. Now thinking about it, I bought that during my first grow when I had like all that fucking bud that was like, more larfy, sativa just covered in trikes. And I just went up to the head shop and said, I need the biggest grinder you got. And that was the one they had. And I ended up just grinding up like probably a pound of flour and putting it through a little Keef sift box. And it blew my mind what snowed out of that thing. Yeah, but all right, I'll be back.
Cheers, everybody. How you guys doing? I seen you in chat there, Boom, but I'm telling you right now, I wrote down what was on that pack. Now, it's very smashed. Anyways, cheers to you. How many we got in chat currently? 5 watts and cheers. 30 more minutes. It is that close to 420. Holy shit. Cheers. Holy cow. This is strong. Smiley's Gardens. Cheers. You going to that thing tomorrow? I think I'm gonna be passing on that. Sadly. Sadly. Lawrence Gonzalez. Cheers to you as well. To my chat. I'm at the bottom. Botas Foe. Mr. Green Fingers, how you doing? Seed sprouts like it's a kid in Christmas again. That's always fun. Always fun. I'm going. You can't skip it, you dick. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's gonna be mad. But I'll be there tomorrow. It's so homegrown. Cheers to you, Dankavitch. You back, my friend?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I also Mama Kitty, she was outside from the last round looking at me like, you bastard, you kept me from my babies for however long you were gabbing. So I just let her in there, and she's I can still like feel her giving me the stink eye through the fucking cardboard walls and the camper. So
that's funny. She's all looking the babies over.
oh dude, she does
right?
it.
I was called forever.
Right. When she's done, she's probably gonna scratch and be like, more food, please, because they just sucked all the other food out of me. It's just it's incredible how quick these things grow. It's incredible. So, you know what? I talked about the college students that helped us harvest. The first batch of kittens, like she just showed up pregnant as hell. And we were just getting into flowering, and the world was just getting nuts quicker and quicker. And boom, all of a sudden we have these kittens, and all of a sudden these college students, most of them girls, coming up here. And dude, the kittens combined with the cannabis, it's a business model right there, dude. Like I mean, as long as there's some ethics and stuff there, not here. I don't ever want cats again in my life after I get done taking care of these batches and finding a farm that's suitable for them, dude. But like I think about like the Tiger King asshole that it has a fucking weed license, And like he's just like, come to my weed and Tiger Farm, and like play with my fucking kitten with her pre-roll in my mouth. Like there's gonna like these college students kind of freaked out. They were just like, this is and they'd been cooped up fucking, with COVID all year doing Zoom meetings and like just like it was really awesome to see how much fun they had and how much help they gave me. But dude, the kittens were like I mean, dude, they were a draw, I'll tell you that, So quite a few of them were looking at me like, hey, dude, what in the fuck? We usually can come in there and kick it on the bed sometimes if it's just you late at night here, man. And like you're in there talking to the wall, what's going on? Like they totally were looking at me like this when I was out there peeing, like, hey, man.
I know the feeling. I've had too many litters of puppies over here. Oh yeah. Just realized I had a crack with Dairy Queen. Oh, I didn't think I still had a pack of Dairy Queen.
Dude, I said Gorilla Glue earlier. I take that back. It's blueberry. Now, again, who knows if, I know, there's so much blueberry. And he definitely is a seed popper as well, but it's MK Ultra and blueberry. And this blueberry actually, dude, it puts you to sleep, or at least makes me sleepy. Like when I'm done working, or I'm getting close to like the end of the day, I try not to like smoke the blueberry because, well, then I always miss your chat, dude. like and then I'm like, fuck that weed and fuck sleep, man. And then like, I'm trying to, build and run a business and shit. But like, man, it's fun chatting, dude. It's fun listening to y'all, and the show is fucking great. Like the more I participate, the more I'm like, oh fuck, dude, I really did isolate hardcore for a decade, and my wires are kind of all weird now, So like when those college students came up and I was giving them a tour of the farm, after about 5 minutes, I was just like, I'm gonna talk a little more and a little faster than probably most, and it's just because I'm excited to talk to people again, and they just got a kick out of that. Or at least I think they did. They seem to. Yeah. Good.
It's funny you say that because I get the same attitude, and nothing against my beautiful girls that one of them may be listening currently, but I used to do the same things with my nephews, to be honest with you, because I never got, it was all, girly stuff and emotions and all the fucking, when my nephews come over, he wanted to play football and shit. It was all like, hell yeah, fucking, I'd be running circles around them. Hell yeah, let's play catch football. What do you guys want to do? Fucking same type of shit. Same type of shit. So that's the base of it all right there, eh? That's the crowfoot or the crow.
Yeah, the crow. Yeah, and this was kind of a poor example of it, and it has no trichomes on it. So like actually I went and found another one after I looked at it more in front of my face, and again, it's nothing, we've seen them a million times. I just kind of have a name for them, and but yeah, I see a good one right here. A lot of what I've noticed is that old homie, like he does outdoor, like he does indoor too, but most of the flower that I get from him, I'd say 90% of the flower that he grows each year as a caregiver is, it's a big outdoor. And basically he does a lot of machine trimming. He got a Green Bros machine trimmer this season and seemed to really like it. He said everybody was kind of moving to the Green Bros trim. I think that's what it's called. But basically, like as a hemp farmer, it's crazy that I don't know this machine trim. This tells you that I literally have my crew hand trimming my flower, So, but basically, his Twister 4 is sitting in my greenhouse, and the machine that pulls the trim off of it and like puts it into this big old kettle, this big old like giant still pot. It's a pretty sick machine that attaches to the Twister 4, but I just still haven't run that yet. But that's his old system. And I guess my point is that when you're hand trimming flower, you have to kind of like break open a flower to find a good bang leaf, because you've trimmed off that bottom bang leaf on the bottom of the bud, like the connoisseur tight clip. It's gonna be very hard to find what I'm talking about here. But on like this outdoor that goes through the trimmer, like, man, I'm suck at this. Yeah, you get the gist.
That's a hand trimming treasure right there, I would think. Right? You wouldn't get that from a bud trimmer bud.
Well, no, the like a lot of the buds that come out of like an automatic mechanical trimmer have those crow's feet on them. So like what his crew does is, he was telling me this, he said, we run them through the mechanical trimmer once or twice, and then he still has his trim crew roll over that material after it comes out of that like a mechanical trimmer. And he said that they basically are just almost like checking and then taking off any like debris or leaves that got missed or kind of jammed into the bud or whatever. And he said it takes this trim time, like makes it a fraction. So like it's still like, and he calls it technically hand trimmed as well, you know, because again, the final trim product was hand trimmed, but even those, that's what I'm getting right here in these little buds. And you know, if you kind of break off the little crow's feet and stuff like that, you know, it's mainly like these tiny little popcorn buds, are a little bit bigger. And, you know, I can get an ounce for like $80, you know, and, again, it gets the job done. It's a nice little, you know, bed for the hash right now. But basically, yeah, my whole point was that it really is loaded with those little crow's feet, and good hand trimmed indoor flower is not, because a good hand trimmer really would clip those off. But if you like, you know how a bud is kind of stacked of multiple little buds, you know, you break off that little bottom chunk of a bud, under it is going to be like a little bang leaf, you know, that you haven't clipped out yet, usually. So that's kind of what I'll do, is I'll take a bigger bud, break off the bottom part, that bang leaf that's there, start the bottom of my bowl, and then kind of break up the flower. And, you know, I'll only break up what I need for that bowl, you know, ideally. So it might have been somebody on one of the other shows recently. But another thing, so like this girl I grew up with in high school and in college, hell, actually, even before that, I grew up with this girl. She was the one. Shout out, Sarah. I miss you. You're awesome. She taught me about the penny method, and like I was always like the smoker. Like she was always like doing so much extracurricular shit, and like she just was, I'm not gonna carry weed because that'll ruin my life. But like you always have weed, so I'm gonna come smoke weed with you whenever you let me. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. And basically, by the time we had gotten to college, we found ourselves at the same college, and it was kind of the same deal. She had a scholarship or some sort of thing where she had like a really fat meal card at the commissary, or at the like at the campus restaurants. So she'd get out of class, and I get out of class, and I'd smoke her up, and then she would take me to lunch, and it was awesome, dude. Like, fucking went through like a year of college like that. You know, it's a great time. And you know, pretty quickly, you know, she'd be like, let me take a little bit of bud. Or she'd get some bud from somebody else randomly. And then she'd show up with this like perfectly cleaned little bowl, and it'd have a little penny taped over the bowl. And she'd rip that thing off, and we fucking spark it up. And like, it was the one thing that kind of like my whole group of friends at that point, you know, like kind of, you know, weed related, that I just thought was brilliant, taught me, you know. And I was just like, fucking A, Sarah, you know. And I just immediately ran with that, dude. I was already a bowl dude, but the minute I started like pre-packing bowls up and fucking taping them, you know, and then taking them out, dude, I would pack up 3-4 spoon bowls and like 2 Sherlocks, and have a console like a moron, a console in my car full of like fucking loaded up layer cake bowls, dude. And I would just straight up plan a fucking trip, man. And I'd take like a damn trip through the Appalachian Mountains and just to the beach, and I would fucking I'd be going like 6 hours, and it'd be like a bowl an hour. Wouldn't even really realize what was going on. Just great times, dude. But and I still to this day, I'll fucking pre-pack a bowl and slap a penny on it. Yeah, dude. So at some point, you
It's
gotta,
smart, man.
yeah, it is. It is. And if the penny is dirty as shit, just wrap the penny once or twice with the clean tape and then take that shit over it, So, it still gives you that hard back cap for your pipe. So, like, I don't know. I picture all these like pre-rolls. Man, I just want people to do this. And actually, it's all about the fucking operator. But, like, there's going to be, actually, I think I saw an ad for a pre-packed one hitter finally. So, like, I saw somebody in some market is buying like or making glass one hitter tubes, like a fucking like a small chillum, that maybe can hold 1 to 2 or 3 hits. And they're fucking loading them up, putting a cap on them, and putting them in like a blunt tube and selling them, like preloaded little pipes. And I think that's fascinating. So yeah, but anyways, but yeah, so yeah, I think that's going to be coming to market, like pre-packed bowls, so. What am I meant to?
Think it will be how would you come up with a good throwaway piece like that? Or do you think maybe 3D printing will come up with an answer piece of that for you like that?
So yeah, I've thought about it a little bit, and if 3D print glass, the goal would be glass, I would assume, almost like a bottle of beer. I know there's waste involved with that and stuff like that, but like a glass bottle of beer. But imagine like a glass piece. Well, the best thing would be a collectible, or I think that cat's actually starting to yell at me. Either a collectible piece that someone could literally keep and always repack later, or find glass blowers, or have somebody create them. It's got to be out there to be able to create pretty much in mass small glass spoon bowls or little pipes that are under $2 or $3 a piece, and then you pack them up with a premium product, and that price can be incorporated, I would assume, into the to make it worth it. And then and it can just be a throwaway, and maybe you have some sort of like turn in credit, or some sort of like way to like exchange it for like a free every 4 pieces, or if you buy like 6 of them in like a 6-pack, almost like a 6-pack of beer, and then you basically could turn those 6 in and get like a fucking credit, and every time you get 3 or 4 of those credits, and you can get a free 6-pack. There's a bunch of ways to try and, I guess you could say, entice a recycling program or some sort of reusing program, but making it small and economical, and like knowing that it will be thrown away probably, because that's just unfortunately the culture that we live in for the most part, would be ideal. Like if it could be some sort of like, I don't know, like the coolest thing would be to make like a hemp pipe, like a biodegradable hemp pipe or something that can be made, and then almost like hemp wick, but obviously not that's going to light your face on fire or some shit. But basically, but yeah, the thing I've thought about is almost having like the limited, like have a glass blower, or some artist come out with almost like a limited line, like we're going to do 10,000 of these, and then that's just one and done. So it'll end up being almost like make it an incentive to collect them, by like kind of creating a system where they are always going to be limited, because I think that's the beauty of art and glass and the culture, is to do the inspiration's nonstop. I'm saying, it's gonna. So but one other idea that we that like yeah, like I was telling my girl and my partner this a while back, about just like somehow like I was saying you should basically create almost like a cartridge, but for a bowl, almost like a little 6-pack of like pre-packed cones that that's you know, that you can just almost like somehow just reload your little pipe that you've already bought, you know, that's like, it's just somehow ready, not so where you don't have to, you know, do the whole spiel, but you can still pack a fresh bowl that'll hit correctly. And then my partner, who is not even like a smoker, she's decade older than you or more, and she basically she's like, that concentrate stuff you're telling me about, that like wax stuff, can it be made into molds? And I was just like, probably. And then she was just like, what if you made the cone mold out of the concentrate, like CBD concentrate? And, you know, I thought that was awesome, you know, like, and she got pumped about it. You know, I got pumped about it. But, you know, so these are just little things that, you know, it's, they're going to happen at some point, you know, whether we do them or, you know, other people they got to be doing it, you know. But like to be able to have like you can go to a dispensary and just like a little cardboard box of like you know, fucking 10 gummies or whatever, you could fit almost like a little like punch out packet or something that you could slide out, and it'd have 6 of those little, you know, preloaded bowl packs, you know what I'm saying, that could fit like a pipe that was that, you know, this certain gauge pipe or whatever. But you know, I don't know. So I think that the preloaded, so yeah, like, you know, my old friend Sarah, you know, who you know, told me about the penny bowls, you know, still a fucking decade, way longer, I'm still doing the penny bowl thing, and hoping that, you know, one day you can go into a shop, you know, and not have to get a pre-roll. You get a pre-packed glass pipe will fuck you up, you know, or you can get a good CBD one that'll make your back step hurt, you know. So or one that
can I throw my hand in on the pre-packed bowl?
yeah, dude, I need to pack this up anyway, so I'll shut the hell up.
No, I had an idea while you were talking. I think as well, like a Hershey Kiss type thing. So you pack the bowl, you know, like that, and you'd fold it up on the end, basically with your penny top flat. So you just put that. You'd almost just clip the top of your Kiss before you packed it into your bowl, so it suck through, and then you could just burn off the hemp paper.
Dude. That's badass, dude.
That's what I said. I just thought it was pretty good.
That is badass. Hold on one second. Good girl. Oh.
Yeah, that'd be fucking pre-packed Keith bowls. That'd be amazing. That's better than the Moon Rock right there, in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
the Moon Rock sell 10 times better. So
right.
Probably smoke shit.
And I was about to say, it's all about how it smokes. Like that's like I've hit too many bowls packed by other people that do not pull right. And yeah, you're smoking a bowl, but you're having to pull through it because it ain't been cleaned in a while. Or like if I'm not paying attention and I pack up my bowl with too big a wax chunk or whatever, and it drips down and then clogs up the hole before I can really smoke it quick enough, you know, that can fuck it up. But if you pack that bowl right, and it pulls right, and it'll pull for 3 to 5 good hits if it's a regular size bowl, you know what I mean, just a medium regular size bowl. I don't know, man. I've smoked bongs and blunts and joints and vapes and all that stuff, and I always go back to my fucking layer cake bowls, dude. You know, I just always do. And again, I like when I'm growing, like when I have like a personal crop, you know, I definitely smoke a little differently, but not much. Like, you know, from when I'm like right now, just growing hemp and I don't have any THC bud of my own, I'm having to buy it in. Like I'm probably smoking 3/4 of what I usually would when I'm growing. You know what I mean? I end up smoking way more bubble hash, you know, when I'm growing. You know what I'm saying? And then I end up giving away or getting rid of the bulk of my flower, you know what I'm saying? Because I usually have more coming right in, you know, if I have gardens going like that. So, but yeah, man. Can't wait to get back to that. Yeah, dude, we're gonna have to like make like an eagle cart, talking about like limited edition runs. You know, whoever ends up developing the fucking pre-packed bowl. You know what I mean?
That'd be cool, man. That'd be really cool. kind of like the Hershey Kiss idea. I really do, man. You can
No,
sell
that's
like a bag of them. You know,
yeah,
different flavors, different. You
yeah,
know, and you're
that's
already
fucking
in the hemp
badass.
industry. You could be making the hemp wrap and everything. You know what I mean?
That's awesome. No, the Hershey Kiss, that's exactly, if I needed to explain it, that's the exact shape that I was talking to, the cone, upside down cone, and then the way it's wrapped and all that. Like that's that's fucking awesome.
Cheers to good sessions.
Yeah, dude. Cheers, man.
We did the whole lot, man. We did the whole shebang bang. We're
Oh
five
shit.
minutes before 20.
So
5 minutes from
I kind of feel bad, man. Like, cause I fucking love the wormhole. You know what I mean? And I hopefully we'll have a wormhole tomorrow or something, man. If that's what you're saying, it's like I gabbed away the wormhole. I talked that bitch away, didn't I?
these episodes, I like the full episodes, to be honest with you. You know, they're 50-50. I enjoy the wormholes, but as I've always said, spotlights were first. Spotlights come first. You know, the wormholes have always been, kind of extra the filler. But man, this has been a great conversation. You know what I mean? This is
It
how
has been, man.
the much of the beginnings, shit. If you, I know you kind of maybe caught on a little late, but the beginning episodes were like almost like a dare, man. They would like go. They started out at like a half hour, 45 minutes, and then let one guest would go, "Oh yeah, you went 45 minutes." I'm gonna go an hour, and then it became like a thing between like Jack and Spartan, back and forth on who was doing the longer episodes. And then it just kind of it went, that was just the thing. Them two drove it to it was just the standard. It was
That's
like
awesome.
fucking, so, but yeah, I wouldn't feel
So
bad, man. I don't. This has been a great episode, and everybody in chat's enjoyed this just as well as I had. You go back and watch this.
yeah,
All through this, they have said comments like, "I've enjoyed tonight's show. Great guest,
thanks,
enjoyable
chat.
chat." Nothing but great things tonight.
I'm excited to go back and read chat for sure since I couldn't pull it up out here on the farm. But hell yeah, and yeah, dude. There's so much stuff we didn't fucking get to chat about. But basically, one is so like when I first so like I never got online for weed stuff ever, and like just because of where I came from. But basically, we got to hit that 420 mark, so I'm gonna try and fucking not ruin it. But basically, man, fuck, I lost it. It'll come back to me. I'm gonna focus on what I need to focus on. Oh yeah,
Even
no,
what we go ahead. No,
I remembered,
go
bud. I remembered. Sorry. It was in 2017 when I moved to the beach, and I kind of slowed down on growing after Prop 64 went in, and I sold my equipment and got some LEDs and was just fucking around in my closet and just really enjoying it. And hey, sorry, it's not helping right now. Hold on a second. And I lost it again, bro. Oh man, we're gonna miss it. Hold on, mama.
So, what I was gonna say is no matter what we don't cover tonight, there's always possibilities of either another episode or you get to jump. There's possibility you jumping in any night now, in the wormhole and talking to us, telling the story. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a whole nother episode. It could be every fucking night you want, and little by little. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Don't have
man.
to be a one night episode. It could be every night, little by little.
All
Now
right.
you got the key. So
dude, that is fucking exciting. That really is. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm super envious that I'm to those that still run flowering at night, like they still work at night. Cause like I was, I was a night owl for fucking 8-9 fucking straight years running flowering rooms at night. And like I just think all the time, fucking A would I have not have done for this show back in the day, but basically I didn't ever get on. This is my point. Is in 2017, probably like late 2017 was the first time I ever started to like enjoy YouTube cannabis culture, just to bring it back to kind of that. And the DGC was basically the first thing that I kind of like. I was like, who are these knuckleheads? And I fucking immediately got a kick out of them, and I learned a decent amount. And just to kind of how the community is online. And but I never participated in forums or anything like that. I did learn some stuff. I'm talking maybe 5 times I Googled something in like probably 2014 or 15, you know what I mean? And a forum would pop up that'd be pretty old, and I would read through it. But basically, first place I saw you was on the Bro Show. And dude, I immediately I dug your vibe because you've been in the game for years, you know what I mean? Like, and you do have that little bit of that misfit and outlaw culture in you. And I just, as much as I don't think I identify as that, cheers, it's 420, buddy. Dude, that's a lot of me, you know what I mean? And I miss that shit from like True Cruise and the Hydro Shop and fucking the fucking talking shit with Eagle. That's just the vibe I get, dude. I miss that shit, but cheers.
Cheers to you, my friend. I appreciate that, man. I really do. And thank you for taking note of me back then. That was a minute before that.
I was like fucking head deep. Like I had like 6 foot tall plants in my greenhouse last year, this time of year, last year, this time, fucking A. And I pretty much, once we got started on the farm and I had time to kind of click shit on every now and again, I definitely didn't have time to start participating. But I started listening to the Embracing Organics a little bit. They were kind of like the first podcast panel show. And very quickly, the Bros Show kind of popped up. And then within a couple of episodes of me realizing that actually there was a couple months where like it was like, 18-hour days every day nonstop. And then like when I came back into it, you kind of had your own show and shit. You were probably on episode like 50 or 60 or some shit. You know what I mean? And so other than that, dude, I've actually been listening for quite a while, but it wasn't until the first of the year when I was like, I cannot not participate anymore. So I came up with this fucking name and basically said I got to, and said hello to a couple people. Hold on a second, little dude moving the box. Hey,
oh, there's so many fun comments you can throw in right now that I'm just gonna refrain from for fun jokes. Oh, that's a cute cat.
Hey, world. This is my predator species. Oh my god.
She's cute. That's one good looking cat. No, you don't need to be an outlaw to grow the plant.
No, you don't. Honestly, like you don't, but I will say one thing I learned is that if you're in a prohibition state, so can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If you grew before you had medical, or if you grew before you could legally do it, or if you're in a prohibition state still doing it now, or in another part of the world where it's like that, props to you, like, because it does take some nuts, and it's you're doing what's right, you know what I'm saying? So it's just awesome. So
man, it was an honor for me, to be honest with you, brother, to be able to switch over and be able to legally do what I was doing before, and able to you know, somewhat hold my head up and be proud of what I was doing after so many years of fucking, you know, it's wrong. Like you just so many bullshit comments over the years.
Yeah.
It was nice, and it's still to this year, even to some people, to you know, you say I do what I do, but I still, you know, it's getting easier and easier, louder and louder. Now I almost, you know, I talk about it too frequently.
Nah, can't do that. But yeah, man, I hear you, dude. Like we moved to Cali so that I could get those papers, you know. And dude, I can remember how nervous I was before I went to that doctor for the first time. Like because I, you know, I didn't know how chill it was, you know. And but the minute I got the papers that said I could grow 99 plants and carry 10 pounds of flour, I mean, that blew my fucking mind. You know, I still have all those papers to this day in like a binder, you know. And yeah, it just was after growing for a few years with no protections at all to then, you know, moving almost 2,500 miles and getting those protections, dude. You know, it still was a learning process and fucking, you know, never easy, but it was one of those things where like, shit, dude, I remember talking to my parents and being like, yo, so we didn't move out here just for my girlfriend's job, you know, like you know, I came out here to grow cannabis. And like, again, my parents didn't use pot or anything like that. So and they actually were cooler about it than I thought they would be. And, you know, they knew I was trying to do it right, you know, and move somewhere where it was legal, semi-legal. But yeah, I think like with a lot of people, hemp has really changed the game when it comes to like understanding the plant and the potential of it. And it's like a perfect it's a gateway to the gateway, dude. You know, it really is. Like it's shit, somebody's gonna brand a hemp, fucking somebody's gonna brand some hemp that, you know. But anyways, it's kind of what I see the potential is there. But yeah, man, props to anybody fucking fighting a good fight for sure. Carry on, and, you know, be safe. So, but I forgot
Shout out
the
to you, man. I'm hoping through, you know, hemp farms like your own that we'll be able to find and unlock some more terps that we can bring back to the cannabis side of things. That's what I'm really hoping for on the hemp side of things. It's just that whole new world of terps that it could
yep.
possibly unlock.
And cannabinoids too. Like I think that like they're going to be able to isolate different cannabinoids and hemp varieties quicker. And but basically one thing that yeah, sorry man, this bull and that cat just totally I lost it again, but oh boy, it's getting there. Oh, terps and hemp. There we go. Cannabis, I love you, but you definitely help with memory loss a little bit. Anyways, so a little project I did on the farm this year, and we can wrap it up whenever you want, bro. If not after this story, dude. But basically, I haven't decided what I'm doing with these seeds yet. But what I had is I had about 200 little 1-gallon moms of about 12 or 13 select phenos. Like basically it was 6 cherry wine phenos, a couple cherry citrus plants, some different BAOX selections, um, uh, um, Chardonnay by Cherry Wine. There was a couple more. I have the list, but basically it was I'd collected some cuts, some different CBD cuts for like about a year and a half, and I was mothering them out. And what I ended up doing was, dude, while I was planting the field, I had like all these 1 gallons in our greenhouse. And my girlfriend and I were just like, we'd get here at the crack acid dawn as the sun was coming up, and we'd water those plants real quick. And we didn't have a shade cloth on the greenhouse yet. And we didn't have time to get that many plants out. We were just planting the field as quick as we could until that window closed. By the time we got to those plants, I had 8, 9, and 10-foot tall 1-gallon plants that had like tons of cuts on them. And it was awesome. The pictures are pretty cool. It's like a fucking weed forest in there. And it's pretty crazy. But what I ended up doing, trying to make a long story a little shorter, I cut them bitches in half, and I cut them in half again. And then I fed them one time, and then I let them roll into flowering outside on the concrete, strapped to a big trellis net on this like old feed wall where they used to feed cows at. So they would dump feed on the other side of this fucking concrete wall with like a fucking loader, like a bobcat, like a big old food scoop. And basically, yeah, I lined up like 200 1-gallon pots there instead of cows and feed, and flowered them out. And knucklehead across the street, so like I show up into these pots, and all these good old boys around here come over to the farm, and pretty much first thing they ask me is, "Hey man, how do I grow some weed?" So you teach them how to grow some weed. But basically, and then you tell them, "Hey, the pollen will go quick. You got to pull those males, and don't fuck everybody's shit up." So, but basically, but I was like, "Hey, if you got anything cool from any cool lines, let me know." And I told him about a bunch of different seeds, and I had apparently told him the story about that blueberry smelling platinum skywalker, and because he went and bought every blueberry you could fucking find, and basically he bought a shitload of seeds, and he basically ended up with now I got to go back and look it up, but it was I think it was labeled original blueberry. Now I don't think that. I think it would be labeled DJ Short's blueberry if it was like the DJ Short, but some seed, and it was like a seed vendor that almost seemed kind of like a bulk wholesale seed. You know what I mean? Like an internet seed vendor. I can't remember, but I swear it was labeled as original blueberry. I could be completely wrong, but he had 3 really good looking males from that, and he was about to cut them down. He sent me a picture of them, called me, and I said, well, fuck. Yeah, I'll come get them. So I got in our Bobcat, which is like, we have this old Bobcat. It's like a uni loader, actually. It's like a little badass thing. And I fucking went down the road with a pallet on the forks. And it's like, 100 yards down the road from the farm. And I'd fucking go into his driveway, go in his backyard, get these huge pots. Like, he's at work. He's just like, yeah, go back there and get them. And I get these like fucking, dude, had been like 50-gallon pots, 60-gallon pots. It's fucking heavy ass. So he had put like topsoil, like not potting mix in these things. Like he didn't listen on some level. But anyways, I mean, but the plants looked good, I don't take that. Anyways, brought these males back, and I fucking I put that pollen on those cuts. And just in case, it was actually kind of like a backup plan, you know what I mean? Almost like for the farm. And just to try and bring some blueberry flavors into CBD, and it's very crude beginnings of it. And but yeah, basically we crossed 3 blueberry males with a bunch of proven CBD cuts, and harvested like tens of thousands of seed from that. And that was pretty cool. And yeah, it's so when you talk about kind of expanding flavors and all that kind of stuff, I'm definitely looking more for, obviously terps are important, but when I can do batches of this, I'm going to send it to the lab as quick as I can, just to see if I can get some good, 1-to-1s and other ratios like that I might not be able to farm under the hemp license, but that I can move off site to where, that's where really good medicine's at. I think that those are like, where it's like 5 and 10% THC, and then there's room for all types of other stuff, different cannabinoids and terps. I think the masses, once they use hemp for a little while and they get more accustomed to it, then if they have like a 5% or a 10% in THC, I think that's going to be a beautiful thing, but it's going to take, like, I think a lot of hemp varieties that are dope mixed with a lot of good THC varieties, and then there's all that shit in between. I don't know much about breeding. I don't know anything about breeding, especially compared to a lot of people in this realm. But I do have some seed now, so I would love to hear from people. And hell, it could be shit, but the plants, the females at least, were not. It all was quality flower and very terpy. All of them were like selected for smokable hemp. You know what I mean? So yeah, I have like a tiny little video that I shot months ago when I did do a germination test, and they all germinated. I tested like 10 seeds and they all germinated within like 2 days, just fine. Like they had tails. But yeah, man. Sorry, I puffed that and then talked for another, Jesus, 10 minutes.
I'm not worried about it, brother. So they did ask earlier in chat about your YouTube. Do you have any videos up on your YouTube channel? Is it the same name that's on the screen?
No,
And do
well,
you plan to put more videos on?
I have 0 YouTube videos. If I have a channel, I don't know it. Like dude, I can't tell you how fresh I am to fucking like sharing anything about myself. So like, okay, you mentioned about a menu. You brought a menu to the clubs. You know what I'm saying? And you were like, yo, if you are out of this,
Got it right here.
dude, that's awesome. That's awesome.
You want to see it? I
Fuck
showed
yeah,
it one
dude.
night because I found it in the chest.
Hell yeah.
And I still use the fucking case. Well, it's a seed case now. I was looking through it earlier. I would show up with my pre-weighed zips in this here case, which was always stupid because it screamed bright white. And then I'd have, like I said, my zips in there. And then I'd have this here menu right here, which every one of these sheets, which I don't even know how many are here. There's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of these was a strain I had in the garden at the time. So basically, they could look through my case, and they like right here, jelly beans on here because that was back. That was there's all kinds of fucking shit on here. Sour diesel, fucking Afghan Kush special cheese. But basic Sensi Star, Jack Straw,
Dude, that's awesome.
Fucking Mother's Tongue, Cuvée Shangri-La, Skunk 11, what else? Chernobyl, Cheesequake, Crazy Train. What else is in here? Purple Death Star, ACDC times Coracle, Wonder Woman, Marmalade, Dynachem. So that's a sour diesel. Again, another Afghan cheese. That film. So I'd walk in there and they'd let them look through the thing. And if they had any questions about what was in the case, they could flip through the menu here and it would tell them basically the THC, the medical effects, blah, blah,
That's
blah.
Awesome.
And if I didn't have what was in the case, they knew what was in the garden. And they could be like, okay, this 9-pound hammer, you don't have it, when's it gonna be ready? Well, it'll be ready, a few weeks,
Shit.
If you're interested, I'll put you the top of the list when it's ready. And
Man,
I would.
that's awesome.
I'd make a little note that, X and X, was interested in this, and that'd be the first place I'd stop when that was ready. But that's the way I read it.
Dude, that's fucking awesome. That organization, I get stoked about that. Like, and 90% of the time I never get there. I'm always like, shit, it's here. I got to get it done. And I'm not that organized. And like, dude, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, if I came correct like that to like half the clubs, especially in like Beverly Hills or fucking Hollywood or something like that at the time, I probably could have built the relationships way easier. So it got to, that's funny. And I kind of hesitated for a minute, but fuck it, dude. Like, I've already showed my dumb ass with this haircut. I'm gonna shave my head. So Captain 420 was like, us old school growers, man. We gotta be able to like change our appearance and stuff like that. And I fucking was like, oh shit. I kind of fell into that because I would just like grow my hair out to like an annoying level, and then I'd shave it really close, like a buzz cut. And I've been doing that since I was like 16, but I pretty much fell in the harmony of like, I'd fucking harvest and shave my hair or I'd harvest and then move my fucking, stuff looking like a jackass, kind of like this. And then I'd shave my head and start growing again. And then usually harvest not looking so, dumb. But anyways, so that's funny. Props to you, Captain 420. But basically, what I was getting at is it got to a point right before I stopped, basically, that pretty much the like a couple club owners were asking me for an IG, like, dude, why don't you put your shit on IG, or why don't you have like a menu or something like that, something basically. I guess they were looking for what you're looking for. And I was very thick-headed at the time, kind of like I am now. And I was so adverse to social media and about them like taking my account or some shit like that, that I got pretty high one night and I looked at the domain names that were out there and I bought highpriorities.org. And like, I saw some commercials like GoDaddy, you can build a website in a day or an hour or some bullshit. And I was like, yeah, right. And I fucking could buy a domain for like $1. And then when you sign it, it's like $100 a year, some bullshit. But like, again, I was high and it was like $100. It wasn't terrible. So I sat there and built my menu on a motherfucking shitty domain name. And it is still there. So like, that is the crazy thing, is that it's like on automatic pay. And like my girlfriend and I are kind of, slow sometimes. So she'll be like, shit, GoDaddy got us again for your dumbass old website. And I'm like, no way. And she'll just be like, damn it, remind me, and we got to cancel it and just pull your material off there. And I'm just like, I don't know. What if high priorities is like, what if I could use that one day? But like, I'm doing this interview, dude, and we're talking about menus, and like, it was basically, I could go to a club and just be like, yo, just go to this website, and it's like, and it like, I didn't even finish the website. Like, yo, if anybody goes there and you email me or something, or if they like say, I don't even think you can email me from that thing. It just has my old pictures on it, and it has some of my old pictures, like some of my little old indoor pictures. Dude, I have some of my hash patties on there. There's like a big old Tupperware container full of hash patties on there. So it's, it's like some, kind of rookie shit, but it's still like, it's a representation of kind of some of my old shit. There's some pictures of Platinum Skywalker on there, and, just shit like that. So like, I would sell like plants sometimes too, you know what I mean? Or donate them, whatever. But anyways, bro, that's my fucking menu.
You fucking totally cracked me up with that changing your appearance thing, because I've kind of been like that for a long time too. I'm telling you right now, I grow out some facial hair. You probably wouldn't notice me in public, but this is what you bringing that up. Well, I'm sitting here laughing because this happened yesterday. Yesterday, I'm out doing daytime shit, basically. You know what I mean? And I'm working. I do wear contacts probably about 90% of the time. But if I'm working on like a messy project, I will have glasses on or no glasses, depending on what I'm doing. So I'm in Home Depot yesterday, and I am pretty much looking a lot like this. I'm all covered up. You know what I mean? And I noticed somebody come up next to me and like facing the other way and doesn't say anything. And I'm like doing my thing and load up my cart. And I turn, I see it's somebody I know from the cannabis community. And I'm like, oh, hey, man. How you doing, Birdwatcher 420? He's like, man, I was trying to get a picture because I thought that was your what did he say? Your doppelganger, your
Oh, your
twin, your
doppelganger.
evil. Yeah, he's like, man, the glasses, you couldn't see any tats. He looked just like you, man. But I didn't think it was you, man. I thought it was like a twin.
That's great.
So I'm like, don't you do that shit to me. Don't you do that shit to me.
I'm picturing you like in a cardigan, like in a really like fucking cozy cardigan too, like with your glasses and a cardigan. That would be the picture right there, you know.
Oh no, no. Total work gear. Total work gear.
That's awesome, man. Hell yeah. No, it's definitely yeah, like I said to my girlfriend probably 5 times today, I really should show my face. I didn't get my hair cut. And she's like, yeah, but like most people that have met you in the past like 15 years meet you like that, right? Like you kind of always look like that. And, you know, yeah, you don't look that bad. And I was like, ah, okay, I appreciate it, you know. So, you know, like I said, I'm going to cut it tomorrow, you know. So we'll see what happens, man. You know, now that I'm into this fucking, you know, kind of sharing some shit every now and again, I will definitely, I'll be out there. You'll see how ridiculous I can look the other way. But yeah, dude, speaking about YouTube and videos and all that, I kind of feel like this hopefully will be a catalyst to kind of me sharing like videos or whatever the fuck kind of gets the knowledge out or just allows me to communicate. Right now, you can reach out to me like on Instagram. I mean, like I totally, you know, I'm smart enough to know that like the minute I got Instagram and you could reach out and DM and all that kind of stuff, it's a fucking game changer when it comes to networking. Like lock yourself up in a grow room for 8 straight years and kind of just keep going. But then like, boom, all of a sudden you're a lone wolf, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, it's like, it's a valuable tool. And I fucking can receive DMs now. So fucking spark a bowl and ask me a question or some shit, and we'll see where it goes. But I'm all for like, so like a couple of people that helped me harvest, they fucking got some bud that had some seeds, and you know they were just dying to learn how to grow after being around the plants, and just me kind of half-ass coaching them over the past few months, you know, as they just helped me out a little bit. And I'm just like, you know, just basic recipes, keeping it simple for them and all that. Like they're seeing, you know, they sent me a couple of pictures the other day. You're just freaking out, like just having a blast, you know, barely spending any money, just kind of growing a few plants. You know, it's not going to be enormous, but you know, like kind of used lights, stuff like that, you know, and just kind of getting people growing, you know, like what we're all fucking talking about, you know, just like, you know, now they're pumped about their backyard, you know, they're here in Michigan, you know, they're over 21, and they've been rocking fucking 12 plants in a little tent, you know, fucking, I told them to top, and, you know, 4 feet later, they're, you know, finally topping, you know, stuff like that. So it was cool. I had to, you know, telling them like on the phone, hey, take that stalk and like bend it like in a 90-degree angle as, you know, carefully as you can, and just put it under that net like this, you know. And they're like, no way, you know. And then a couple weeks later, they sent a picture, and it's looking great, dude. So that's a good feeling, is finally being able to like share that with good people. You know what I'm saying? Just like saving them some money and showing them that they can grow the dank as well, you know. And so fuck yeah, dude. But yeah, when it comes to like scaling shit affordably, like so yo, the dude's always talking about Jack's fertilizer. This is a little tidbit real quick. I grew earthworm castings, beneficials, and like if I used any fertilizer, it was like an organic bottled base, right? And I did that the first probably like 8 or 9 months that I fucked around with these cherry wine phenos first year, right? So I saw there's actually 18 females, but 16 are the ones we tested. The morphology was quite different. There was like a variation, wide variation. There was probably like 12 to 14 of them easily were different, quite different. You know what I'm saying? The fucking leaves were structured different, all that kind of stuff. They smelled different. Their terps were coming out more and more. I had these plants in pots for a long time. I'll put up some pictures of some like re-vegged mothers that were actually really pretty in 7-gallon pots, fucking thick stalks. They had re-vegged twice sometimes. And so like I could tell the biology was building up. And again, I was just running like compost washes, just basically throwing a bucket, pour it into the fucking water and can and strain it, you know, just fucking hand watering the shit out of it. due to a couple reasons. And this fucking local nurseryman actually kind of coming by, and like some of my stuff was yellowing because the sun was coming out. And I just got these badass new lights in the greenhouse, these 500 watt ceramic metal halide, like grower's choice kind of. I didn't even know they made 500 watt ones and I could get a good deal on them. And I was like, fuck it. And I got the 4000 K bulbs that were dope as shit. And boom, the plants just fucking took off, and they needed like way more food, like way more immediately. And this dude came by, he's like, just feed him some 20. He'll turn green in a day. And I was like, nah, man. I mean, I know you're right, but fuck it. And basically, my girlfriend, who comes from like traditional kind of markets, whatever, and we work with like a greenhouse supplier out of Grand Rapids. And I was hearing Sequence and a couple of the guys talk about Jax and Red, and Red said I know that they use Jax, I think, and Green Jeans, I think might have been, I can't remember, who kind of got that going. I know I'm fucking up on the history here, but regardless, I heard enough from a couple of people that I was like, I'm just vegging these plants. I just need to grow some cuts. I'm going to try this shit out for like a month. And I got a bag of 20 Pete Light. It was the only bag of Jax they had. It was like $30 or something for a 20-pound fucking bag. And the minute I got it and I made the water and it turned blue, I was like, oh no, yeah. Like, I know I was getting into, but I still was like, I ain't seen this like kind of ever, because I always use bottled organics. Like I ran all the organic lines, but still I was like, hey, this is part of the business. This is how we learn what's worth the money and all that kind of stuff. My whole point, ran Jax. Within 2 to 3 weeks, all the phenos started to look a little more similar, a little more similar, a little more similar. And every single fucking leaf structure started to become uniform. Every growth habit and even the fucking like stacking of the internodes started to become to a point where I had spent so much time with these phenos, I didn't need to label the plants. I could look at them and know what was what. And I couldn't do it after a month. And after 2 months, I damn well couldn't select them. I had to tag everything. And the fucking terp profile kind of became a little more uniform as well. So, I mean, that was me just literally running that with my well water. I went down on cost significantly for a while, but I need to start worm bins and beds. I know people, I need to be asking questions myself, but we're getting to that. I just had the north side of the, so there's a 20-foot bunker silo to the left of the 30-foot silo that's pictured. So there's actually like a potential second project. And on the north side of that wall is a 120-foot strip that I want to try and create some compost piles, for, worms, so got to figure some things out. I got a lot of details to figure out, but we're trying. So I can shoot videos of that shit probably. So if that's my whole point.
Everybody wants to see stuff like that. Everybody would like to see stuff at a bigger scale, that's for sure.
Right. Well, shit, Eagle, I am realizing it is approaching 5 a.m., my friend, and
you gotta give me the soundbite before we get out of here, right?
Oh shit. Yeah. All right, bud. What's the episode number?
376.
376. No shit. Fucking A. All right. All right. This is Dankavitch on fucking Talking Shit with Eagle, and it's episode 376. And thanks for listening. Cheers.
Thank you, man. That's good, man.
All right.
That's satisfied with that. Thank you for hanging out, man, and dedicating your night, man. Time has flown by, and time is very precious, man. I talk about that very often, man. It goes by, and it gets more precious as we go along, day after day, man. We don't realize how precious it is until later.
Yeah. But, we are lucky to spend it with the plants we do, and with the people that see the light as well. You know what I mean? And the path leads home, dude. It does. So it does.
look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in a wormhole very,
Oh,
very soon.
oh yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I'm stoked to kind of ruin my day by fucking enjoying the night in the wormhole every now and again for sure, dude. So, like I'll at the very least I'll be reporting back to the wormhole, because I'll probably be wrapping up a lot of work, during the spotlight. It's gonna be it fucking, yo, Michigan, the seasons go, fucking they come and go quick. They change quick. You know what I mean? It fucking moves quick up here when it's moving. So, but yeah, dude, it'll be easier for me to hop in a wormhole and fucking talk for 20 minutes straight than do some videos. So, but bear with me and watch the wormhole if you are interested. I don't, so, but yeah, dude, I'm excited and thank you, man. Cheers.
Thank you, man. I have very much enjoyed this, and yeah, I look forward to seeing you soon. That wraps up episode 376, man. I thank you all. By the way, you know how much I know this has been a good episode? Numbers have not faded all night long. They've
Oh, nice.
maintained a great, great number
Well,
all
cool.
night long.
Thank you,
So
chat.
I've enjoyed it. They have enjoyed it for sure. So
thank you, Eagle.
we'll see you guys tomorrow night. I'll be back tomorrow night, 11:30. I know it's gonna be piss a lot of people off. They're not gonna see me. What's funny and not funny is I had left 17 open, and I kept scratching my head, going, "Why don't I have a guest scheduled for that day? Why don't I have a guest scheduled for that day?" And I scheduled a guest for tomorrow, and then I went, "Oh fuck, I'm supposed to be at an event that day, and now I'm not going to the event, and there's going to be a few people mad at me there, and now I'm going to have a show."
Well, it's it is what it is, dude. Anybody that gets bent out of shape, they have the best tools in the toolbox probably right in front of them, my friend, and they can roll up an extra fatty and then again get those priorities straight, the perspective right, and it's all good, dude. And hell, if you need to fill any gaps, man, fire up that wormhole tomorrow. Fucking, it's been a couple days, and Bingus and Red and all y'all, Johnny, fucking Mr. Chad Westport, Tao. I was this close to not showing my face and literally using the American one as the excuse, like I'll show my face when the American one shows his face. But I was like, fuck it. So, but anyways, cheers everybody, and thank you, man. So,
cheers.
All right, dude.
Have a great night, you guys. We are out of here. You guys know the routine. Please do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. You people coming on, doing this night after night, hanging out, donating your time, telling your stories is some of the most amazing acts of kindness I've ever seen in my life. That is no bullshit. Thank you so much for hanging out night after night, following me through this journey, my cannabis journey, learning about other people's journeys, their techniques, their lives. It's awesome. Thank you guys. I love you. I'll be back tonight, 11:30. See you tonight.